Hi everybody, I'm Ryan. Over the course of the past few months, I've done a deep dive of pretty much every deck in Pioneer, at least everyone that I felt qualified to do. And those deep dives included deck text, they included sideboard guides, they included analysis of the cards in the deck, the roles of the deck, how to play the deck, flex slots and nuances and builds in the deck, and different play patterns in the deck. And I wanted to put all of those Pioneer deep dives into one big compilation video so you have your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about Pioneer. Also, partway through this series, I changed my video style. It used to be like really skitty or whatever. So when you get to the Is It Phoenix one, you will see me pretty unhinged. So good luck with that. Is this my red-black mid-range deck? Let's go through it all. I'm going to reorganize really quickly to make it easier to talk about. Normal magic things. All right, so I divided them into, I would say like the categories of the deck, but let's talk about the lands first. We really want our lands to come in untapped, so we're playing for Blackcleave Cliffs. Really the only card that we can't play on curve alongside Blackcleave Cliffs is bringing back Kroxa and Archfiend, which is totally fine. That'll come up in so few games. It's playing for Blightstep Pathway, red or black. Again, and our untap is excellent. Same thing with Blood Crypt. We're playing one Haunted Ridge, mostly because it's really important the first few turns of the game things come in untapped. So I'm down on Haunted Ridge at the moment. That might change in the future, but with all these aggro decks running around, we can't have things entering untapped early on. We're playing 2 Hive of the Eye Tyrant. I think it's just better than Den of the Bugbear. 1, because it's black and we are primarily a black deck. And 2 is being able to exile things in the graveyards and having Menace is really good at finishing off. I'm also a big fan of Mutavaults. We're playing 3 Mutavaults just as additional cards that, you know, we can attack with. Playing 3 Sulphurous Springs just as something that unconditionally comes in untapped. 2 Swamps, a Takenuma because it's pretty free, and a single Urborg. This is a mid-range deck, so I divided the deck up into 4 categories: removal spells, hand destruction, card advantage / selection, and then our creatures. And some of these exist in multiple categories, but I put them in their sort of primary spot. So in our removal spell suite, we're playing 4 Fatal Push, just the best removal spell in Pioneer. 1 Torch the Tower, mostly for Phoenix, but also it's decent against aggro decks, you know, just a 1-mana removal spell. And then I split our 2-mana removal spells because each of them have some sort of condition that I'm a little afraid of. Shoot the Sheriff, non-outlaw creature. Powered Kill, non-angel, demon, devil, or dragon creature. This might need to be replaced because of how popular Archfiend of the Dross is and how popular the Angels deck is getting. A Go for the Throat. And then we're playing 2 Bonecrusher Giant. Bonecrusher Giant also exists in the creature side of it as well. But the Stomp side, being able to remove something or just go face or hit a Planeswalker or something like that, then play a 4/3 is very, very good. That's all pretty face value stuff. As far as hand destruction, we're playing Thoughtseize, just the best hand destruction thing ever printed. You reveal their hand, get a non-land from it, and they discard, but you lose 2 life. We're playing 1 Duress because hand destruction is getting better and better. Playing main deck hand destruction is excellent. And then we're playing a single Kroxa. We don't get to select what comes out of their hand, but it can come back, and it creates some level of inevitability in the deck, and I think that's really important against these slower decks. The glue that holds the deck together is Fable, which is in our card selection, card advantage kind of thing. It's a threat. It mana ramps if you can attack with that threat by creating a treasure with that 2/2 goblin it makes. You can discard 2 cards and draw that many cards with a 2nd chapter, and then its 3rd chapter, it flips into a reflection, which is frankly a must answer. So it can just kind of drain resources from the opponent while letting you select what cards that you have, and it's just all around excellent. We're playing 1 of Reckoner Bankbuster. I'm a little bit down on Reckoner Bankbuster compared to the other versions of the deck because there are less slower decks to play against, and drawing Reckoner Bankbuster against these like hyper aggressive decks that are floating around is just not good at all. We're playing 3 Graveyard Trespasser. It's just a difficult to answer threat as far as like removal spells go, and also it's graveyard hate, and also it gains life. Like, it's an all around pretty decent card. I think it's kind of bad at all of those things, but it providing all of those things on one card, I think is worth it. We're playing 3 Inti. I'm such a big fan of Inti. I like Inti a lot. It provides sort of card advantage, so it probably exists in this category a little bit as well. But when I attack, I can discard a card, put a +1/+1 counter on the attacking creature, and it gains trample. And when you discard one or more cards, I can exile the top card of my library and then play it till my end step. So it creates some level of card selection, makes my creatures more aggressive. It also is really good alongside the blood tokens of Blood Tithe Harvester and alongside Fable the Mirror Breaker, as it allows me to do that exile clause. And it's just like a 2-drop. Just having more 2-drops is really good. We're playing 4 Blood Tithe Harvester. Is a 2-mana 3/2. Creates a blood token, and then, you know, it's a removal spell on a stick, where a creature gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. If I sacrifice Blood Tithe Harvester, being a removal spell is really good for this side of the deck, but also it's just like an aggressively costed creature, and very often I'm just attacking with Blood Tithe Harvester. And they're playing 4 Archfiend of the Dross. Out goes Shieldred in Archfiend. Archfiend is so good because 1, it's so aggressive. 2, it's really good against other really powerful creatures. It blocks flyers. Archfiend is everything that this deck wants to be. People aren't really drawing cards anymore, except specifically Phoenix. And Archfiend is even great against Phoenix because it dodges Lightning Axe. And so we're on 4 Archfiend of the Dross, very good alongside Inti, very good alongside Reflection of Kiki Jiki. It's just all around excellent. Now, as far as our sideboard goes, Duress 2 through 4 is for decks that we need more hand destruction against non-creature spells against. Same thing with Go Blank. It's just a hand destruction card, but also very good against decks that have graveyards that we're worried about. Playing Extinction Event, which is mostly for mono green, but is just a very good board wipe against most decks. Playing Meat Hut Massacre. There's so many aggressive decks now that we are playing Meat Hut Massacre to be able to just wipe their board and gain a bunch of life in the process, and not being worried about being a certain mana cost like with Extinction Event or Hitotsugu Consumes All. Speaking of Hitotsugu Consumes All, we're playing that mostly for red-black sack because they make a lot of tokens and the oven and whatnot. But also it's very good against the really aggressive decks, specifically red-black aggro, because they're mostly 1-drops. We have to be a little bit more picky with Hitotsugu than we are with Meat Hut Massacre as well. Torch Tower just has another removal spell, also really good against Phoenix. Reckoner Bankbusters for these slower decks so we can draw more cards, and Unlicensed Hearse is our graveyard hate. Let's just get into it. This is pretty close to the stock red-black mid-range list. If you want to learn more about this deck, I did a deck tech for it last week. You should totally check that out. The one big difference is I'm not playing Inti anymore. I think it's just too cute. But that freed up not only spots in the main deck, but spots in the sideboard to get a little bit better. In any case, before we get into how to sideboard against the top 10 decks, I want to talk about the roles of each sideboard card. First off, we have Duress. It's mostly for when there's a lot of non-creatures in your opponent's deck, so things like Control and Combo. Go Blank is good in the same decks that Duress is good against, but also exiling the graveyard is really relevant against Lotus and Phoenix. Extinction Event is mostly for mono green, but is also pretty good against other creature-based decks. Meat Hut Massacre is board wipe against and incremental life gain actually against aggressive decks, but also is pretty good against red-black sack, because when they sacrifice stuff, you gain life. Torch Tower is just another 1-mana removal. The exile clause is very good against Phoenix specifically. Hitotsugu is good against a lot of the same decks Meat Hut Massacre is good against. It's good against these aggressive decks, but also excellent against red-black sack. Damping Sphere is for these combo decks and also mono green. Reckoner Bankbusters for these slow decks when you need that card advantage. And Unlicensed Hearse is our graveyard hate. That being said, the most popular deck in Pioneer at the moment is the Rakdos aggro deck, or Rakdos Fling, or whatever you want to call it. Against this deck, we're bringing in all the removal we possibly can. I even like Extinction Event. Meat Hut Massacre's nuts against it. Hitotsugu's really good against it. And then we're bringing out a lot of our slower stuff. So Reckoner Bankbuster, Croxa doesn't really matter. Kolaghan's Command is just too much mana, frankly. And then we are shaving Hand Destruction because we want to be spending our mana on things that actually affect the board, gain life, or kill the opponent's stuff. So sideboard against the Rakdos aggro deck. The second most popular deck is It Phoenix? We're bringing in our duresses. Obviously, like hitting Treasure Cruise is nuts. Go blank, it makes them discard, but also keeps them off the Phoenix and the Treasure Cruise. Torch Tower is excellent against Phoenix. I'm a fan of Damping Sphere because they want to be casting multiple spells a turn and that puts stress on their mana. And Unlicensed Hearse is excellent as well. Bonecrusher Giant really only kills Phoenix, and just killing Phoenix is frankly pretty awful. Kroxa helps them in some capacity, which is not great. I don't really care for Kolaghan's Command. I think the Phoenix deck is just a little too fast for us to get too much value off of Kolaghan's Command. Also like shaving the Bankbusters for a similar reason, and then we're shaving some Fatal Pushes. While Fatal Push is pretty good against Ledger Shredder, we don't want to have too much removal in our deck, especially since non-Torch the Tower removal is fundamentally like pretty bad against Phoenix itself. So this is how I sideboard against It Phoenix? Against Blue-White Control, we are bringing in the Duresses. We're bringing in the Go Blanks, the Reckoner Bankbusters. So these are the obvious cards, and we're going to be bringing out as much removal as we possibly can. Bitter Triumph is actually okay because they play a lot of Planeswalkers. I'd like to also take out these Go for the Throats as well, which means Unlicensed Hearse is fine. Unlicensed Hearse is kind of interesting because it can be a threat in the late game if you like play it on turn 2, but also Unlicensed Hearse is, oh, I put these in the wrong pile. But also Unlicensed Hearse can make it so they can't bring back Memory Deluge, which is pretty powerful actually. So sideboard against Blue-White Control. The fourth most popular deck is Jund Sack. Against Jund Sack, we're bringing in Mihut Massacre because the triggers on the Mihut Massacre actual enchantment is just so good. Hidetsugu wipes their board, even all the like super scary tokens. That's really all I care about with the deck. Bonecrusher Giant is just simply awful, and I would say that's the only card that's like terrible. So we're gonna cut some duresses as well. Oh, and I forgot to slap the Reckoner Bankbuster in. Totally my bad. I like shaving a Torch the Tower. I think the Torch Tower can be fine, and this could be like you know, a Go for the Throat or something instead, because Torch Tower can hit a turn 1 cat. I just don't think it is that relevant that often, and very often we don't really want to be sacking something to be able to kill a Mayhem Double or whatever. So this is how I sideboard against Jund Sack. The fifth most popular deck is frankly a pretty rough matchup, is Selesnya Angels. We're bringing in Duresses because the way that they beat us is playing Collected Company, and Kayla's Reconstruction. Bringing in Extinction Event because we just got to catch up in some fashion. Same thing with Mihut Massacre. Unfortunately, Hidetsugu does not kill anything but the Mana Dorks in our opponent's deck. We're going to be shaving a Torch the Tower because it really only kills the Mana Dorks. We're going to be cutting Reckoner Bankbuster. The Kolaghan's Command because it doesn't really kill anything. The Bonecrusher Giants because it doesn't really kill anything. And this is how I sideboard against Angels. The sixth most popular deck is the Mirror Match, Rakdos Midrange. We're going to be bringing in the Reckoner Bankbuster and bringing in the Torch the Tower, just additional removal and whatnot. And then we're going to be taking out 2 Duress. Very often this matchup ends up being a top deck war, and we need to win that top deck war. And in a perfect world, we'd also take out the Thoughtseize, but we just don't have enough cards to bring in. And the hand destruction is just so bad in the top deck war. So I sideboard against the Mirror Match. The seventh most popular deck is the Gruul aggro deck, the Atarka Red, whatever you would like to call it. Mihut Massacre is pretty okay. I'm not a fan of Extinction Event against this deck because they have a better mix of 1 and 2 drops, but we like Torch the Tower. We're a fan of Hidetsugu, and just like against Red Black, we're cutting a bunch of our slower cards that don't really affect the board immediately, and we're just shaving a dress. So this is how I sideboard against Gruul aggro. The eighth most popular deck is Boros Convoke. Against Boros Convoke, we're bringing in Extinction Event or just bringing in all the board wipes. Mihut Massacre, Hidetsugu is particularly good because it also hits the token artifacts. Torch the Tower is excellent as well. And we're bringing out all of this slower stuff like we have a bunch of times before. Kolaghan's Command, Duress. Duress is just awful. And I'm also interested in shaving a Graveyard Trespasser because it doesn't really interact very well. It's just a hard to answer creature. But it's how I sideboard against Boros Convoke. The ninth most popular deck is the Nykthos Ramp deck. Against Nykthos Ramp, we are bringing in Go Blank, Extinction Event. Damping Sphere stops the Nykthos silliness from happening. And Torch the Tower to hit the Mana Dorks, because the Mana Dorks are actually just so relevant in this matchup. We're bringing out a bunch of the slower stuff. Oops, I hit Kroxa instead as well. I want Kroxa. Kolagon's Command. I'm not a fan of Bone Crusher Giant. And we're going to shave a Graveyard Trespasser. Graveyard Trespasser can be okay, I suppose. But we want these Duresses as well. Whoops, I messed that up a little bit. We want these Duresses as well. And we can shave the rest of the Graveyard Trespasser. Graveyard Trespasser is kind of okay because it can take out Storm the Festival in the graveyard after we Duress it. Like, I'm not super interested in that. The name of the game here is to apply as much pressure as possible and break up their combo as fast as possible. So this is how I sideboard against the Nykthos ramp, mono green Nykthos, whatever you want to call it deck. The 10th most popular deck, and the last deck that we're going to talk about how to sideboard against, is the Hidden Strings, Lotus combo, whatever you want to call it. We're bringing in our Duresses, we're bringing in our Go Blanks, we're bringing in our Damping Sphere, and then these cards are okay, but let's look at what we want to bring out. We don't like Kolagon's Command, and we just want to sideboard out as much removal as possible and apply as much pressure as possible, which means we're totally okay with these cards. Let's keep in a Bitter Triumph. Very often, like, there's a Dragonlord Dramoka or something that comes in, so having a single removal spell is like totally fine. And so this I sideboard against Hidden Strings. I'm very worried this video isn't going to be helpful at all because this deck is still trying to figure itself out in this post-Vampire combo shell. So let me just show you. So these are the not flex slots in the red-black midrange deck. As you can see, only 43 cards in the main deck and 9 cards in the sideboard are like kind of set in stone. I'm queued up for a challenge. Hold up, let me get rid of that. That's really funny. There we go. Whoops. And just take a look at this. I'm not really going to talk about each card in this like non-flex slots of the deck, but notice there's also a bunch of lands. I've already talked about these cards in the deck tech. You should check that out. It was posted a few weeks ago. But let's look at all of the flex slots you can play in these 17 slots in the main deck and these 6 slots in the sideboard. And it's a lot. As you can see, I'm a little worried that this video might not be super helpful, but at least this can give you options of what to play in these slots in the future. Weirdly enough, you can almost make a full deck with all of the cards that you could be playing in these flex slots in the red-black midrange deck. So you want to play 25 lands. Let me double check. I believe there's 16 lands that are not flex slots. Okay, so you want to pick 9 of these lands to play. And really, besides the utility lands, you're mostly just trying to get a powerful mana base that you have. Make sure you have black on turn 1 and have access to red by turn 2. So knowing that, you know, you can use your intuition or look at decks if you'd like, but I'll just talk about the utility lands. Castle Lothwain is really good against these slower decks because it allows you to draw into more cards. It's falling out of favor because of all the aggro decks that are in Pioneer, but it's still a very powerful card. Den of the Bugbear, similarly, what we don't like about Den of the Bugbear is it produces red in the early turns, where we really need black in the early turns. Black is the primary color of this deck, but is a very good aggressive attacker. Mutavault's a really cool early blocker and a really cheap attacker. The issue is that colorless is really tough because it's a pretty mana and color hungry deck. Sokenzon is often free, but it is decidedly not a basic, where you can channel it and get 2 1/1 colorless spirits. And then Takenuma, similar to Sokenzon, is a little free, but is notably not a basic, where you can mill 3 cards, return a creature or planeswalker from graveyard to your hand. Those are the utility cards. Just you want to pick 9 of these cards to add to your mana base to make sure that you have your colors and also your mana actually does something. As far as the rest of the main deck, Torch the Tower is a part of the removal spell suite. You mostly want to play this if you're looking to exile. It's a decent cheap removal against these aggro decks as well, but mostly you'd be playing Torch the Tower for like Phoenix and things like that. Bitter Triumph is a great unconditional removal spell. Notably, it kills planeswalkers. Go for the Throat, which is here as well, is probably a little bit better if you're only worried about creatures, but if you want to make sure that you can take out planeswalkers as well, Bitter Triumph is probably worth it, even though you have to pay 3 life or discard a card. Heartless Act is very good if you think you're going to be playing against a lot of those 6/6 demons that we are playing. Removing counters from creatures is very powerful. Sheoldred's Edict is a pretty good unconditional removal. It's really good against like different token strategies because you can take out their primary like enabler. It's also like can pretty unconditionally kill planeswalkers as well. Kroxa is really good against the slower decks. It'll make them discard a card early on and then can just be a finisher later on. But you have to make sure you're actually playing against these slower decks because it does literally nothing, it feels like, against the faster decks. Reckoner Bankbuster, also pretty good against the slower decks, allows you to draw additional cards. Graveyard Trespasser is awesome graveyard hate, and it allows you to gain a little bit of life and is a creature on a stick that is actually pretty hard for other mid-range decks to handle, so it's really good against graveyard decks and mid-range decks. Unstoppable Slasher is kind of the new hotness in this deck. It's a 3-mana 2/3 with Death Touch. It deals combat damage to a player. They lose half their life rounded up. And when Unstoppable Slasher dies, it had no counters on it, returned to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with 2 stun counters on it. So it's a very hard to answer creature. Has Death Touch, so it's really hard to block, especially since it comes back when people block it. And when it deals damage, they lose half their life total. Rounded up. So it can deal an absurd amount of damage if people let it through. And a lot of people are playing up to 4 of these cards in the deck and just jamming in with Unstoppable Slasher, which is pretty sweet. And 2 Lilianas in case you're worried about control or the Enmatic deck or something like that. Kolaghan's Command, again, it's a lot of utility, mostly good against the slower decks because you can make them discard, remove something, get a creature from your graveyard to your hand. And Shieldred is slowly getting back into favor against these like up the beanstalk decks and stuff like that, and Treasure Cruise and whatever. Now you're going to be picking 9 of these lands and 8 of these other cards to add to your no flex slots in the deck, which is a lot of decisions to be made, actually. And it's kind of cool that a deck like this has a ton of freedom, frankly. Now, as far as sideboard cards, you're going to want to be picking 6 of these cards. Duress, very good against control and enigmatic and Phoenix and non-creature things that we're worried about. Similarly with Go Blank, the second Go Blank is very good against all of those decks. Any slower deck that you want to mind draw it against, but also attacking the graveyard is powerful. Liliana, we've already talked about. Extinction Event is very, very good against mono green, as you can just say odd and take out all of their creatures. But also it's just a decent board wipe otherwise. Leyline of the Void is excellent for graveyard hate. The End is a pretty cool unconditional removal, though it's a little expensive, but it's very good against decks that you know as a playset of a key card. So things like Phoenix or the Demon or something like that. This is mostly really good against mid-range strategies, and right now mid-range isn't super powerful in Pioneer. But if you plan on playing against mid-range quite a bit, The End is pretty strong. Torch Tower, we've already talked about. Magebane Lizard is really strong against decks like Phoenix and Lotus and stuff like that. Pyroclasm, obviously like a board wipe against the little weenie decks. The issue is the most powerful aggro deck is the red-black deck, and often they have more than 2 toughness, so it's a little hard. We've already talked about Kolaghan's Command. Damping Sphere is excellent against the decks like Phoenix and the Lotus deck, and it's also pretty good against the Nykthos deck, and things like that. I've already talked about Reckoner Bankbuster, and Unlicensed Hearse is just additional graveyard hate. So you're going to be picking 6 of these cards to add to your deck. A lot of these nuances are mostly like individual card nuances or card combination nuances. It's a red-black mid-range deck. There's not a lot of insanely complex things going on that are unique to this deck. But it's still important to know about these things going into playing it. First off, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, or more or less Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, the flip side of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, can combo with itself. The way Reflection of Kiki-Jiki is worded is that it says the token is sacrificed at the beginning of the next end step. So if you have 2 Reflection of Kiki-Jikis on the battlefield and have an amount of mana available, you can have one Reflection of Kiki-Jiki copy the other Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, have the new token that now has haste, copy a Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, and so on and so forth, and do that for all of your mana, so you have an extra copy of Reflection of Kiki-Jiki for every mana that you had during an end step that you activated, normally your opponent's end step, and then you get to untap with all these copies. Then you can either choose to attack with all of these Reflection of Kiki-Jikis, or copy other things that are big. It's wildly powerful. Also, this is less of a nuance and more like a really common play pattern. Copying Archfiend of the Dross with Reflection of Kiki-Jiki is insane because you get multiple triggers from killing stuff, and it's a 6/6 flyer. I feel like that doesn't need to be said, but it's so good. Kind of keep jumping off of Reflection of Kiki-Jiki because it's important to understand, like, this like the only complex card in the deck. Remember, you can copy Blood Tithe Harvester to make another blood token, so you can sacrifice Blood Tithe Harvester to kill even bigger creatures. But the new token of Blood Tithe Harvester has haste, so you can sacrifice that token to remove things. So Blood Tithe Harvester Reflection of Kiki-Jiki is kind of a removal spell on a stick for 1 mana. And to kind of dial it back on the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki thing, if we go to the second chapter of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, one thing I see people do all the time, and I am guilty of it sometimes as well, is discarding to Fable and like hoping. So we all know having a ton of land is awkward, but discarding the only land in your hand when you need to hit your land drop, just like hoping that you're going to hit another land, is obviously not a good thing. Or like if you need a card in 2 turns or need that land in 2 turns, you might not want to discard the land that you're going to play the turn after next. You know, unless you absolutely need a certain card, it's important not to discard cards that you need in the next turn or 2. Which sounds stupid, but people do it all the time with Fable. And the last nuance, if you are playing the Unstoppable Slasher Bloodletter combo, understand that it is literally a kill if you connect with Unstoppable Slasher and have Bloodletter on the battlefield. Because double of half is whole. It is literally Splinter Twin. This is the red-black Sly deck, and as far as the lands go, we're just playing red-black lands that come in untapped, like Sulphurous Sphinx, Blood Crypt, Blackcleave Cliffs, but also red-focused utility lands like Sokanzon, which is pretty much free, Den of the Bugbear, in case it gets to the late game, you know, we deal chip damage and then they deal with our stuff, we can kill them with our lands, Reminap Ruins to kind of deal that extra damage that's really difficult to interact with, and Basic Mountain, because there's plenty of land destruction out there, like Field of Ruin. It's important we grab our Basic Mountains. Because again, the deck, especially the main deck, is primarily a red deck. And because it's a red aggressive deck, we sort of have to play Kamano Faces Kakazan. It's a 1-mana saga. Its first chapter is it deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. Its second chapter, which is extremely relevant, especially if we play Kamano Faces Kakazan in turn 1, is the next creature spell you cast this turn, that creature enters with additional +1/+1 counter on it. And its third chapter is it flips into a 2/2 haster with the effect that if a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you control would die, exile it instead. This is strictly our best turn 1 play. All 3 chapters do what we want to do. It gets closer to our opponent being dead, pumps up our creatures, and becomes a creature on its own. Speaking of the creatures we're looking to pump up, let's go through our creature suite. We have Slickshot Show Off, obviously. It's effectively a prowess trigger. When it casts a non-creature spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn, and you can plot it, and it's a 1/2 with flying and haste for 2 mana. Now, this is excellent because for every pump spell, like I said, it's a pump spell-y deck, pump spell you cast adds an additional 2 power, even if you cast it on something else. So this is one of the most aggressive, hardest hitting creatures in the deck. And when I first read this card, I was wondering when I would decide to plot it, because it's the same cost as, you know, its normal cost. But you want to be plotting this card when you're looking to do a giant hit the following turn and you're worried about sorcery speed removal. Now, this does signal that you're going to be casting it the following turn, so it gives them a chance to leave up instant speed removal. But against decks like that you're worried about Portable Hole or something like that, like maybe against humans or whatever, then plotting it is almost always better, because sacrificing that 1 damage you might be able to get in if you just cast it normally on turn 2 is way worth it to make sure that you have the card to pump up on turn 3 with all your mana open. We're playing 4 Emberheart Challenger. It's a 2-mana 2/2 with haste and prowess, which again gets pumped up even if you're pumping something else, and Valiant, which is sort of like Heroic except it's spell or ability. So when it becomes a target of a spell or ability for the first time each turn, you exile the top card of your library until end of turn you can play that card. So this is a way to kind of be a reasonable, hasty, awesome, aggressive prowess creature that's really good with our pump spells, but also is extra good with our pump spells because we can dig through our deck and get through even more cards. Play Monastery Swiftspear, which you just have to play in pretty much every red-based aggressive deck. A 1-mana 1/2 with haste and prowess. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn when you cast a non-creature spell. Again, very good with all of our pump spells. And we're playing a Heartfire Hero, which is a 1/1 with Valiant. So whenever it becomes a target of spell or ability for the first time each turn, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So it's awesome to target with your pump spells. However, what makes it even better to target with our pump spells is when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. So, I mean, naturally, you know, we're putting counters on it. Your opponent finally answers it. It deals 3 or maybe 4 damage to the opponent when it dies. But it also counts the pump spells that we are slapping on it. So if we're able to give it trample, like with Monstrous Rage or Ancestral Anger or something like that, plus making its power much higher, it becomes really difficult to block properly. That being said, let's go through our pump spell suite. We have a Titan Strength, which is, I think it's really cool that this card's playable now. 1-mana instant, gives +3/+1 till end of turn, and you scry 1, so we can dig through our deck and have some card selection, and also gives 3 power. It's probably the worst of our pump spells, but it's very good. Monstrous Rage, which is so freaking good, is a 1-mana instant as well. Target creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn, and you create a Monster Roll token attached to it. Monster Roll gives +1/+1 and trample. But remember, it can only have have one roll at any given time, so multiple monstrous rages. Like I think of this card as also +3/+1 and trample, but the second monstrous rage on something that already has a monster roll token on it doesn't work. So you want to make sure you spread out your monster rolls if you have multiple monstrous rage. But great pump spell. Additionally gives trample, indefinite trample and +1/+1, triggering all of the crazy stuff from the creatures. And ancestral anger. Ancestral anger gets +X+O till end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named ancestral anger in your graveyard. Often this is just like a pump spell. It's sorcery, but it replaces itself and draws a card, and digging through our deck is really important. And very often it gives extra power, but notably it gives trample and always gives at least 1 power. So this card's very good. As far as utility cards go, we're playing a Claim to Fame. We can claim to return these creatures because people are going to side into a ton of removal against this deck. We can claim to return these creatures and keep doing our super aggressive stuff. And then we can Fame as Aftermath to give it not only at haste, but it also be a pump spell in and of itself, just like all of these. And Reckless Rage, being a 1 mana 4 damage to target creature you don't control and 2 damage to target creature you control, effectively becomes a 1 mana 4 damage to a creature you don't control, trigger Prowess, and often trigger Valiant on Emberheart Challenger, which Emberheart Challenger, the Prowess will go off first, which means it'll be dealt 2 damage, but it'll be 3 toughness by the time Reckless Rage goes through. We can trigger Valiant, be able to remove our opponent's creatures, and same thing with Heartfire Hero. If it already has a counter on it, we put a second counter on it with targeting it with Reckless Rage. It also works with Swift Spear because of the prowess thing. In the same sense, works with Dreadhorde Arcanist. Oh, I didn't actually talk about Dreadhorde Arcanist, whoops. But it's a great 1 mana removal spell. Dreadhorde Arcanist is pretty sweet. It's a 2 mana 1/3 with trample. Whenever Dreadhorde Arcanist attacks, you may cast target instant sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to Dreadhorde Arcanist's power from your graveyard. Oh, my camera didn't like that. It's okay. Dreadhorde Arcanist won't hurt you. From your graveyard without paying its mana cost, that spell you put in your graveyard, exile it instead. Look at all the 1 mana cards that we could cast, in our graveyard. Dreadhorde Arcanist is a little cute though, because we want to be just killing our opponent, and Dreadhorde Arcanist feels like sort of a plan B card, but a very powerful and a must answer plan B card. And then the creme de la creme of this deck is Callous Sellsword. Now, Callous Sellsword is a 2/2 creature, enters with a +1/+1 counter for each creature that died under your control this turn. That's fine. It's fine. If we're playing it as a creature, something's gone wrong, but it's fine. But really, we care about the adventure, Burn Together, where a target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to any other target, then sacrifice it. So the combo of this deck, like while it's playing a heroic-y prowess package, where you're pumping things up and trying to kill the opponent as fast as possible, it also has a combo where we're digging through our deck with Ancestral Anger and things like that, and Emberheart Challenger, to be able to hit a creature that we pump up with prowess triggers and valiant triggers, and with our pump spells to make it as big as possible, preferably with trample so it's difficult to block, hit our opponent, say for like 7 is a normal amount we hit our opponent for, and then burn together it. So it can be double digits, sometime over 20 damage all in one turn, because sometimes you'll have multiple creatures attacking that have prowess triggers and whatnot. Additionally, the most powerful creature to do this with is Heartfire Hero. So if we have Heartfire Hero, we pump it up with a few different things, get some valiant triggers, like say it gets to like 9 power or something like that. Actually, let's say it's even 7 power. Let's say it's not very pumped up. We attack with Heartfire Hero, we pump it up a whole bunch, we get those valiant triggers, we hit them for a whole bunch. Often if it's trample, we already talked about how difficult Heartfire Hero is to block. Hit them for like, let's say 7. Then we burn together with Heartfire Hero, deal another 7 damage because that's what his power would be. And then we trigger when Heartfire Hero dies, it deals damage equal to his power to each opponent, another 7 damage. So that combo, I mean, this combo is already good with creatures that we're pumping up with our pump spells and prowess and all that stuff, but also absolutely excellent with Heartfire Hero. Is disgusting. Also, notably, it says target creature you control. So the Valiants will trigger off of Heartfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger when you do that as well, and obviously as well as the prowess triggers. So that's how we're killing our opponents. A super aggressive pump spelly deck with an insane Fling combo. Now, as far as the sideboard goes, we're playing 4 Fatal Push for, especially since the new hotness, the mirror match and other aggressive strategies. It's important to remember when you think about sideboarding, I'll make another video about sideboarding. It's important to remember that when you sideboard with this deck, you can't dilute the deck too much. So you got to be really, really careful about sideboarding. Thoughtseize for decks with removal or board wipes or, you know, things we're afraid of, or Beza or stuff, whatever. Another Reckless Rage just for additional removal. Playing a Hazoret the Fervent for against decks that have a lot of interaction for us, and then we expect the games to go super long. That's a 4 mana 5 power haster with Indestructibles. 4 power 5 mana haster with Indestructible is just excellent. An additional Claim to Fame to bring more things back from the graveyard if we really need to against these removal spell heavy decks. An Obnixilis that we're probably bringing in against a lot of decks that we bring in Hazoret against, just as to diversify our threats, but also to have a more difficult thing to deal with than just like 1 mana and 2 mana creatures. Jegantha, because it is totally free in this deck, and then an Unlicensed Hearse for... Today we're going to look at how to sideboard with the new red-black aggro deck. I call it red-black Sly, that has been just tearing up Magic Online recently. Now, if you want an analysis of this deck, I did a deck tech on it last week. You should check that out. Today we're just going to be looking at how to sideboard against the top 10 most popular decks. Let's do it. So this is my red-black aggro list. It is pretty close to stock. And before we jump into the top 10 most popular decks, let's just talk about what each card in the sideboard is for. Fatal Push is for other aggro decks, especially since this deck is becoming so popular. Thoughtseize is against really removal heavy decks or board wipey decks. Reckless Rage is just another removal spell. It's especially good against decks where we would need to trigger Fatal Push to like have it do anything. Hazoret the Fervent is a diversification of our threats. It's really good against decks that are good at answering our creatures and decks that want to go really long, like Control or mid-range or whatever, to be able to just slam and have it be a difficult card to answer. Claim to Fame, we have 2 in the main deck, similar to us having 2 in the main deck of Reckless Rage. Claim to Fame is just one of those cards that's really good against removal heavy decks. We can return our very few creatures, because this is essentially a prowess deck, to the battlefield, and then its aftermath is a pump spell, like a decent pump spell, just like the rest of our deck. Obnixilis comes in similarly when you are bringing in Hazoret, except Obnixilis is also good against some aggro decks because it can gain life and creates a blocker. So it works on both sides of the axis, good against aggressive decks because it gains life and creates a blocker, and also very good against the really slow decks because it's a genuine diversification of threats. And Unlicensed Hearse is our graveyard hate. Jegantha is just being played as an 8th card in our opening hand because it's pretty free. And having as many threats as possible is pretty important. So, the most popular deck in Pioneer is the Mirror Match, which is Rakdos Aggro. Against Rakdos Aggro, we're bringing in the 4 Fatal Pushes, obviously. The 1 Reckless Rage, just as much removal as humanly possible. And we're just going to be siding out of a lot of our go long strategies. So I like bringing out the Claim to Fame. I like bringing out a few of the Callous Sellswords and bringing out the Dreadhorde Arcanist. The reason we bring out the Arcanist is really it's a card that is only good after your opponent exhausts everything and after you have a turn to attack with it once or twice. And I wouldn't rely on that in the Mirror Match. So I sideboard in the Mirror. The second most popular deck in Pioneer is It Phoenix. It Phoenix is a bit of a weird deck because it runs quite a bit of removal while at the same time being a pretty quick deck. So we can't dilute our strategy too much, but we have to stop them from being hyper aggressive and whatever. So we're going to be bringing in the 2 Unlicensed Hearse to keep them off the Arc-like Phoenix Nut, and also it's very good against Treasure Cruise. We also in post-board games are kind of forced to bring in Thoughtseize because 1, they have plenty of removal, we can protect our creatures with it, and on the other side, a lot of decks are running sideboard Anger of the Gods, which can just wreck us. I think our opponent's deck is a little too fast to bring in something like Hazoret or Obnixilis. And while our opponent's deck has blockers, I'm not really worried about the blockers. I'd rather just pump through them and, you know, just kill. So I'm actually going to be bringing out the Reckless Rage. I actually don't like the Callous Sellsword Fling combo against this deck because they have a lot of instant speed removal we have to be afraid of. Oh, I forgot to bring in that Claim to Fame. We like Claim to Fame a lot. And we're going to be taking out 2 Titan Strength, which I think is our worst pump spell as a whole. So this is how I sideboard against Is It Phoenix. Third most popular deck is Blue-White Control. Against Blue-White Control, we are obviously bringing in Thoughtseizes. We are bringing in our diversified threats in Hazoret and Ob Nixilis, and bringing in Claim to Fame, because a lot of Blue-White decks are now on Supreme Verdict. And you know, if something gets like just normal countered or whatever, we are obviously bringing out our removal. We're going to shave on the combo just a little bit because they can answer what we're doing pretty easily. And then we are going to shave, or cut entirely, I mean, our worst pump spell. This is how we sideboard against Blue-White Control. The fourth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. The red-black Sacrifice deck, the red-black Cats deck, is now playing a lot of Ygra Eater Evolve, which is really cool that splash is happening. Against Jund Sac, I found that the best way to attack it is to just kill as fast as humanly possible. They have removal spells, so we're going to be bringing in the Claim to Fame, and they are about setting stuff up, but I don't think we can afford to waste a turn by Thoughtseizing our opponents against this deck. However, I am a fan of diversifying our threats just a tad. Otherwise, I want to be all in. Even so, I'm going to be cutting our Reckless Rage because I don't care what they're doing. I don't care if they play a Bloodtithe Harvester or Mayhem Devil. Reckless Rage is really bad against Ygra, is pretty bad against Cauldron Familiar, etc., etc. And we're going to be shaving the Dreadhorde Arcanist because it dilutes kind of our main strategy, and we're just going to be all heckin' in. This is how I sideboard against Jund Sacrifice. The fifth most popular deck is Selesnya Angels, mostly as a response to this deck being, like, very good. Unfortunately, this deck has a pretty hard time triggering Fatal Push. So I don't like bringing in the Fatal Push, but Reckless Rage is an all-star against this deck. I'm also a big fan of Thoughtseize because we really have to stop them from gaining too much life. And otherwise, we have to be a super, super all-in aggro deck. Now, they aren't playing any removal to speak of. Some versions are playing like some Get Lost and Portable Holes in the sideboard. In any case, we're not a big fan of Claim to Fame, so we're going to be taking those out. However, that does make Dreadhorde Arcanist pretty good. And then besides that, we're going to be shaving some number of creatures. I like taking out 2 Emberheart Challenger. I think it's probably our worst creature unless we like actually capitalize on it like a lot. And we're going to be taking out an Ancestral Anger, mostly because it's sorcery speed, and it's really important that we kind of bait our opponents into blocking and are able to kind of blow them out with pump spells. And so, which makes Ancestral Anger a little bit worse against this deck. But this is how I sideboard against Selesnya Angels, which is probably a pretty bad matchup. The sixth most popular deck is Rakdos Midrange, which is coming back after the ban. Against Rakdos Midrange, we kind of have to treat them like a control deck. So we're going to be bringing in our Hazoret, our Ob Nixilis, our Claim to Fame. I'm also a fan of Thoughtseize because they're playing Massacre and Hidasugu in our sideboard. Both cards are crazy good against us. Bringing out Reckless Rage, I don't care about their creatures. I'm just going to pump through their creatures. However, they have plenty of instant speed removal, so I'm really afraid of our actually using our combo. So I like taking out Callous Sellsword. And in a similar vein, I don't really like Dreadhorde Arcanist. And we're just going to be shaving 1 Titan Strength because it's our worst pump spell. This is how I sideboard against Rakdos Midrange. Gruul Aggro is the 7th most popular deck in Pioneer. There's a couple different flavors of this. There's a Prowessy Gruul Aggro deck and a Burning Tree Gruul Aggro deck. Both versions we're going to sideboard the same against. Obviously, we're bringing in the Fatal Pushes. We're bringing in the Reckless Rage because the name of the game is just answering what our opponent is doing and then to do our thing. So we're bringing out Claim to Fame. They don't run a ton of removal. They play like a Play with Fire, and that's pretty much it. We're bringing out a Dreadhorde Arcanist because I'd rather just be super, super duper duper fast. And then I like shaving a single Titan Strength and a single Emberheart Challenger, and that is how we sideboard against Gruul Aggro. The 8th most popular deck is Nykthos, mono green, Nykthos Ramp, whatever you want to call it. Against this deck, we are bringing in as much removal as possible because taking out the elves is pretty important, as well as the Reckless Rage because it can actually take out a little bit more than the elves are trying to jam as hard as we can. They don't play any removal to speak of, besides some versions are playing Tail Swipe or the Might Side and Pick Your Poison for Slipshot Show Off, but we're bringing out the Claim to Fame. This is a matchup where the combo is going to shine a lot. And there's an argument for Thoughtseize, but I would rather be as proactive as possible in this matchup. That being said, we're going to shave on Emberheart Challenger and then shave 1 pump spell, and that's how we sideboard against Nykthos Ramp. The 9th most popular deck is Boros Convoke. Against Convoke, we're bringing in Fatal Push, obviously, and Reckless Rage, obviously, just as much removal as possible. And really the only removal spells they have are Case in the main deck, and a lot are playing Knockout Blow and Get Lost in the sideboard, and some are playing Portable Hole. So I'm actually a fan of Claim to Fame because you do eventually have to kill them, but just be really aware because you can play around knockout blow in this deck. That being said, not a fan of Dreadhorde Arcanists because they're pretty fast and we really have to be able to be killing them as fast as possible as well. You're going to be shaving some Emberheart Challenger because again, they're fast. We don't have a lot of time to get a lot of value off of Emberheart Challenger. And then we're going to be shaving some Titan Strength. That's how I sideboard against Boros Convoke. And the 10th most popular deck in Pioneer, and the final deck that we're going to talk about how to sideboard against, we are playing against Hidden Strings and bringing in Thoughtseize. And Hidden Strings is kind of a weird situation where they're trying to combo really fast too, but we also have to kind of stop what they're doing. So the way I like to play against this deck is just go actual all in while having some disruption with the Thoughtseize. The matchup doesn't go long enough to bring in Hezret or Obnixilis, so we're going to be bringing out some Claim to Fame. The big thing you have to be worried about this is 9 lives, so going wide is pretty important, but we're going to be bringing out the Dreadhorde Arcanist just because it's really hard to get value out of. And an Ancestral Anger because we don't really care about trample and that much. So that's a big reason why it makes it good. We get to draw a card, but I don't think we have enough time or we need to kill much faster. Then it'll make like the drawing the card relevant. And so this is how I sideboard against Hidden Strings. And today we're going to talk about flex slots in the new red-black aggro deck in Pioneer. Now the deck as a whole has been pretty figured out, but there are some flex slots that exist in this red-black aggro deck. By the way, if you'd like to learn about other parts of this red-black aggro deck, I have posted a deck tech and a sideboard guide previously on the channel. Be sure to check those out. But let's jump right into the not flex slots of the deck. These are the cards in the red-black deck that you can't really change. These are stock. So when you plan on making this deck or tuning this deck, these are the cards that really need to stay put, which if you look at the numbers at the top means that there are 5 flex slots in the main deck and 6 flex slots in the sideboard. So knowing that these are the cards that we're not going to touch, let's look at the flex slots. In those 5 slots, you can play any combination of 1 more Claim to Fame, that's the second Claim to Fame, Fatal Pushes 1 through 3, Ancestral Anger number 4, Reckless Rage 1 and 2, or a single Dreadhorde Arcanist. Now, each of these have different things that they're good against. Claim to Fame is, 1 black, you return target creature card, mana value 2 or less in your graveyard to the battlefield, which is very, very good against decks that have non-exile removal and decks that things might go kind of long because you can still put on the pressure and not have to run a worse creature than you're already running. And the Fame side, it's Aftermath, which means we cast it from graveyard after we cast Flame, is target creature gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn, which if we have a ton of mana, we can bring something back and give it haste. But again, it's mostly if you plan on playing against decks like Red Black Midrange or maybe the Mirror Match or something like that has non-exile removal, you might want to be playing Claim. Fatal Push is the best removal spell in Pioneer, bar none. It's 1 black instant, destroy target creature's mana value 2 or less. And then if we have Revolt, where if a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, we deal something with mana value 4 or less. Now this kills most things in the format, especially things that you care about since you're killing very, very quickly and are only worried about cheap stuff. But it's mostly good in our deck if we're playing against a lot of the Mirror Match or aggro decks or things like that, which is a good idea at this very moment because this deck is very popular. The 4th, Ancestral Anger. Ancestral Anger is just a pretty good pump spell if you want to be more all in on the primary plan rather than running this other kind of cute stuff in interaction, then you should be playing the 4th Ancestral Anger. The 2, Reckless Rage is an alternate to the Fatal Push. I think you should be running a maximum of 3 removal spells, minimum of 2 of any combination between Fatal Push and Reckless Rage. So if you're running the 3 Fatal Push, I would put you on 0 Reckless Rage. If you're running up the entire 2 Reckless Rage, I would be only on like 1 Fatal Push in the main deck. But Reckless Rage is an instant, deals 4 damage to target creature you don't control and 2 damage to target creature you control. When we do that, the cards in our deck don't really die when we do that because they either have prowess or maybe we've pumped them up with a monster token or another pump spell or something like that. So the reason we would play a card like this is for creatures that our opponent have that are 3 or 4 mana because it's kind of hard for us to trigger Revolt, but toughness 4 or less. So I'm thinking of cards like Graveyard Trespasser or Adeline or things like that. If you're going to be playing against a lot of decks with those creatures and you're more worried about that, then I would be playing Reckless Rage. If you plan on playing against a lot more like aggro, I'd be playing Fatal Push. And then the Dreadhorde Arcanist is a 1/3 with trample, and whenever it attacks, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to Dreadhorde Arcanist power from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. That spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. This card would be good against decks that the game's going to go long, that you're actually going to have a graveyard by the time you're attacking with Dreadhorde Arcanist, decks that Dreadhorde Arcanist is going to survive against. And so I would play the Dreadhorde Arcanist if you're a little worried about the interaction interrupting your first like push and want to reuse those cards in the graveyard because you know the game is going to go long. In the sideboard, we've already talked about Fatal Push. By the way, notice there are 5 total Fatal Push here. So obviously you're playing 3 Fatal Push in the main deck. You can play maximum of 1 in the sideboard. I feel like I shouldn't have to mention that, but I know I'm going to get a comment regarding it. But Fatal Push, very good against other aggressive decks, mostly. Feed the Swarms, 2 mana sorcery, destroy target creature or enchantment an opponent controls. You lose life equal to that permanent's mana value. This card's specifically very good against temporary lockdown, because temporary lockdown is just nutter butters against us, but also is decent against like other aggro decks or whatever. Where I talked about the value of Reckless Rage, and then you could play the, I guess, second or third Claim to Fame in the sideboard, where I talked about the value of Claim to Fame. So these are the flex slots in the deck right now. You pick 6 of these, so really just take 1 away because there are 7 options for these flex slots. And today we're going to kind of round out our talk about the red-black aggro deck that we've been looking at over the course of the past few weeks through deck tech, sideboard guides, flex slots, and things like that. Where this week we're going to talk about nuances with the deck, things that might not be super obvious when you're playing the deck. And the list is a little short. The deck is reasonably easy to play, but it's still really important to know about these things when you're playing red-black aggro. Now, first off, and this is something that I mentioned during the deck tech, but I would also consider it a nuance, is Burn Together, which is the adventure side of Callous Sellsword, and pump spells. So the whole point of the deck is attacking, getting through damage with a bunch of crazy pump spells like Titan Strength and Monster's Rage and things like that. And so when you attack and then have a big pump spell turn, your creature's going to be 8 to 10, 11, 12 power sometimes. And very often you can kill somebody from 20 by dealing combat damage and then casting Burn Together to fling that creature and deal damage equal to its power to your opponent. So understand you want to pair Burn Together with those pump spells. Now, the interesting part of this is that a lot of the creatures in the deck have prowess-esque abilities. So it could be literal prowess like Monastery Swiftspear or like super prowess like Slickshot Show Off. So it's often much more than the pump spell itself. Now, if you pair Burn Together with Heartfire Hero, when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to the opponent. So that kind of doubles up with Burn Together. So you attack with Heartfire Hero, pump it up a few times. It gets Valiant, I think, is the ability. It's basically heroic, but counts for abilities as well. If Valiant's, pump it up to really like kind of artificially big with the pump spells. And then if you Burn Together, it deals combat damage, it deals damage from Heartfire Hero's trigger, and it deals the Burn Together fling damage, which is really incredible, actually. Similar to the Burn Together with pump spells, you can also have a massive Obnixilis paired with pump spells. So Casualty isn't caring about the mana cost, Casualty cares about its power. So similarly to Burn Together, you can have a big turn where you attack for a whole bunch, pump once or twice, and then look at your 7 to 12 power creature and sack it to Obnixilis to have a massive Obnixilis and immediately be able to alt. And the last kind of difficult to know when to do it nuance is Slickshot Show Off to avoid sorcery speed removal. There's a lot of very good sorcery speed removal like Portable Hole or Temporary Lockdown or things like that. And if you plot Slickshot Show Off, especially if you're not going to be casting any instants or sorceries that turn, it's actually very often worth it to hemorrhage that 1 damage you would get because of haste that 1 turn, to just play Slickshot Show Off for free the following turn, and then have all your mana for pump spells that following turn. Now, the thing you need to be careful about, like when you do this thing, is High Noon, because when you cast something off of plot, that is still casting, and people are playing High Noon for Phoenix and for red-black aggro. And so if you plot a Slickshot Show Off and then your opponent High Noons, you're in a lot of trouble, because now you can't pump spell after you bring back Slickshot Show Off. So just be very aware of that when you plot and use that kind of nuance. So what this deck essentially is it is a Hate Bears deck, but not just a Hate Bears deck, but a Hate Bears deck that can sort of flood the field with these cards that are really annoying to play against. And all of the cards in the deck are very powerful and very annoying to play against. In addition to that, all these 2 and 3 drop, I would call Hate Bears. You're playing the 8 elves, Elvish Mystic and Llanowar elves, to ramp into these hate bears, and playing Collected Company so you can hit 2 at the same time. You know, look at the top 6 cards of your library, put 2 creature cards, mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield, and the rest of the bottom of your library in any order. So you're going to be ramping into them with Elvish Mystic, so you like double spell, and then eventually hit like Collected Company to put a bunch of them on the battlefield. So let's go over the hate bears. First off, we're playing 2 Kellen. Kellen's just another decent 1-drop where we create a map token, sometimes multiple map tokens. And on the other side, if we hit it with a Collected Company or just cast Kellen, whenever it attacks, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, mana value 3 or less, put it in your hand. Otherwise, you may put it in your graveyard. So like 35 cards in our deck, Kellen hits, which is awesome. We can't play too many because they're legendary, but is a great card advantage engine. We're playing 3 Thalia. Thalia really doesn't neuter ourselves at all besides Collecting Company, but we should have the mana, especially with our elves, and is very good against decks that cast a lot of non-creature spells. So it's a 2-mana 2/1 first strike. Non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast. And I'm playing a 1 of Voice of Resurgence. Very good against these decks that are trying to play at instant speed. As a 2-mana 2/2. Whenever an opponent casts a spell during your turn and when Voice of Resurgence dies, create a green-white elemental creature token with this creature's power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. So very good against decks that are attempting to kill your creatures, very good against decks that are attempting to play at instant speed like Blue Control. However, not super powerful against other decks, so we're just playing it as a 1 of. We're playing 3 Anointed Peacekeepers in the main deck. Anointed Peacekeeper is a 3-mana 3/3 with Vigilance. When it enters, look at an opponent's hand, so it gives you information, so that's awesome. And then you can choose any card name. So you get to see your opponent's hand. This is all a part of the same trigger. So your opponent won't be able to respond to you naming a card or looking at your hand or whatever. They have to do it before all of it happens. And spells your opponent casts with the chosen name cost 2 more. And activated abilities sourced with the chosen name cost 2 more to activate unless they're mana abilities. So this is just kind of like a worse but also better pithing needle. You get information, so you make sure that the card that you name is always relevant. And very good against decks that rely on certain cards. And frankly, very good against decks that are looking to kill your creatures. Like naming Fatal Push with this is just insane. Or really any card in your opponent's hand. Archon of Emeria, another just hate card, is a 3-mana 2/3 flying. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn, and non-basic lands your opponent control and are tapped. Both very, 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 very annoying. Mostly very good against Phoenix and combo decks because of that first line of text. And then the second line of text is good against like 90% of decks in Pioneer. Though remember, the first line of text affects you too, which is okay because a lot of things have flash or instant speed, like even Interrupter. It's a 3-mana 2/2 with flash and flying. When enters exile target spell, it becomes plotted, and spells your opponent casts from graveyards or exile cost 2 more to cast. So Aven Interrupter is kind of interesting because when something becomes plotted, it's exiled, which means it costs 2 more to cast. Yes, it's free, but it costs 2 more to cast. So Aven Interrupter is a really good, like, making your opponent sort of have a hitch in the get along, as we like to say in Maine. You can also hit it off of Collected Company to be able to, respond to something on the stack or whatever. Also, it exiles the spell on the stack. It doesn't counter, so it gets around uncounterable stuff like Supreme Verdict, for example. And then if you like Aven Interrupt or something and then Anointed Peacekeeper it costs 4 to cast from exile, which can be kind of tough. And multiple Aven Interrupters sort of stack with themselves. They all make things in exile cost 2 more to cast. Enduring Innocence is sort of the bread and butter of the deck. It is a 3-mana 2/1 with lifelink. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control power 2 or less enter, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. And like every Enduring enchantment creature, when it dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control, except it's an enchantment and not a creature. This is very good because it triggers off of every single card in our deck besides Anointed Peacekeeper. And so it just becomes an insane card advantage engine that is not legendary. So you can have multiple. They're really, really hard to deal with because they keep coming back. And this is what makes the deck really overwhelming. You're hating out your opponent. You're drawing a ton of cards. You're getting a ridiculous amount of value off of Enduring Innocence. Playing for Skyclave Apparition is a 3-mana 2/2. When it enters, exile up to 1 target non-land, non-token permanent you don't control, mana value 4 or less. And when it leaves the battlefield, the exile card's owner creates an XX Blue Illusion creature token where X is the mana value of the exiled card. Just a very good removal spell, which we need that. It doesn't care if it's a creature or not, which is also awesome. Also, something very relevant, which I'll probably mention in my nuances video for this deck, the getting the spirit and exiling something are 2 different lines of text. So if this thing dies in response to the first line, they don't get a spirit, or they get a 0/0 because nothing is exiled with Skyclave Apparition when it dies. Playing 2 Werefox Bodyguard, another thing with flash, so we can play instant speed, again playing around Archon really well, is a 3-mana 2/2 with flash. When it enters, exile up to one other target non-fox creature token until Werefox Bodyguard leaves the battlefield, and you can sacrifice it to gain 2 life like a food. So just another removal spell, just so we can keep jamming in and attacking and end the game as fast as possible. And then we've already talked about Collected Company being able to hit 2 of any of these creatures at any point, which is just so good. You might have noticed in the main deck that there's a lot of double white, which is kind of a nombo with our mana dorks, but that's okay because every single one of our lands can produce white. The only time it kind of, is not good is when we have a multiple branch loft pathway hand and we have to play it on the green side to play our Llanowar Elves, and then we can't really cast these double white things. But pretty much everything else, as long as we can cast Llanowar Elves on 1, we will have the double white on turn 2. So that's something that comes up once in a great while, but is not super relevant. As far as the sideboard goes, we're playing 2 Portable Hull. Portable, very good against decks with mana dorks like the Mirror Match. Also very good against, aggressive decks, or if there's literally any permanent that costs 2 or less that, the deck revolves around, Artist Talent, whatever. 2 Unlicensed Hurts for our Graveyard Hate. Dromoka's Command is a very diverse card, mostly just a really good instant speed removal spell. Really good against cards like Anger of the Gods or Brotherhood's End, which is pretty good against us because we can prevent the damage instant sorcery would deal. Deals with enchantment. It's just super diverse with things that it does. Voice of Resurgence, we've already talked about. Anointed Peacekeeper, we've already talked about. We're playing 3 Brutal Cathar, sort of as Werefox Bodyguard, 5 through 7. Being able to exile creatures is just very powerful. There's just a little bit worse because it doesn't have flash and doesn't play well with Archon. We're playing Elite Spellbinder, which is a 3-mana 3/1 with flying. When it enters, look at target opponent's hand, may exile a non-land card from it for as long as the card remains in exile. Its owner may play it. A spell played this way costs 2 more to cast, which, by the way, since it's exiled, combos with Aven Interrupter. So like if you exile something with Elite Spellbinder, Aven Interrupter, something else, that original thing exiled with Elite Spellbinder costs 4 more to cast, which is just disgusting. Can combo with multiple Aven Interrupters or even Anointed Peacekeeper. Just very good. Great hand hate against decks with cards that can kind of destroy us, like Supreme Verdict and whatnot. Werefox Bodyguard, we've already talked about. This is for Fox Bodyguard 3 and 4, so against creatures. And then Wandering Emperor, as a Planeswalker, really good against aggressive decks, being able to exile and gain 2 life, but also solid against decks that have difficulty dealing with Planeswalkers. The most popular deck in Pioneer is Izzet Phoenix. Against Izzet Phoenix, we are obviously bringing in the Graveyard Hate and Unlicensed Hearse. Voice of Resurgence is excellent because it makes them play things at sorcery speed. I'm a big fan of Dromoka's Command, mostly to deal with the Artist Talent. And I like Wandering Emperor because it gives us a chance to fight them a little bit more at instant speed. Gives us another 4-mana thing to maybe bait a counterspell over with Collected Company and then untap and actually Collected Company. And exiling Phoenixes just feels really great. Werefox Bodyguard is not very good. There's not a lot of creatures to exile, and they run a ton of removal to be able to get their stuff back. And we're going to cut Anointed Peacekeeper because there's nothing we can really name. There's no activated abilities that we really care about. So this is how I sideboard with Izzet Phoenix. The second most popular deck is Rakdos Midrange. Against Rakdos Midrange, we're going to be just bringing in a bunch of value cards and trying to make our deck more value centric. I like Wandering Emperor. I like Dromoka's Command, being able to deal with like Fable the Mirrorbreaker and also just as a removal spell. I like Voice of Resurgence just because it's a little difficult for them to deal with it. I'm a big fan of Elite Spellbinder just to kind of hate bear them out a little bit more. And we're going to be shaving Werefox Bodyguard. They just have too many removal spells similar to Izzet Phoenix, for us to realistically be able to cast be able to play that spell and have it live. And then we're bringing in Anointed Peacekeepers, again, because there's no real activated abilities we care about, and that's it. So this is how I sideboard against Rakdos Midrange. The third most popular deck is Rakdos Prowess. Against Rakdos Prowess, we are bringing in our removal. The Portable Hulls are excellent. We're bringing in the Brutal Cathars. If we're bringing in Brutal Cathar, we're bringing in the Werefox Bodyguard because that's just a little better. I'm a fan of the Wandering Emperor because it's removal and gains life. And then Dromoka's Command, again, mostly because it's removal. And we're going to be bringing out cards that are hard to make good, like Anointed Peacekeeper. We're going to be bringing out Aven Interrupter. We're going to be bringing out the single Voice of Resurgence. And I just like bringing out a single Kellen. It's a fine blocker, but there's too much trample. And so I want all of my cards to be actual hate bears. So it's sideboard against Rakdos Aggro. The fourth most popular deck is the mirror match. In the mirror match, we are bringing in our non-portable removal in Brutal Cathar and Werefox Bodyguard. I'm a fan of Dromoka's Command just as removal and make my creatures a little bit bigger, and I like Wandering Emperor to be able to deal with their creatures. There's a lot of hate cards in our deck that just don't do anything because we play it as well. So we're bringing out the Archon of Emeria, and we're bringing out the Thalia. Now, if we had more cards we'd want to bring in or out, I just like doing this and splitting the Anointed Peacekeeper and the Voice of Resurgence, but there's probably an argument for also bringing out the Voice of Resurgence and bringing in the last Anointed Peacekeeper. You know, if you're able to name like Collected Company or Aven Interrupter off of your opponent, it's just so powerful. So it might be this, it might be just don't bother touching these and split it. But this is how I sideboard in the mirror match. The fifth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. Portable Hull is pretty good against Jund Sacrifice. Anointed Peacekeeper is excellent. There's a lot of activated abilities in this. I'm a fan of Dromoka's Command for the enchantment hate. Voice of Resurgence just because it's reasonably difficult to deal with for our opponent's deck. And I like bringing out Werefox Bodyguard just because it's just not realistic to expect it to survive against this deck. And I don't feel like Archon of Emeria is actually that good. It's fine, so we're going to keep one in, but this is how I sideboard against Jund Sac. The sixth most popular deck is Blue-White Control. Anointed Peacekeeper is great for the board wipes. Elite Spellbinder, great for the board wipes. Voice of Resurgence, great for the board wipes. Wandering Emperor, great for the board wipes. And we're just going to be bringing out some amount of our removal. I think it's some amount of Skyclave Apparition and Archon of Emeria because I don't think they actually do anything in this matchup. I think Archon is a little bit worse because Skyclave can at least hit like a Wandering Emperor or something. So this is how I sideboard against Blue-White Control. The seventh most popular deck is Mardu Greasefang. Against Mardu Greasefang, Anointed Peacekeeper is good because Crew is an activated ability. Elite Spellbinder is actually kind of cute because you're able to like take a vehicle out of your opponent's hand, and if it's something like a Parhelion, it just means it's totally out of the game, it's over. And Dromoka's Command, just as instant speed removal, I think is powerful as well. We're bringing out Voice of Resurgence. While it's effectively a Mardu mid-range deck, besides the combo, they don't play at instant speed that often, so I'm not super worried about it. Archon of Emeria, for the most part, doesn't really do anything, so I like taking that completely out. And I like filling this last slot with Werefox Bodyguard, just because like that instant speed remove is kind of interesting if you're able to like hit Parhelion in combat before attacks, and it's just cool. Or hit the Greasefang before combat. That actually makes way more sense, but you know, the instant speed is just powerful. So that's how I sideboard against Mardu Greasefang. The eighth most popular deck is Mono Black Midrange. Against Mono Black Midrange, we're just bringing in the value cards. You know, Voice of Resurgence, Wandering Emperor are the things we like super-duper want. I'm a fan of Dromoka's Command to be able to deal with Unholy Annex and just as like a removal spell. And we're going to be cutting Werefox Bodyguard and shaving on Anointed Peacekeeper in the size sideboard against Mono Black. The ninth most popular deck is Enigmatic Incarnation. Against this deck, all the hate possible. So Dromoka's Command, Elite Spellbinder, and Anointed Peacekeeper are the cards I really want. I also want some number of Werefox Bodyguard and Brutal Cathar, but we should take out the cards that are just bad, like Archon of Emeria. Voice of Resurgence doesn't do anything to speak of, and so because we have one more card we want to bring in, we just bring in another Werefox Bodyguard, and I like to sideboard like this against Enigmatic Incarnation. And the 10th most popular deck is Lotus Field, also known as Hidden Strings Combo. Anointed Peacekeeper, Elite Spellbinder. Unlicensed Hearse is also pretty decent. We're going to be taking out our creature removal and things that don't really do anything, like shaving down a Skyclave Apparition as well, in the size sideboard against Lotus. So these are the cards I would say are stock. These are the cards that I really feel like you need to play. And so these 55 cards in the main deck and these 6 cards in the sideboard, which means there are 5 flex slots in the main deck and 9 flex slots in the sideboard. So what can we play in those slots? So these are the options for those slots. Let's talk about them. You could play the 4th Llanowar Elves to make the 8th 1 mana dorks to be able to ramp your stuff out faster. A single Voice of Resurgence, which is very good against these like mid-range strategies and decks that are looking to play on our turn or counter our spells. Anointed Peacekeeper has recently fallen out of favor. 3 of them used to be stock in the main deck, but people started moving away from it. is the 3/3 with Vigilance. As it enters, look at an opponent's hand, then choose any card name. Spells your opponent casts with the chosen name cost 2 more to cast. Activated abilities of sources of the chosen name cost 2 more to activate unless they're mana abilities. This is really good against combo decks or decks with board wipes. It slows down their combo because they have to pay more for certain cards. Also allows us to possibly kill our opponent a little bit faster. It is especially good alongside the Aven that plots things, because you can just name that card and have it cost even more. Outside of it, Eldrazi Displacer is an interesting card. It's a 3-mana 3/3 with the Void, and we can pay 3 mana, one of those mana being a waste mana to exile another target creature, then return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. This is very good alongside all of the enter the battlefield effects in the deck, especially alongside, again, that Aven. We can just plot everything our opponent casts and the game's just kind of over. Or we can play the 3rd Werefox Bodyguard in the main deck, which is just really decent removal. As far as the sideboard goes, excuse me. So you want to select 5 of these cards to play in those slots. And as far as the sideboard goes, we have 16 cards we could play in 9 slots. You play the 3rd Portable Hole, which is very good against these aggressive decks. A Cathar Commando, which is artifact and enchantment hate that you can grab off of Collected Company. It's also decently sized for a 2-mana creature. 2 Anointed Peacekeeper. Again, you'd play it in the sideboard for the same reasons you might play 3 in the main deck. Brutal Cathar, if you want more removal. Elite Spellbinder is a really interesting card. It's a 3-mana 3/1 flying. When it enters, look at the target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it. For as long as the card remains exiled, the owner may play it. A spell cast display costs 2 more to cast. So this is more hate out of our opponent's hand, just like a hate bear card, but it's also really good, again, alongside another Peacekeeper. We can make it cost even more, and it's extra good alongside, where's the card? Aven Interrupter. Because Aven Interrupter says spells your opponent casts from graveyards or exile costs 2 more to cast. So if we have an Aven Interrupter on the battlefield, we cast Elite Spellbinder, that card that is exiled from our opponent's hands now costs 4 to cast, or 4 more if we actually exiled it with Elite Spellbinder. Werefox Bodyguard, again, more removal. Gideon Ally of Zendikar is very good if we are playing against a lot of control or against a lot of mid-range that we just need value against. Similar thing to the Wandering Emperor, especially since we can play it on our opponent's turn and threaten Wandering Emperor and Collected Company on our opponent's turn. It's also decent against these aggressive decks because exiling tap creature gain 2 life. Back to Nature, I feel, is a little redundant because I think this deck has a really good matchup against Enigmatic already, as an Enigmatic player myself, but it's just really, really good against the Enigmatic deck. Destroy all enchantments. Also has some corner case applications to some tier 3 decks. Dromoka's Command is 2-mana instant. Choose 2, prevent all damage target instant sorcery spell would deal this turn. Target player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice. Put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature, or a target creature you control fights a target creature you don't control. This is removal, decent enchantment hate, decent like burn hate. It's just really, really diverse. And then Night of Autumn, we would mostly put in our sideboard for aggressive decks in the gain 4 life and destroy an artifact or enchantment. Just hate that we can grab with Collected Company. So again, you're going to be selecting 5 of these 8 cards to be playing in your main deck, and 9 of these 16 cards to put in your sideboard to join these 55 cards in the main deck and these 6 cards in the sideboard. And then you have built your customized Selesnya Company deck. First off is Aven Interrupter comboing with Elite Spellbinder. Aven Interrupter does its effectively counterspell thing. It exiles a spell from the stack, but then it says spells that are cast from exile cost 2 more to cast, which means by itself, the thing that is plotted from the stack now costs 2 to cast from plot. That's decent, and it like combos with more Aven Interrupters and whatnot, but Elite Spellbinder also exiles a card from the hand, and they can cast it, though it costs 2 more to cast. Aven Interrupter increases the tax on that even further. And a little less of like a direct combo, but you can follow that up with Anointed Peacekeeper to increase the tax on casting that thing from exile even more, just to really make sure that spell is just never ever cast. And there's really only 2 other major nuances that aren't super obvious, and they both have to do with Eldrazi Displacer. A lot of versions are playing 2 Eldrazi Displacer now, but remember, Eldrazi Displacer can blink creatures so that they can't be removed by spot removal. It also combos with Enter the Battlefield effects, including Enduring Innocence. So you can bounce something that would trigger an Enduring Innocence, and it triggers Enduring Innocence again, as well as like Aven Interrupter, which means that, you know, you can continue plotting spells that are on the stack, etc., etc. It also has a really neat interaction with Skyclave Apparition. Skyclave Apparition is worded like the old like O-Ring effect cards, where the exiling of something and what happens when Skyclave Apparition leaves the battlefield are 2 entirely different triggers. They are not a part of the same trigger. Which means if you play a Skyclave Apparition, target something to exile, you can bounce Eldrazi Displacer in response to the trigger. The second trigger will happen, but it has not yet exiled anything so that your opponent doesn't get a spirit. And then when it re-enters, you can exile a new thing. Now that first thing is still exiled, but there is no Skyclave Apparition that did exile it on the battlefield anymore. So it is just gone forever. And now it's that second thing that is exiled with Skyclave Apparition underneath, you know, the same one. You need a lot of mana to be able to do this, but it's still really important to understand, like, how insane that combo is. This is Niv-to-Light in Pioneer. Now notice it's a Yorion deck. I think that's the first thing to point out. So it's running 80 cards in the main deck, and that's totally okay. Mostly because we have quite a few cards that can capitalize on Yorion, you know, being blinked, but also we want a lot of options to be able to grab with Bring to Light, which is the first card I wanted to point out. So this is effectively a mid-range, I play better cards than you deck that is trying to capitalize on Bring to Light. So Bring to Light is a 5 mana with Converge, basically meaning that if it does something better, the more colors you use to cast it. So search your library for a creature, instant, or sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast the spell. Exile that card, then shuffle. You may cast the card without paying this mana cost. So we're a 5-color deck. So the idea is we normally Bring to Light for 5. We can do it for 4. Oh, hi, kitty. And then we can toolbox pretty much our entire deck, barring the enchantments, which is why we're running so many one-ofs. Now, on top of that, we also have a few value grabs. The primary value grab of this, which affects our deck building, is Niv-Mizzet Reborn. So we can either just cast Niv-Mizzet Reborn or Bring to Light for it. And it's a 6/6 with flying. When Niv-Mizzet Reborn enters, reveal the top 10 cards of your library. For each color pair, choose a card that's exactly those colors from among them. Put the chosen card into your hand and the rest at the bottom of your library in a random order. So the reason this influences deck building is because we want to play a bunch of different color pairs, basically just like every guild. So we need black-blue cards, black-white cards, black-green cards, green-white cards, red-white cards, all of that stuff, so we can grab them with Niv-Mizzet. And so we're running a bunch of one-ofs in a ton of different color pairs, as you can see right here, to not only be a toolbox for Bring to Light, but also like as a Niv-Mizzet target. We also have a bunch of other Niv-Mizzet targets right here, but they're not one-ofs, so we don't necessarily need a toolbox for them, but I think we should talk about them right now anyway. So as far as the non-one-of color pairs, we're playing Lightning Helix, deal 3 damage, gain 3 life, just very good. Again, also grabbable with Niv-Mizzet because it's a Boros color pair. Pillage the Bog, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is twice the number of lands you control, which we end up with a lot of lands in this deck if things go okay. Put one in your hand, the rest of the bottom of your library random order. Very often this like ends up being a tutor. You can also plot it if you don't need a card right now but want one later on. And you can search more lands. Abrupt Decay, spell can't be countered. Destroy target non-land permanent, mana value 3 or less. Just a very good Golgari target. And Vanishing Verse, which has gained a lot of stock recently. It is an Orzhov target, exile target monocolored permanent. So these cards are already like pretty good, but we aren't playing them as a one-of, so we don't necessarily need a toolbox for them. Sometimes we'll grab them and Bring to Light, but it's pretty rare. As far as the toolbox cards that are also a bunch of different guilds that we can grab with Niv-Mizzet Reborn, we're playing Hostage Taker, 4 mana 2/3. When Hostage Taker enters, exile another target creature or artifact until Hostage Taker leaves the battlefield. You may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled and spend mana of any type. It can be spent to cast that spell. Sorry, my brain farted for a second. So it's really good if your opponent has powerful creatures that you want to steal and answer. Alenda, Saint of Dust, which are also playing one in the sideboard, fun fact, is a 4 mana 4/4 with Hexproof and Lifelink from, with Hexproof from instance and Lifelink. So I thought a cat was throwing up or something, distracted me. As long as your life total is greater than your starting life total, Alenda gets +1/+1 and has Menace. Alenda gets an additional +5/+5 as long as your life total is 10 greater than your starting life total. And this is kind of easy to do alongside Night of Autumn or Omnath, you know, gaining life. It's just very good against, you know, both aggressive decks, especially since it's hard to answer with the Hexproof from instance. Night of Autumn is just a really good toolbox card. Put 2 +1/+ encounters on it if you just want a big person. Destroy artifact or enchantment or gain 4 life. Deafening Clarion, great board wipe, especially against aggressive decks because you can like have your creatures gain lifelink and also gain a bunch of life alongside it, 3 damage to each creatures. Maelstrom Pulse, a Golgari target non-land permanent and all other permanents of the same name or it destroys them. Coolgon's Command is another great toolbox card, and it's a Rakdos target. You can choose 2, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Target player discards a card, destroy target enchantment, or deals 2 damage to any target. Again, really, really good toolbox card. Main deck Artifact Hate can bring creatures back if it's a big grindy matchup. Unmoored Ego is an extraction effect, is a Dimir target. Choose a card name, search target opponent's graveyard, hand, and library for up to 4 cards with that name and exile them. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card exiled from your hand this way. So it's really good against like these combo decks or decks that there's a certain card that is really, really good against us. So these are all the targets for that value grab of Niv-Mizzet Reborn, which can end up just being like, I spend 5 mana on Bring to Light, I get a 6/6 flyer, and I put 4 cards in my hand is like a really common thing that happens in the deck. In addition to that, another value grab up of Bring to Light is Valki. Even though the opposite side of Valki is 7 mana, you can actually grab Valki with Bring to Light and then cast the 7 mana side for free. So it's a great value planeswalker, Tibalt Cosmic Imposter. Another value grab is Niv-Mizzet Supreme. Flying Hexproof and monocolored, already like pretty good. Each instant sorcery card in your graveyard, that's exactly 2 colors, has Jumpstart. So this is really good as a value grab. If you've already cast a bunch of these cards specifically, and you're in the deep late game, have a bunch of cards and want to cast them again. And then as a toolbox card, we have Sunfall. So this we obviously can't grab this with Niv-Mizzet, but we can grab it with Bring to Light. Exile all creatures, incubate X or X the number of creatures exiled this way. It's just a really good board wipe. Essentially means we can play 5 with Bring to Light and the 1 Sunfall without diluting our deck too much. The rest of this is like kind of just a mid-range plan. Up the Beanstalk capitalizes on all of these cards that we're casting with mana value 5 or greater, whether it be Leyline Binding that we can cast for 1 mana, but it counts as 5 or greater. The Niv-Mizzets, fun fact with the Bring to Lights, you can cast Bring to Light, trigger up the Beanstalk, and then if you grab something that costs 5 or greater, you know, whether it be Tibalt or Niv-Mizzet or whatever, it triggers up the Beanstalk again. Just super powerful. Sylvan Caryatid, 2 mana, 0/3, Defender Hexproof, add 1 mana of any color. It's really good because it ramps us, it can't be killed, and it also fixes our colors since we're like a 5-color deck that is running 80 cards, so colors can be awkward sometimes. Fibula Mirrorbreaker is just your amazing mid-range card. It's first chapter, create a 2/2 red goblin shaman creature token with whenever this creature attacks, create a treasure token. Second chapter, discard up to 2 cards. If you do draw that many cards. And third chapter, exile the saga, then return to the battlefield transformed under your control. Its opposite side is Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. You can pay 1 mana and tap it to create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary creature you control, except it has haste, and then you sacrifice it again in a send step and is a 2/2. Card's just amazing. You know, it feels like 3 to 4 cards in one. And so you have to play it like as a part of a mid-range package. We're playing Leyline Binding as domain, or costs 1 less for each basic land type you control. We often have 5 basic land types, so it very often costs 1. It has flash and it's an O-ring effect. Also triggers up the Beanstalk when we play it. So it's just like a really good combo alongside it, and it answers everything. And then Omnath, which I guess it could be a value grab off of Bring to Light if we really wanted to. But Omnath is a 4 mana 4/4. Whenever it enters, draw a card, so it's really good to bounce with Yorion. And whenever a land you control enters for the first time, gain 4 life. For the second time, get 1 of each color besides black. And for the third time, it deals 4 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker you don't control. This is really, really good alongside just like plain lands because you gain life, also combos with Lolenda. And then also it's really good off of Fable Passage because you can like on turn 5 or whatever, play Omnath, play Fabled Passage, trigger Omnath, gain 4, and then crack Fabled Passage. I get 4 mana, and you can kind of almost like double spell on a turn you shouldn't be able to double spell these powerful cards. So that is the main deck. That's the overall strategy. Your toolbox in your deck, you're just playing better cards than your opponent, and you're going for it. As far as the sideboard goes, we kind of have to specialize. Fatal Push is very powerful against these aggressive decks, because aggressive decks are pretty good against us. Rest in peace for Graveyard Hate. Dovin's Veto to be able to protect our combo and protect a Bring to Light. Good against counterspell decks and Treasure Cruise decks and whatnot. Camball is a 3 mana 2/3. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, that player loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. Really good against combo decks, really good against Phoenix. Deafening Clarion just for additional cheap board wipe. Another Alenda, again, because aggressive decks are rugged and having these life linkers that are nearly impossible to be dealt with is very powerful. Yasharm Implacable Earth is a 4 mana 4/4 Selesnya grab, by the way. When Yasharm enters, search your library for a basic forest card and a basic plains card. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, then shuffle. Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents to cast spells or activate abilities. This is mostly for Junsack, as it stops the combo but it can be good against other things. I've already talked about why Yorion's good and why we're playing Yorion. And we're playing a Casualties of War, which is a Golgari grab. Choose one or more, destroy target artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker, and you can choose all of them. This is just a very good mid-range card, and again, we can grab it with Niv Mizzet. This is the Niv to Light deck, and let's talk about the sideboard and the role of these cards in the sideboard. Fatal Push for these aggressive decks, and just like these very, very good removal. Rest in Peace or Graveyard Hate. Dovin's Veto for fighting things on the stack, whether it be combo or their counter magic. Cannonball, very good against non-creature spells. Deafening Clarion for board wipes and these aggressive decks. Same thing with Elenda, Saint of Dusk. Yasharn, mostly for Jund Sack, but also against some other things. Yorion, because we're a Yorion deck, and this deck very much benefits off of being able to bounce things. And Casualties of War as like sort of a mid-range card. That being said, the most popular deck in Pioneer is Rakdos Midrange. Against Rakdos Midrange, we are bringing in our Fatal Pushes, also like the Casualties of War, just because it's like, and anything that is like I play it and I feel like I just win, I want against Rakdos Midrange for sure. Unmoored Ego can hit the bench. Deafening Clarion can hit the bench. Elenda can hit the bench, though I can see keeping an Elenda in. I think that would be like fine. Shave on Sylvan Caryatid, and I'm shaving on the Niv Mizzet Supreme. There's no real point. We have enough value in our deck, and that's how I sideboard against Rakdos Midrange. The second most popular deck in Pioneer is Izzet Phoenix, which is a bit of a tough matchup, to be totally real with you. Against Izzet Phoenix, we are bringing in Rest in Peace. We're bringing in Dovin's Veto. We're bringing in Cannonball. And I'm actually a fan of Elenda because it's very hard for the Izzet Phoenix deck to answer Elenda because most of the removal is just instants because they play at instant speed and we can kind of race them. We're going to be bringing out our Lightning Helixes because removal like that just isn't very good. Bringing out Deafening Clarion and Kolaghan's Command. We just got to like streamline a little bit more. Bringing out our Omnaths, and that's how I sideboard against Phoenix. The third most popular deck is Rakdos Prowess. Against Rakdos Prowess, we are obviously bringing in our Fatal Pushes. We are bringing in Deafening Clarion, bringing in Elenda, and we're bringing out things that either require work or don't affect the board immediately. So we're taking out Unmoored Ego. We're taking out that other Niv Mizzet that requires a little bit more work. Taking out Pillage the Bog. I'm a fan of taking out Kolaghan's Command. And then shaving the second Niv Mizzet as well. Just using this as a Bring to Light threat is totally fine. So it's how I sideboard against Rakdos aggro. The fourth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. Against Jund Sac, I like Rest in Peace because it sort of stops their combo. Yasharn also stops their combo. Casualties of War is very good against kind of clearing things up. And Elenda allows us to race and stops them from nickel and diming us. Gonna be taking out Kolaghan's Command. Also not a giant fan of Pillage the Bog. And I like shaving on some Up the Beanstalks because very often it's not about cards against this deck. And so I sideboard against Jund Sac. The fifth most popular deck is the Mirror Match. It is Niv to Light. So we're bringing in Dovin's Veto just so we can fight the Mirror Match a bit on the stack. And we are bringing out Deafening Clarion and a Sylvan Caryatid, and that's how I sideboard in the mirror. The sixth most popular deck is Selesnya Company. Now against Selesnya Company, I actually do like Dovin's Veto because it allows us to like stop the company, which is very, very important, even though they're mostly creatures. I understand that. I like Deafening Clarion. Fatal Push I'm not a big fan of because it's really hard for us to trigger Revolt on it, and most of their cards are 3-drops that we care about. Gonna be bringing out Unmoored Ego. We really just need things that affect the board as much as possible. Bringing out Kolaghan's Command because it's mostly for slower decks. And we're gonna be shaving on Pillage the Bog, and that's how I sideboard against Selesnya Company. The seventh most popular deck is Lotus Field. Hidden Strings, whatever you want to call it. Obviously we're bringing in Dovin's Veto. We're bringing in Cannonball because it can kind of get there and make comboing a little bit harder for them. And we are bringing out Deafening Clarion. We are bringing out a Sunfall. We're bringing out a Hostage Shaker and an Abrupt Decay, and that's how I sideboard against Lotus Field. The eighth most popular deck is 5-color Enigmatic Incarnation. We're bringing in our Dovin's Vetoes, and we're bringing in a Casualties of War. We're going to be bringing out our Deafening Clarion, and I'm not a giant fan of Lightning Helix. That's how I sideboard against 5-color Enigmatic. The ninth most popular deck is the Gruul aggro deck. Going Screw Aggro, we're going to do stuff very, very similar to the Heroic deck. We're bringing in all of our Fatal Pushes. We're bringing in Deafening Clarion and Elenda. And then we are bringing out things that don't directly affect the board, like Unmoored Ego. We're shaving off of these Niv Mizzets. We're taking out Kolaghan's Command and cutting down on Pillage the Bog. And that's how we sideboard against the Gruul Aggro deck. The 10th most popular deck is Azorius Control. Against Azorius Control, we're bringing in Dovin's Veto, we're bringing in Camball, and we are taking out Unmoored Ego, we're taking out Sunfall, we're taking out Hostage Taker, and we are taking out Deafening Clarion. That's how we sideboard against Azorius Control. These are the not flex slots in Niv to Light. If you want to see the whole deck, I posted a deck tech and sideboard guide the past few weeks. You should check those out. These are non-flex slots. Of the 80 cards in the main deck, there are 17 flex slots, so only 63 cards that are not flex. And of the 15 cards in the sideboard, there are only 4 non-flex slots, so you need 11 cards to fill those slots. These are the stock cards. Everything else is up to what you decide. So the cool part about this is that there's a lot of ways to tune your deck to be able to beat different metagames. The hard part about this is it's really hard to pick up a 75 and expect it to win if you don't really know, or I'm sorry, a 95 and expect it to win if you don't really know what's going on. But the point of this video is to help you build your own Niv to Light deck. So take these cards, and then you're going to be combining them with these cards. So of the 17 cards in the main deck, you can pick from these 31 cards. And for the 11 cards in the sideboard, you can pick from these 26 cards. So let's talk about them. So we're going to start with, not necessarily in order, but Sylvan Caryatid and Ancient Cornucopia. Some decks are playing like 4 Sylvan Caryatid and either 0 or 1 Ancient Cornucopia. Some decks are playing 4 Ancient Cornucopia and no Sylvan Caryatid. So you kind of have to play one or the other. I guess a combination would be fine. I've just never really seen it. But your first step in building your own deck is selecting which of these you would like. Sylvan Caryatid, you can get out earlier and ramp earlier, where Ancient Cornucopia can be answered a little bit easier in it being an artifact, but it allows you to kind of gain life and stay in the game if the game goes long. Dovin's Veto allows us to fight against counter magic and other powerful things and fight it on the stack. Especially since it gets to like stop, you know, Dovin's Veto. It's awesome. No More Lies does a similar thing, but it can be anything. Abrupt Decay, an uncounterable, destroy non-land permanent mana value 3 or less. This is really good against some hate cards against us. Solid against ward triggers, etc., etc. Fable of Mirror Breaker has become effect slot. People are either playing 4 or 0 Fable of the Mirror Breaker. This card is just an incredible mid-range card and allows the deck to stand on its own without doing its thing and running too many one-ofs and add some consistency. The thing is, playing Fable of Mirror Breaker doesn't really add to what the deck is trying to do besides discarding cards that you don't need, ramping and just providing, you know, a mid-range threat. You'll notice that the rest of these are all one-ofs, maybe like 1/2 of an Omnath. The reason you're playing a lot of these one-ofs is to grab with Bring to Light or to collect with Niv Mizzet. And so Niv Mizzet wants a bunch of different color combinations, like 2 color combinations. So keep that in mind when you select them. You want a bunch of different ones and understand what you might want to tutor out with Bring to Light. So there's a lot of really tough decisions to be made. So you would play Unmoored Ego if you think you're going to be playing against a lot of decks that rely on one card or combo decks or whatnot. Kolaghan's Command is a great mid-range card, good main deck artifact hate, allowing you to return creatures to your hand, destroying artifacts, and then discarding and dealing 2 damage is like fine. Maelstrom Pulse is a great catch-all and a good Golgari target. Cosmic Rebirth allows us to bring back permanents who mana value 3 or less. And put them onto the battlefield, otherwise put them into our hand, and we gain 3 life, so it allows us to, you know, maybe get Ancient Cornucopias back if they were answered, or up the Beanstalks, or things like that, or allows us to put Niv Mizzet back in our hand. It's also instant speed, so we don't really need to show, you know, what we're going to do until, you know, the end of our opponent's turn, and then untap and play Niv Mizzet. We get to gain 3 life. It's generally an all-around good card. Just understand it doesn't do anything on its own. It needs a lot of help. Beza doesn't play into the Niv Mizzet plan, but it's a very good card to maybe grab with Bring to Light. Allows us to catch up on life, catch up on mana, gives us blockers, maybe draw a card. It's just kind of like Fable the Mirror Breaker. It's just an awesome mid-rangey card that we can grab with Bring to Light. Extinction Event also doesn't play into the Niv Mizzet plan, but it's a great, when it's good, it's insane. Really good against like mono green or other decks that are playing cards that come back and you really need to exile, especially if you want to keep some of your cards. Elenda is a good Orzhov target. It's also just like a solid life blinker that's really hard to answer. Hostage Taker is decent removal, especially if your opponents are playing some juicy creatures that you might want to cast and steal. Also Dimir target. A Boros target, Nahiri, having a Planeswalker to grab besides Valky is pretty strong. Also allows us to have artifact enchantment hate, tapped creature hate while still having some value, and allows us to discard cards that we might not necessarily need because, you know, by virtue of being a toolbox deck, there are some matchups, especially in the main deck, that just straight up aren't going to be good. 2 Omnath has become flex slots, even though it was stock at one point. This is just another solid mid-range card to grab. It doesn't matter with Nimizit, but can allow us to ramp mana with multiple lands, especially since the deck plays Fabled Passage. Allows us to gain life and is just a solid blocker all around. Deadly Cover-Up is just another board wipe option and is really good if we're playing against decks that are going to have creatures that the deck is either centered around or are good against us, something like Arc-like Phoenix or something. And then Blood Baron of Viscopa, very good against the black mid-range decks. Also having lifelink is really solid, so it kind of fills a slot like Elenda does. So you're going to select 17 of these 31 cards to join the non-flex slots that I've already showed you. And really the only asterisk, you know, with all of this is you pretty much have to play a playset of Sylvan Caryatid or a playset of Ancient Cornucopia, and the rest is free game. Just keep in mind a lot of this is targets for Bring to Light and not necessarily for consistency, and make sure you have a lot of different 2-color combinations for Niv-Mizzet. As far as the sideboard goes, we're looking for a lot of cards as well. We're looking for 11 cards to grab the 4 cards in our deck that are not stock. We're looking for 11 cards on our deck to grab the 4 cards that are stock. So Deafening Silence, very good against things like Phoenix or combo decks like Lotus. Portable Hole, excellent against not only aggressive decks, but some hate cards or Witch's Oven or things like that. Rest in Peace is solid graveyard hate. Mystical Dispute, great for the blue decks and fighting on the stack for 1 mana. Fatal Push, again, for these aggressive decks, you're just having these additional ways to deal with creatures for very, very cheap. 3 Thoughtseize for either control or combo decks. Dovin's Veto we've already talked about. Elenda we've already talked about. Notion Thief is obviously great against decks that draw a lot of cards like Phoenix. And it's a Dimir target, which is pretty relevant. Culling Ritual, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Add black or green for each permanent destroyed this way. This is kind of a good board wipe, being a Golgari target as well. And being 4 mana instead of 5 is really solid, especially for aggressive decks, because it doesn't really kill our stuff and it kills a lot of their stuff. Casualties of War is a pretty incredible card against mid-range decks. It's also a solid Golgari target. Lightning Helix, this would be the 4th Lightning Helix since 3 of them are stock. Is great against aggressive decks and getting through that last bit of damage. You know, being able to gain life and kill stuff. Deafening Clarion is, again, a great board wipe against these aggressive decks. We've already talked about Nahiri. And Yasharn is excellent against Jund Sacrifice, keeping them off their combo. So you're going to select 11 of these 26 cards to join the 4 stock cards in the sideboard, and you're going to select 17 of these 31 cards to join the stock cards in the main deck. Then you have your very own customized for your own local meta Niv to Light deck. The first nuance is, remember, Bring to Light is a toolbox card. And it's really important to remember all of the cards in your deck that you can grab with Bring to Light and understand what cards are good in what situations. And so, you know, Bring to Light is over 10 cards that can get you out of certain situations. It isn't always the value grabs. Speaking of the value grabs, there are 2 major value grabs with Bring to Light. One is Niv-Mizzet, which I talked about a lot during my deck tech, but the other is Valky, because you can cast the opposite side of Valky, the Tibalt Planeswalker, off of Bring to Light because of weird rules interactions. And so especially into a clear board, that is often the value grab because it produces a threat that's really difficult to answer, is able to answer your opponent's creatures, and is card advantage in and of itself. Speaking of Bring to Light, remember that Bring to Light can't actually grab everything in your deck. Specifically, enchantments and artifacts can't be grabbed with Bring to Light, so you can't grab your Rest in Peace or your Damping Sphere or anything like that off of Bring to Light, so it isn't a perfect toolbox. And maybe the least obvious nuance in the Bring to Light deck is don't play your swamp really early if you can help it, because if you do, then you can't cast Omnath on 4, and you can't do the turn 5 cast Omnath, play Fable, grab a basic swamp, play Niv Mizzet. And so we'd like to not draw the swamp, but especially don't play the swamp in the early turns if you can help it.
And there it is. I sacrificed my life to defeat the Eldrazi menace once and for all. At least my best friend Toot Toot was able to survive. I'll always remember his cute ribbits. But I have heard of things being brought back from the graveyard. If I can find a phoenix, maybe I can ride it back to my precious Toot Toot. If we're hunting a phoenix, let's talk about what a phoenix surrounds itself with. The Izzet Phoenix deck. What this deck does is put a lot of cards into its graveyard through cantrips like Consider and Opt and Sleight of Hand, removal spells like Lightning Axe and Fiery Impulse, and things that literally mill cards like Free the Fae, or things that loot like Ledger Shredder, in order to do 2 things. The first thing is to cast Treasure Cruise to be able to refill your hand and keep doing it. The second thing is to bring back Arclight Phoenix by casting a lot of really cheap instants and sorceries with an Arclight Phoenix already in your graveyard, and control the board, tempo out your opponent, bring back 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 Phoenixes, and win in just a turn or 2. So now that we know what we're looking for, let's move to another part of the graveyard. This part's kind of spooky. So let's talk about all the cards in the Izzet Phoenix deck. As far as lands go, you're going to be playing Hall of the Storm Giants just as another card that can come in untapped in early turns, and then in the late game be able to just end the game as a 7/7 with Ward that you can man up for 6 mana. We're playing 3 islands because blue sources coming in untapped is the most important thing in this deck. An Otawara just because it's free, where we can pay 4 mana and return a permanent to the hand. Riverglide Pathway as an untapped red and blue source. Firebluff Canal as an untapped red and blue source you can play very early on. Steam Vents, and yes, another untapped red and blue source. And just to round it out, a 1 of Stormcarved Coast, because odds are we won't need to play that in the first 2 turns. As far as our cantrips go, we're playing Consider, which is instant Surveil 1, so look at the top card of your library, put it in the graveyard or back on the top, and then draw a card. This is probably our best cantrip because it allows us to fill up our graveyard if we want to, and it's instant, it leaves mana up. Opt, which is also instant but slightly worse in this deck, you scry 1 and draw a card for 1 blue mana. It's a little worse because we want to be filling our graveyard, and scry is to the bottom of the library, not the graveyard. And then our worst cantrip, but it's still a very good cantrip, Sleight of Hand. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, 1 on the bottom of your library. Notably with Sleight of Hand, you're not drawing a card. So things like Shieldred don't actually trigger on Sleight of Hand, which is kind of neat. As far as removal spells, we're playing 4 Lightning Axe. Is 1 mana and discard a card. We're almost never going to pay the full cost to deal 5 damage to something. This is really good because it allows us to fill up our graveyard, get those Arc-like Phoenixes in the graveyard, and 5 damage kills most things that we care about. We're playing 3 Fiery Impulse, which very often is just 1 mana creature Lightning Bolt, and a 1 of Torch the Tower because sometimes exiling is super relevant, especially in the mirror match. As far as main deck counter magic goes, we're just playing 2 Spell Pierce. We're keeping it cheap because we don't want to have a lot of lands on the battlefield, and we want to be using those lands to fill up our graveyard to do the Arc-like Phoenix combo. We're playing 4 Ledger Shredder, which is a 1/3 flyer that when any player casts the second spell of the turn, you draw a card and discard a card. So that includes you and your opponent, which I realize when you play in paper is a pretty hefty responsibility paying attention to that. But Ledger Shredder can get pretty big if it's not answered and become a win condition on its own, and allows you to fill up the graveyard very, very quick, get those Arc-like Phoenixes out of your hand and into the graveyard, and rewards you for casting multiple spells, which this deck is very good at doing. Picklock Prankster is an adventure card where its adventure is an instant called Free the Fae, where it's 2 mana to mill the top 4 cards of your library and put an instant or sorcery card from among the milled cards into your hand. This is really good because it fills up your graveyard, you grab instants or sorceries, which is most cards in your deck, and it's exactly what the deck wants. And you can cast it on its creature side after you do the adventure, or before, I guess, to have a 2 mana 1/3 flyer with Vigilance, which is decent chip damage and decent blocker. And I guess just something to do with your mana in the late game. We're playing 2 Proth's Eidetic Memory. It's a 2 mana legendary enchantment that when it enters, you draw a card and you have no maximum hand size. That's not super relevant, though it is kind of relevant if you have like a multiple Treasure Cruise draw. But at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than 1 card this turn, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, or X is the number of cards you drawn this turn -1. So all the extra cards that you drew,
you make a creature that much bigger forever, which can just end the game and is insane with the vigilance creature like Picklock Prankster. This deck is very good at drawing cards, the cantrips, which again, sleight of hand isn't drawing a card, which again makes it kind of worse. But if we combine this with a treasure cruise or multiple considers or ops, something can get very, very big, and we can turn something like a Picklock Prankster into a must answer. Playing one of Brazen Borrower, having an unconditional one-turn removal is really important against like reach cards or things like Unlicensed Hearse the turn before we want to go off. We're playing 4 Arc-like Phoenix, so what the deck is totally based around, which is a 4-mana 3/2 with flying and haste. And at the beginning of combat in your turn, if you cast 3 or more instant sorcery spells, you can return it from the graveyard to the battlefield, and since it has haste, it can attack immediately. That's what the entire deck is based around. And the glue that holds the deck together is 4 treasure cruises. We're trying to fill our graveyard anyway because of Arc-like Phoenixes, and so it combos with the deck incredibly well. Very often, treasure cruise ends up being 1 mana, draw 3 cards, which is like a vintage staple. As far as the sideboard goes, we're playing Aether Gust, which is 2 mana instant. Choose target spell or permanent that's red or green. Its owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. This is just really decent, not just removal, but also counter magic against like the green decks. 1 Disdainful Stroke, so we can kind of stop people from going big. 1 Negate for decks that have non-creature spells that we care about. 3 Mystical Dispute for blue decks. Another Brazen Borrower in case there are permanents like we talked about. We can go up to 2. 2 Young Pyromancer to diversify our threats. A 2 mana 2/1 that creates a 1/1 whenever you cast an instant or sorcery. Very good with this deck. 2 Anger of the Gods for those creature-based aggro decks. An Ashiok Dreamrender, which is good against decks that search their libraries a lot or use their graveyards, like the Mirror Match. And 3 Crackling Drake, which is again, very, very good against decks that have a lot of removal, just to diversify our threats, have more things our opponent cares about, especially since Crackling Drake doesn't really care if instant sorceries are in your graveyard or in exile, so you're not punished by treasure cruising or for them exiling your graveyard or anything like that. Oh, I see a flame over there. I think someone is casting multiple instant sorceries in the same turn. This is my chance. So as I sneak up on this Phoenix, let's talk about the flex slots of the deck. There are 4 flex slots in the main deck. In those slots, I'm playing the 1 of Brazen Borrower, the 2 Proph's Eideck Memory, and the 1 Torch the Tower. In those slots, you can play 1 Artist Talent, the 4th Fiery Impulse, 1 Galvanic Iteration, 1 Prismari Command, the 3rd Spell Pierce, 1 Spike Field Hazard, or 1 Temporal Trespass. A kind of note about those flex slots: if you're playing either Galvanic Iteration or Temporal Trespass, you play them together because it's kind of a combo. As far as the sideboard goes, there are actually 7 flex slots, so there's a lot of ways that you can change it up. I'm playing the 2nd Anger of the Gods, the 1 Brazen Borrower, the 3rd Crackling Drake, the 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Young Pyromancer, and the 3rd Mystical Dispute. In any of those slots, you can play the 2nd Ashiok Dreamrender, 1 Beacon Bolt, 2 Brotherhood End, 1 Prismari Command, 1 Tears of Valakut, 3 Thing and Ice, 1 Third Path Iconoclast, or 1 Unlicensed Hearse. Okay, I'm sneaking up on the Phoenix. It's time to get out of this place. So let's talk about some of the synergies that have to do with this deck. First off, the Ledger Shredder sequencing is so important and probably the most skill-intensive part of this deck. Generally, you don't want to jam out Ledger Shredder on turn 2 just to get it answered. You always want to put yourself in a position that if Ledger Shredder is on the battlefield, you want to be casting 2 spells a turn. So Ledger Shredder on turn 3, following it up with a Consider or a cantrip or something like that, or maybe even a removal spell, trigger Ledger Shredder and start getting those cards through your hand, get cards that you don't want in your graveyard, get those Arc-like Phoenixes in your graveyard, filling up your graveyard for Treasure Cruise is a really pivotal part of this deck. Proph's Eideck Memory really cares about Treasure Cruise and Opt and Consider, but again, remember that sleight of hand is not drawing cards, even if it feels like it, but Ledger Shredder is. And so make sure you count the amount of cards that you're drawing. A really silly interaction, but actually a very relevant interaction, especially in like this iteration of Pioneer, is that Leyline of the Guildpact makes permanents green, because it makes them all colors, or at least creatures green. It makes them all colors, which means Aether Gust interacts with even non-green creatures when your opponent has a Leyline of the Guildpact on the battlefield. Remember, you can mill yourself with Ashiok and still exile your opponent's graveyard. And if you're playing the Galvanic Iteration Temporal Trespass combo, remember to try to set up a turn where you can do them in the same turn, so you can take 2 extra turns. So spend all your mana doing that, especially if you can also bring back Phoenixes that turn, and then you get 3 attacks with the Phoenix, because you can take 2 additional turns. I have to be careful though, because Izzet Phoenix is really known for being able to adapt to other decks. Let's talk about how to sideboard. In the Mirror Match, you want to bring in 3 Mystical Dispute, the Ashiok Dreamrender, and the Negate, and take out the Brazen Borrower, 3 Fiery Impulse, and 1 Lightning Axe. Against Gruul aggro and Mono Red aggro, you're going to want to bring in the 2 Anger of the Gods and the Aether Gust, and take out the Brazen Borrower and 2 Sleight of Hand. Against Azorius Control, we have a pretty big sideboard. We're going to be bringing in the Brazen Borrower, the 2 Young Pyromancer, the 3 Crackling Drake, the 3 Mystical Dispute, the 1 Negate, and the 1 Disdainful Stroke. We're going to be taking out the 1 Torch the Tower, 3 Fiery Impulse, 4 Lightning Axe, 1 Ledger Shredder, and the 2 Prof's Eidetic Memory. Against Nibdelite, we have another pretty massive sideboard. Going to be bringing in the 3 Mystical Dispute, the 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Negate, 1 Aether Gust, 3 Crackling Drake, 1 Ashiok, and 2 Young Pyromancer. We're going to be taking out the Brazen Borrower, the Torch the Tower, 3 Fiery Impulse, the 4 Lightning Axe, 2 Ledger Shredder, and 1 Treasure Cruise. Against Azorius Spirits, we're bringing in the 2 Anger the Gods and the 3 Mystical Dispute. We're going to be bringing out the Brazen Borrower, the 2 Spell Pierce, and 2 Sleight of Hand. Against Mono Black Discard, we're bringing in the Brazen Borrower, the Negate, 3 Crackling Drake, and 2 Young Pyromancer. We're bringing out 3 Fiery Impulse, 1 Torch the Tower, 1 Lightning Axe, and 2 Ledger Shredder. Against Is It in Soul, we're bringing in a Negate, 3 Mystical Dispute, and 1 Brazen Borrower. We're bringing out 2 Prof's Eidetic Memory, 2 Sleight of Hand, and 1 Ledger Shredder. Against Hidden Strings, we're bringing in the Brazen Borrower, we're bringing in an Ashiok, we're bringing in an Aether Gust, we're bringing in 2 Young Pyromancer, a Disdainful Stroke, a Negate, and the 3 Mystical Dispute. We're bringing out the Torch the Tower, the 4 Lightning Axe, the 3 Fiery Impulse, 1 Arc-like Phoenix, and 1 Ledger Shredder. And finally, against Nykthos Ramp, we're bringing in an Aether Gust and a Disdainful Stroke, and taking out a Brazen Borrower and a Spell Pierce. Overall, this deck is incredibly synergistic, and in the hands of a good pilot is always going to be incredibly good. Though it's pretty hard to play, so if you're not a great pilot, I could see you losing a ton with it, and the best pilots just destroy even bad matchups. So it's sketchy when you're sitting across the table from somebody you don't know playing it. The deck is all around very, very good. If people choose to beat it, people can totally beat it. It does have bad matchups, and people can play more Graveyard Hate and, and stuff like that. But there's always play, especially play around it, with the sideboard and all the flex slots in the sideboard. There's the Phoenix. Let's catch a ride. I'm getting out of this graveyard. So this is 5-color Enigmatic Incarnation. And the first thing you need to understand about this deck is that there are 2 major combos happening. The first combo is the namesake of the deck, Enigmatic Incarnation, which is a 4-mana enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice another enchantment. If you do, search your library for a creature card with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrificed enchantment's mana value, put that onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So you can combo this with basically any enchantment in the deck. So for example, if you sacrifice a Nowhere to Run or an Up the Beanstalk, you can grab Kutziel's Flanker, Skyclave Apparition, or Zur. If you sacrifice an Overlord of the Hauntwood, you can grab a Linvala or an Overlord of the Boreal Bilges. If you sacrifice a Leyline Binding or Overlord of the Boreal Bilges, you can grab a Overlord of the Mistmoors or an Atraxa. And this is extremely powerful, especially if the enchantments are just sitting on the battlefield, having already done their thing and not really doing anything else. It allows us to totally toolbox our deck, which is very cool. The other combo in our deck is centered around Zur Eternal Schemer. Zur Eternal Schemer is a 3-mana 1/4 flying. Enchantment creatures you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. And you can pay 2 mana, 1 white, 1 generic, to have target non-aura enchantment you control become a creature in addition to its other types, and has base power and toughness equal to its mana value. So this is already good in a deck with a lot of enchantments, right? You can man up an Enigmatic, for a 4/4, man up one of these for a 2/2, man up a Leyline Binding for a 6/6, but it's especially good alongside the Overlords for 2 reasons. The first reason, and maybe the obvious reason, is they are enchantment creatures in and of themselves. And so if you just have an Overlord and are attacking with an Overlord, it has Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof, which is excellent. The less obvious reason, and the very, very cool reason, is if you impend any of these Overlords, they are not creatures, but they are enchantments. They have done their thing. So you can pay the 2 mana on Zur to make an impended Overlord an enchantment. So say you do it to Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Say you impend Overlord, get your 4th land, untap, play your 5th land, play Zur, man up Overlord of the Hauntwoods. It is now a 5/5, even though the creature is a 6/5. Because it was manned up with Zur, it is now a 5/5 with Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. And it says nothing about while it's impended that it doesn't have the other text on the card. So when it attacks, it still triggers the text on the card. That is same true with drawing cards off of Flood Pits and getting 2 insects with Mistmores, even if it is still impended, which is absolutely absurd. Speaking of the overlords, to talk about each of these cards as, individually. Overlord of the Flood Pits, you can impend for 3 or play for 5 as a 5/3 with flying. And when it enters, again, even if you impend it or attacks, draw 2 cards and discard a card. Very good for filtering out like bad cards, because unfortunately we have to play a lot of bad cards because we're a combo deck. Overlord of the Huntwoods is a 5 mana 6/5 with impending 4. And when it enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere that is every basic land type. And Overlord of the Mistmores is a 7 mana 6/6 with impending 4. When Overlord of the Mistmores enters or attacks, create 2/2/1 white insect creature tokens with flying. All these cards very good in and of themselves, even better with Zur, and even extra better with Enigmatic Incarnation. So let's talk about all the other cards in the deck that have less to do with the combo and why we're playing these cards. Playing 4 Fatal Push, we're playing black anyway because of Zur, and this deck is a little susceptible to aggressive decks, even if Zur gives lifelink, so it's important to play the Fatal Push to stop those aggressive strategies. Same thing with Nowhere to Run. The cool part about Nowhere to Run as well, though, is yes, it has that additional, creatures your opponent control, don't have hexproof and ward basically, but it also kills a creature, and also it isn't really doing anything on just sitting on the battlefield, so it's really easy to sacrifice to Enigmatic Incarnation to grab one of these 3-drops. Play for Up the Beanstalk. Obviously, the cool combo thing that's happening with Up the Beanstalk is, it draws a card when it enters, but also if you impend any of the overlords or cast Leyline Binding for 1 mana, even though it says 5 mana, you will still draw a card off of Up the Beanstalk, even if you're only paying 3 mana for Overlord of the Huntwood. So a really good start is like turn 2 Up the Beanstalk, turn 3 impend Overlord, draw a card, get an extra land, go. And we're playing 4 Vanishing Verse. Vanishing Verse is excellent in the mirror match and is just very good in Pioneer at the moment, and just like a pretty unconditional removal spell. As far as our 3-drops go, they are mostly targets for our 2-drops. So as far as our toolbox cards, we have Kutziel's Flanker, 3 mana, 3/1. That does a little bit of everything. It's good Graveyard Hate we were able to play in the main deck because we can search it up. It's decent against aggro. He's gained 2 life, scry 2. And the last one's fine against board wipes. I don't think I've ever used the first mode on Kutziel's Flanker, to be totally honest with you. Skyclave Apparition is decent removal. Being able to exile a permanent 4 or less, and then when it leaves the battlefield, they get a Excise-Spool Illusion creature token for X the mana value of the exiled card. And they're playing 4 Zur, which we also very often search up by sacrificing these enchantments, but we've already talked about the Zur and why we're playing it in the combos. We've already talked about Enigmatic Incarnation as well as the Overlords. We're playing 4 Leyline Binding. Leyline Binding, we're playing 5 colors anyway. We're a 4-color deck, but Everywhere off of Overlord of the Huntwoods is every basic land type, so it can make, give us the red mana for Leyline Binding. So often costs 2, sometimes costs 1, and it's just an O-ring effect with flash. It's very, very good. Also triggers off the Beanstalk and everything. We're playing a Linvala the Preserver. Linvala the Preserver is a target for sacrificing one of these 5 mana overlords. 6 mana, 5/5 with flying. When Linvala the Preserver enters, if an opponent has more life than you gain 5 life. When it enters, if an opponent controls more creatures than you, get a 3/3 white green angel creature token. So it's a way to catch up, because remember, we're a little susceptible and a little slow compared to aggro decks. And Overlord of the Boreal Villages is a 6 mana, 5/5 with impending 4. When it enters or attacks, it deals 4 damage to any target. It's really hard for us to cast this besides off of Cavern of Souls and off of Overlord of the Huntwoods, which is why we're only paying 1 to grab off of an Enigmatic Incarnation. I've already talked about Overlord of the Mistmores. So Atraxa is pretty much a game ender. Sacrificing an Overlord of the Boreal Villages or a Leyline Binding is a 7 mana 7/7 with Flying, Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink. And when it enters, reveal the top 10 cards of your library. For each card type, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed cards into your hand and put the rest in the bottom of your library random order. Very often this draws like 4 cards, sometimes 5 cards. It is absolutely disgusting and very often ends the game because it also is a threat in and of itself and is very, very, very good at blocking. As far as the sideboard goes, the first thing I wanted to mention that I think is a little obvious at this point that I'm surprised I didn't mention before is this is a Yorion deck, which means we play 20 more cards in the main deck. And the reason it's a Yorion deck is because it combos insanely well with an enchantment deck. For example, we can bounce Nowhere to Run to give an extra -3/-3 and extra removal, but also is especially good alongside the Overlords, because if we have an impended Overlord and we bounce it with Yorion, it comes back as not impended, still triggers the Overlord trigger, but it comes back just as the creature, which is really game ending very, very, very often. We're playing 4 Thoughtseize for combo decks and decks that are good at neutering what we do, control decks, whatever. Playing 2 Rest in Peace, decent enchantment, but also graveyard hate. 1 Archon of Emeria to be able to throw into the 3-drop slot to tutor out for these combo decks and whatnot. 4 Knockout Blow, because like I said, it is a very, very tough matchup, is the red aggressive deck is. We're playing 1 Elishnorn, Mother of Machines, very good against the mirror match, but also very good in our deck because a lot of these things have enter the battlefield abilities I can trigger twice. 1 Thought Distortion, again, for really anything that plays a lot of instant sorceries that the game goes long. And 1 Rurik Thar the Unbowed, very good against these decks that play a lot of non-creature spells that we can tutor out in the 6-drop slot. So this is the sideboard for 5-color Enigmatic Incarnation. We're playing 2 Rest in Peace or Graveyard Hate, Archon of Emeria for combo decks and things that are trying to cast multiple spells in the same turn, 4 Knockout Blow for the aggro decks, 1 Elishnorn, mostly for the mirror, but really anything that has a lot of end of the battlefield abilities, 4 Thoughtseize for these combo decks and control decks, same thing with Thought Distortion, a Yorion because Yorion deck, so that just kind of stays on our sideboard, and then 1 Rurik Thar for these decks that play a lot of non-creature spells. We're going to talk about how to sideboard against the top 10 most popular decks in the format. And the most popular deck in Pioneer is Rakdos Midrange. And we're starting off very exciting with Rakdos Midrange by running it back. Rakdos Midrange is a great matchup for us. There are no cards on the sideboard we care about. The main deck is already insane against this deck. No sideboard. The second most popular deck is Rakdos Prowess. Against this deck, we definitely do sideboard. We're bringing in the 4 Knockout Blow. And I'm a fan of Archon of Emeria because, it stops Slickshot Show-Off plotting very often and kind of stops the Claim to Fame plus Pump Spells combo. I'm not a fan of Overlord of the Flood Pits in this matchup. So we're not looking at drawing cards, we're looking at interacting as much as possible, and that's a big reason why I'm just shaving one off the beanstalk, and that's how I sideboard against Rakdos aggro. The third most popular deck is It Phoenix. Against It Phoenix, we're bringing in Rest in Peace. We're bringing in Archon of Emeria. I'm a big fan of Rurik Thar. We're bringing in Thoughtseize. And we're bringing in Thought Distortion. And we're going to be taking out Nowhere to Run because sometimes it can kill Ledger Shredder. A lot of decks aren't playing Ledger Shredder. It can kill Picklock Prankster, which is not a great interaction, and we don't really care to be killing Arc-like Phoenix like that, so we're cutting Nowhere to Run. For a similar reason, we're going to be cutting Overlord of the Boiler Villages. And I'm also a fan of cutting Fatal Push because, again, most people are off Ledger Shredder and on Artist Talent. And even if the Ledger Shredder thing happens, like we have Vanishing Verse, we have Skyclave, we have Leyline Binding, we have other ways to answer it. So just really focusing on what we're trying to do and interacting in other ways, I think is important. So that's how I sideboard against It Phoenix. The fourth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. Against Jund Sac, we're bringing in Rest in Peace, make sure that they can't combo us. Also a fan of Thoughtseize, just to deal with like the combo side of the deck and take the big payoffs away. I'm also a fan of Elishnorn because it stops the combo. The combo is very scary and it helps our game plan as well. We're going to be cutting Fatal Push mostly because really only cleanly deals with Blood Tithe Harvester, and it's really hard for us to activate Revolt outside of Enigmatic Incarnation. And so it doesn't really deal with Mayhem Devil and literally can't target Ygra. So we're cutting that. Cutting Linvala, because it doesn't really do anything against this deck. And then we're going to shave on Nowhere to Run. It deals with Mayhem Devil, does not deal with Ygra. So really we're only Nowhere to Running Blood Tithe Harvester and Mayhem Devil. And there's other answers to it in this deck, so this is how I sideboard against Jund combo. The fifth most popular deck is Niv Delight. Against Niv Delight, we're bringing in Archon of Emeria because they can't do the Bring Delight things with that. Bringing in Elishnorn because the deck is very similar to ours, and Elishnorn kind of neuters the whole deck. Thoughtseize is also excellent against this deck, being able to take those big payoffs that we're super, super afraid of. We're going to be cutting Fatal Push because it does nothing against Niv Delight, and then shaving on Nowhere to Run for a similar reason, though Nowhere to Run does a little bit more. And that's how we sideboard against Niv Delight. The sixth most popular deck is Hidden Strings Lotus Field combo. Against this deck, we're bringing in Rest in Peace because it can stop the Leer combo attempts. Archon of Emeria because it's great. That stops them from comboing at all. The 4 Thoughtseizes because you can take important cards. Oh my god, I can't grab it. There we go. And 1 Thought Distortion for similar reasons. And then the Rurik Thar because they have to deal with Rurik Thar before they do their thing. We're going to be bringing out removal for Fatal Push, the 4 Nowhere to Run. And we're going to take out the Linvala because it didn't really do anything against the deck. So this high sideboard against Hidden Strings combo. The 7th most popular deck is Selesnya Company. Against Selesnya Company, I'm a big fan of Thoughtseize. being able to take out those important hate bears and also Collected Company, and Elesh Norn neuters a lot of the deck. Similarly to the other aggro creature decks, I don't like Overlord of the Flood Pits. And then we're going to shave on Kutziel's Flanker. Just because like I don't really care about gaining life against this deck. It's just important we stabilize, at least not as much as against the Rakdos decks. So sideboard against Selesnya Company. The 8th most popular deck is Gruul Aggro. Against the Gruul Aggro deck, we are bringing in Knockout Blow, and that is it as far as stuff to bring in. And like against the other creature aggressive decks, we're just bringing out our Flood Pits. And that's how I sideboard against Gruul Aggro. The 9th most popular deck is the Azorius Flash deck, which is a version of Azorius Spirits, but capitalizing on Enduring Curiosity and whatnot. Against this deck, I like Elesh Norn because it can turn off Rattle Chains, it can turn off Skyclave, it can turn off Spellqueller, you know, all that stuff. And we're just going to shave a Kutziel's Flanker and then run it back. There's no real hate we have. And then the 10th most popular deck is the Mirror Match. In the Mirror Match, we are bringing in Elesh Norn. Just totally neuters him. That's great. We're bringing in Thoughtseizes. Bringing out Fatal Push. Again, doesn't really do anything. Really hard to trigger Revolt, and really it only kills these cards, which zero matters, but meh. And then for a similar reason, we are shaving Nowhere to Run. And that's how I sideboard in the mirror. These are the non-flex slots in 5-color Enigmatic Incarnation. You'll notice that the deck is, for the most part, figured out. Everybody is playing at least these 79 cards in the main deck in Enigmatic Incarnation, and these 6 cards in the sideboard, which means there's only 1 flex slot in the main deck and 9 flex slots in the sideboard. So what can you play in those slots? You can play these cards in those slots. In that one slot, generally, you have 5 options. Now let's talk about why you would pick each one of these options. By the way, if you wanted to check out the overall strategy of the deck and things like that, then make sure you check out the deck tech or sideboard guide or whatever. That's not what this video is. First off, Glasspool Mimic. Glasspool Mimic is pretty cool in the sense that it's another land, so you have less of a chance of missing your land drops, but also as another card that you can Enigmatic Incarnation away either in Up the Beanstalk or Nowhere to Run to grab a clone effect. And clone effects are pretty strong because nearly every card in our deck has an Enter the Battlefield ability, and it allows us to trigger those Enter the Battlefield abilities again because a lot of our deck is one-ofs. Knight of Autumn, I am actually really high on. Knight of Autumn is sort of a catch-all card, which is pretty cool in a toolbox deck. It's a 3-mana 2/1. When it enters, you either put 2+1/+1 counters of Knight of Autumn, destroy target artifact or enchantment, or gain 4 life. Artifact or enchantment hate in the main deck is great. Being able to gain 4 life and have a blocker is great against aggressive decks, and then it can also just have a big power for a 3-mana creature. Noxious Gearhulk is solid removal for potting away one of our 5-mana enchantments. It's a 5/4 menace. When it enters, you may destroy another target creature. If creature destroyed this way, you gain life equal to its toughness. So you're able to gain life. It's a blocker and a threat in and of itself. You'd want this if you feel like you needed more removal, especially against these mid-range and aggressive decks. Vein Ripper is an option as a 6-mana target. Is a 6/5 flyer with ward sacrifice creature, which means it's kind of tough to deal with. And whenever a creature dies, target won't lose 2 life and you gain 2 life. It's generally just a solid threat, and that's really difficult to deal with. 4th Overlord of the Mistmords is another option as a 7-mana spell. Having Impending 4 for 4 mana, it's a 6/6. Whenever Overlord of the Mistmords enters or attacks, create 2/2/1 white insect creature tokens with flying. This is probably the lowest variance choice, a choice that you can make and just make the overall primary strategy of your deck stronger because you'd just be adding a 4th Overlord. These would be the if you feel like you wanted to target these. So you're going to select one of these 5 cards and add it to the 79 cards that are non-negotiable, non-flex slots. Now, maybe a harder decision is building the sideboard. So you're going to be selecting 9 of these 18 cards to continue and build out your sideboard. So you would play Portable Hole if you're worried about aggressive decks, or permanents that mana value 2 or less that are particularly good. I'm thinking like Witch's Oven or something. High Noon is really solid against Slickstock Show-Off decks, but also very good against Lotus Field. The 3rd Rest in Peace just has additional graveyard hate. 4 Knockout Blow for these red aggressive decks, which is honestly kind of a bad matchup for us. Leyline of Sanctity is really solid against Thoughtseize decks or the burn decks that are starting to pop up. Elesh Norn, great in the mirror match, and really any deck that has a lot of Enter the Battlefield effects. Also very good for us as well. It doesn't just neuter the opponent's deck. Thoughtseize, number 3 and number 4 for control, combo, mirror match, things like that. Glistening Deluge would mostly be for Selesnya Company. Very strong. nice 3-mana board wipe against a deck that honestly is pretty good against us. Thought Distortion for control and combo as well. And Rurik Thar, the Unbound, a 6-mana 6/6 Vigilance Reach. When it attacks each combat if able, and whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, it deals 6 damage to that player. This is something we can Enigmatic Incarnation out that is really solid against things like Phoenix and Control and Combo. So you're going to be selecting 9 of these cards to join the 6 non-flex slot cards that are in the main deck. These cards. And once you have selected the 1 out of 5 cards to join the non-flex slot cards in the main deck and selected 9 of the 18 options to join these 6 cards in the sideboard, you have built your own personal but stock build of 5-color Enigmatic Incarnation. First off, impending triggers still trigger up the beanstalk. I think it's really important to understand that. Even though a cost is reducing your paying an alternate cost, all it cares about is the cost in the top right. So whether you're playing Leyline Binding for 1 or paying 3 mana for a Overlord of the Hauntwoods, you will still draw a card off of an Up the Beanstalk on the battlefield. Second, and this kind of goes without saying and really just comes with playing the deck a lot, be aware of the enchantments you need to have on the battlefield, especially the turn you play an Enigmatic Incarnation, to grab the cards in your deck and to toolbox your deck properly. So especially when you have an Enigmatic Incarnation hand or you have a chance to draw it, you might have to change what enchantments you play earlier in the game so that you can grab the cards from your deck that are good in certain situations. And it's just something that's really important to keep in mind. One really good example of that, and another nuance, is if you Leyline Binding a token early, then when you sacrifice Leyline Binding to Enigmatic Incarnation, then your opponent doesn't get anything back, but you get an Atraxa or an Overlord of the Mistmoors. Both absolutely unbelievably good. And if you're just picking up the deck, you might be wondering why you're playing Zur Eternal Schemer. Now, while manning up a Leyline Binding is really cool, or blocking with a Death Touch Nowhere to Run or whatever, when you turn an impended Overlord into a creature, the way that it works is technically it's still impended. Its power and toughness are going to be the mana cost, like it said on Zur. But none of the text on that enchantment, now creature, has been removed just by it being impended. So when you attack with one of these Overlords, it'll still trigger the thing on the Overlord. So for example, if you impend an Overlord of the Mistmoors, you get two 2/1s. You play a Zur, activate an Overlord of the Mistmoors. It is now a 7/7 because that's its mana cost, and you attack with it, and it creates 2 more 2/1s. It is unbelievable. Also, as kind of another side note with that, when the impending counter falls off and there's no more impending counters on it, and technically this card isn't impending anymore, the Zur power and toughness overrides the power and toughness that is on the card. This one is kind of obvious, but is still important to mention. Remember that Yorion lets enter the battlefield triggers resolve again. Things like Nowhere to Run, you can turn a Yorion into a removal spell. But also, a big reason why we're playing it is it resets impending. By resets, I mean it just removes impending. So if I have 2 impended Overlords that are not creatures, and I play Yorion and bounce them, not only do I get the enter the battlefield triggers again, but they enter as their creature form, which can cause giant swings. And then the last thing that's important to mention is what to name with Cavern of Souls. So 90% of the time, you're going to be just naming Avatar so that your important creatures, basically, which are your avatars, can enter the battlefield. Also, it's important that you can cast Overlord of the Boiler Bilges if you draw it, because you can't really always rely on Overlord of the Hauntwood. Sometimes, depending on your hand, and you'll learn this just by playing a bunch, sometimes you will need to name Human or Wizard so that you can cast Zur. But also remember, when you side in Rurik Thar, that's red as well, and we don't have any red lands besides the Overlord of the Hauntwood land or Cavern of Souls, so you might need to name Warrior. And you want to name Warrior because we have other warriors in our deck, and you might as well make them uncounterable, and we don't have any other ogres in our deck. And having something like a Rurik Thar, especially if we're siding it in, having it stuck in our hand is a nightmare, even though our plan is to fetch it out. This is the mono green deck in Pioneer. The main deck is pretty set in stone and stock. The sideboard, there's a little bit of wiggle room, but let's start with the lands. We're running a ton of forests. You know, come in untapped, can't be touched by scary things like Field Ruin and whatever, is all very important. 2 Boseiju, on color, main deck, artifact and enchantment hate is also very important. We're playing a 1 of Sunken Citadel because between Lair of the Hydra, Boseiju, and Nykthos, we have a lot of lands that want to be activated for really cheap. But the issue is coming to play tapped really matters with this deck. So we're just doing it as a fun of one of. We're playing 2 Lair of the Hydra, another on-color land that comes into play untapped if we play it early. And we can play green and X to have it become an XX Hydra creature. That is still a land, which is very relevant because sometimes we will run out of gas but have a ton of mana, and we can finish them off with Lair of the Hydra. Unfortunately, Lair of the Hydra does not have trample, so meh. And we're playing the kind of big shot card of the deck, the card that this deck wouldn't exist without, Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, which taps for colorless. However, we can pay 2 mana, tap it, and choose a color, and add an amount of mana of that color equal to your devotion to that color. So this entire deck is based around Nykthos and making an obscene amount of mana with Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. So let's go through the cards in our deck. I'm just going to go by mana cost. So we're playing a playset of each of the green mana dorks, 4 Llanowar Elves, 4 Elvish Mystic, both because it's a 1 mana and we add a devotion for just 1 mana, but also because we want to ramp our mana as fast as possible so that we can cast our other spells as fast as possible. Playing a 1 of Oath of Nissa. This can also be replaced with a Polukranos, but I like Oath of Nissa to help smooth out the draws. Also, it exists on the battlefield as a devotion. We're playing 4 Invasion... Whoop. Can you not look at it? Oh, I'm freezing. Okay, there. We're playing 4 Invasion of Ixalan. When it enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a permanent card from among them, put into your hand, put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. That's our whole deck. They're all permanents, besides Storm the Festival. So we look at the top 5 cards and just put a card that isn't Storm the Festival into our hand, which is just excellent, smooths out the draws, but it can also be attacked and turned into a 4/3 with trample. That can gain indestructible when we cast a spell, which is making combat a lot better. Also notably, it adds devotion. Playing Outcaster Trailblazer. It's a 3 mana 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, add a mana of any color. Whenever another creature you control with power 4 or greater enters, draw a card, which is excellent because we're playing a lot of big dumb dummies. And we can plot for 3 mana as well. You'd want to plot this card if you are worried about it getting removed or are not using the mana immediately, because very often getting mana and getting as many creatures on the battlefield as possible and drawing as many cards as possible is the best part and most important part of this deck. We are playing 4 Old Growth Troll, mostly because it's efficiently costed. It's 3 green pips for Nykthos, but also it's a 3 mana 4/4, and it's very easy for us to get those green pips. And when it dies, we can return it to the battlefield as an aura with Enchant Forest, where the Enchanted Forest has tap, add 2 green, and we can pay 1 mana and tap it and sacrifice the land to create a 4/4 Troll Warrior creature token with trample, so we can kind of make another one. What's really relevant about that is the aura is also triple green, because literally the card is returning, so it can continue to add devotion while having those abilities in the land. So it makes it actually a pretty difficult card to remove from the battlefield. Playing 4 Ikora Behemoth Beckoner. It's a 7 loyalty planeswalker for 3 mana. When a creature you control with power 4 or greater enters, draw a card. So it's a similar ability as Outcaster Trailblazer. And we can -1 to untap target permanent. Sometimes we're going to be doing this to creatures. Most of the time, we're going to be doing this to Nykthos. So we can activate Nykthos for a whole mess of mana, untap it, activate it again for another whole mess of mana. And its static ability is very relevant in this deck, just like Outcaster Trailblazer. We're playing 2 Ulvenwald Oddity. This is one of the cards in the combo, and I'll explain the combo after I get done explaining the cards. It's a 4 mana 4/4 with Trample Haste, and we can transform it for 7 mana. When it's transformed, it's an 8/8 with Trample Haste, and other creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Trample and Haste. We're playing 4 Leyline of the Guild Pact. This card doesn't do a lot for our deck. It color fixes us for Elesh Norn, which is kind of cool. We'll talk about Elesh Norn in just a sec. But the main thing that it does is we can put it onto the battlefield in our opening hand and then immediately have 4 devotion, which creates sort of a nut draw where we can be activating Nykthos as early as turn 2 if we played a turn 1 mana dork. We can be activating Nykthos for 5 and casting Cavalier of Thorns as early as turn 2, which is really hard for our opponents to deal with. And so devoting 4 slots to having a really high-powered nut hand is very relevant. Speaking of Cavalier is a 5 mana with 3 green pips, 5/6. With reach, when it enters, you reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put a land card from among them onto the battlefield and the rest into your graveyard. And when it dies, you can exile it. If you do, put target card from your graveyard on top of your library. So similar to Old Growth Troll, it's 3 green pips, and very annoying to remove, because if you remove it from anything that isn't exile, you can put cards that like really matter on top of your library. Like if you already have a Cavalier in your graveyard, you can put it on top of your library and keep providing threats, or Storm the Festival, or whatever, which is extremely powerful. In addition, notice that the land enters the battlefield untapped, so you can very much like at some point in the game add a bunch of mana with Nykthos, use it to cast Cavalier. Cavalier adds an additional 3 green pips, grab a Nykthos with the Cavalier trigger, be able to activate the Nykthos again, and add even more mana, which is just adds this crazy perpetual thing. And the last engine of the deck is Storm the Festival. It's a 6 mana sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put 2 permanent cards with mana value 5 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order, and has flashback for 10 mana. 10 mana, not a big deal once we get rolling with this, but really this allows us to put all these super powerful permanents on the battlefield, increasing our devotion and continuing this thing. Also notice increasing that devotion matters, because then we can flashback Storm the Festival and just put a ridiculous amount of creatures on the battlefield. Also notice it's permanent, so we can be grabbing Nykthos if we really want to. We're kind of sad if we're grabbing a land, but it's still very good. Now let's talk about how this deck actually works, because I mentioned that it's a combo deck. Now, part of the combo is just making a ton of mana with Nykthos, untapping Nykthos with Kiora, making even more mana, casting Storm the Festival a whole bunch, like blah blah. But what can happen with this deck is once we have a lot of mana with Nykthos, we can begin to be casting Outcaster Trailblazers and Kioras, so that whenever we cast an Old Growth Troll, an Ulvenwald Oddity, or a Cavalier of Thorns, or another Outcaster Trailblazer, we're drawing cards. And as we draw cards, we're filling up our hand, which allows us to do things like play a second Nykthos, or untap the Nykthos with Kiora, to create even more mana, or cast even more Storm the Festivals, or play a Cavalier to eventually hit another Nykthos. Or once we're rolling, the big reason we're playing Invasion instead of Oath of Nissa, being able to play Invasion to dig for another Nykthos, and be able to put a ridiculous amount of permanence on the battlefield because we have an obscene amount of mana and are drawing an obscene amount of cards from Kiora and Outcaster Trailblazer, untapping Nykthos, tapping it for more mana, getting another Nykthos onto the battlefield, tapping it for more mana, playing 2 or 3 Cavaliers because we've cast a bunch of Storm the Festivals and drawn a bunch of Outcaster Trailblazers and Kioras, eventually hitting like a 3rd Nykthos, tapping it for an obscene amount of mana, until eventually we hit Ulvenwald Oddity while we have 10 creatures on the battlefield, you know, between Outcaster Trailblazers, Mana Dorks, Old Growth Trolls, and Cavalier of Thorns. We get Ulvenwald Oddity out of the battlefield when we have a ridiculous amount of mana. We transform it. Everything gets +1/+1 trample and haste, and we swing for 40+. And that is the new combo of the deck. Besides that, the secondary mode of it is just a green beatdown deck that creates a ton of mana. But it can just win out of nowhere if you have a Kiora or an Outcaster Trailblazer on the battlefield, plus a lot of green pips. Now, as far as the sideboard goes, we're playing an Elesh Norn Mother of Machines. You probably noticed that Elesh Norn is off color. So this can be fixed for a couple different ways once we side Elesh Norn in. First off, Sunken Citadel, we can just name white. So that's one piece of color fixing. Second off, when we play an Outcaster Trailblazer, we can just add a white mana to get Elesh Norn onto the battlefield. Third off, if we have a Leyline of Guildpact on the battlefield, everything taps for every color anyway, so we can just use white mana. And then also, it can just be grabbed with Storm the Festival. So there are so many ways to get Elesh Norn on the battlefield, even though it's off color, that it is totally worth it to bring in, because not only does it amplify our effects, like the end of the battlefield draw card effects, Cavalier effects, invasion effects, oath effects, all that stuff. But we're bringing it in against decks that also have a lot of enter the battlefield effects, and we can just turn that off. We're bringing it against decks that really rely on it. Playing Pick Your Poison for our artifact and enchantment hate a little bit, but also flying creature hate. In addition to artifact and enchantment hate, we're playing Scrap Shooter, where we can, it's a 3 mana 4/4 with 2 green pips, already totally fine with reach, which is also very relevant against all of these Slickshot show-off decks. When it enters, we can gift a card, so let them draw a card, just write an artifact or enchantment opponent controls. Because of all these aggro decks, we're also playing Setessan Petitioner. I can barely ever say that. 3 mana with 2 green pips, 2/2, and enters, you gain life equal to your devotion to green, which can be a million. Playing Aresta, the Endless Web. It's a 4-mana 3/5 with 2 green pips with reach. When opponent casts an instant sorcery spell, create a 1/2 green spider creature token with reach. This is mostly for Phoenix. It's also just like decent against decks that play a lot of instant sorceries. The Stone Brain. It's an extraction effect for 2 mana to cast and 2 mana to activate and exile it. It's really good against combo decks. 2 Unlicensed Hearse. It's for our graveyard decks. I don't feel like I need to explain Unlicensed Hearse. We're playing a Cityscape Leveler and an Emrakul, the Promised End, for decks that we really need to go over the top of and can answer. And it's very likely the games are going to go very, very long. Today we're going to be looking at Mono Green Nykthos and how to sideboard with it against the top 10 most popular decks in Pioneer. Now, if you want to learn more about the deck, I did a deck tech with it last week. You should definitely check that out. But without further ado, let's jump right in. This is my Mono Green Nykthos deck. It is pretty straightforward and stock, but I want to talk about what the cards in the sideboard are for. Elesh Norn we are bringing in against most of the decks that have things that enter the battlefield that we like care about, like the mirror match and whatever. You might be noticing that Elesh Norn is off color. It's white, but we have a lot of ways to be able to play Elesh Norn. One is Sunken Citadel named White. 2, Outcaster Trailblazer can just like create a white colored mana. We also have Leyline of the Guild Pact that if it's on the battlefield, we can just make white. With our lands. So there's a lot of ways. Oh, and Storm the Festival can just grab Elesh Norn. So there's a lot of ways that we can just like have Elesh Norn in the battlefield. I'm not really worried about it being off color, especially since there's only one. But again, it's for those decks that care about other things that enter the battlefield. Pick your poison when there's flying artifacts or enchantments that we care about. Scrap Shooter is a really good against artifacts and enchantments. It's also like a decent beater and well-costed beater with green pips for when we need to bring out a lot of a certain card. Cetessan Petitioner is really good against all the aggro decks that are running around. Arasta of the Endless Web is mostly for Phoenix, but really if there's like flyers that we care about, especially if there's a lot of instant sorceries or really any instant sorcery deck that doesn't run board wipes. The Stone Brain is for combo decks. Unlicensed Hearse is our graveyard hate, and Cityscape Leveler and Emrakul are for decks where we really need to go over the top, and decks where it's really unlikely for us to combo, and we just need some really powerful cards in our deck. That being said, a lot of the cards in our sideboard are hyper specialized because we are a really dedicated combo deck and we don't want to dilute our deck too much, so we aren't going to be boarding in most matchups. By the way, if you hear any children screaming, my kids are playing on the trampoline right outside my window. They decided to go out right when I clicked record because that's my life. But the most popular deck in Pioneer is the Rakdos aggro deck, the Callous Sellsword Fling deck, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, we're bringing in our Cetessan Petitioner, and really, I'm just all about the blockers. So I actually really like Arasta, and I really like Scrap Shooter, just being able to block all the creatures in our opponent's deck and the flyers, in general. As far as cards that we're siding out, I do want us to notice that we are most of the time either going to be bringing out our consistency, so our invasions and our oaths, or our mana ramp, so in our elves. Sometimes it'll be a little bit of both. Sometimes, it'll be both of these plus an Ulvenwald Oddity or something like that. But most of the time it's going to be one or the other. It's really important for us to get out really fast against aggro, so we're going to be bringing out some of our consistency, or really all of our consistency, and then just a single Ulvenwald Oddity. Because if we're comboing really hard and really shutting our opponents down, I'm okay with shaving one of them. They can't really interact with, taking one out of our deck or whatever. So this is how I sideboard against Rakdos aggro. The second most popular deck is It Phoenix. Against Is It Phoenix, I'm a fan of Arasta. They kind of let us go really wide in that case, and I like Unlicensed Hearse, and I like splitting what we take out. We're going to take out 2 elves, and then we're going to take out an Oath of Nissa and an Invasion. So that's how I sideboard against Phoenix. Against Blue-White Control, we're bringing in Stonebrain, mostly for like the board wipes, and bringing in Cityscape Leveler and Emrakul. And I like bringing out 3 elves and an Oath of Nissa. I really like Invasion against this deck as far as consistency goes, but this is how I sideboard against Blue-White Control. The fourth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. Now, normally I'd like Pick Your Poison against this deck, but they have so many artifact tokens, you can rarely ever snipe a Cauldron. However, Scrap Shooter takes that out. And then we're going to be bringing out 2 of the elves. It takes them a little bit to set up, and we're just the better combo deck. And so this is how I sideboard against Jund Sac. Next up is Selesnya Angels. We're going to bring in the Elish Norn because it just neuters the deck entirely. Pick Your Poison takes out Flyers, and then Scrap Shooter and Arasta buys us some time against this deck. And then I'm just going to be bringing out Consistency. I'm not a huge fan of Old Growth Troll, so I'm actually going to be shaving on Old Growth Troll as well. And we're just trying to combo as fast as possible, so sideboard against Angels. The sixth most popular deck is Rakdos Midrange, and I just say no changes against Rakdos Midrange. Our main plan is already very good against them, and really the way that we win is either having hard to answer threats or just comboing them, so no changes. Against the Gruul Prowessy deck, we're going to be sideboarding really similar to the red-black deck. We're bringing in Scrap Shooter, not Trawler, the Petitioner, and Arasta mostly as blockers, and then we're going to be bringing out our Consistency and a single elf, so sideboard against Gruul aggro. The eighth most popular deck is the Mirror Match. Elish Norn is excellent in the Mirror Match. Unfortunately, I think we have to bring in Pick Your Poison just so we have an answer to our opponent's nut hands with Leyline. The Stormbrain is very good if we can say Nykthos, and otherwise we're just trying to combo as fast as possible against our opponents. That being said, I'm okay with bringing out the Consistency and just like going balls to the wall. The sideboard in the Mirror Match. The ninth most popular deck is Boros Convoke. I'm a fan of Elish Norn against this deck. It neuters a lot of the deck. And then we just want to make sure that we have enough blockers and life gain and whatnot to be able to do the thing, take out some Consistency like Shaven and Oddity, and we're just going to shave one elf in this sideboard against Boros Convoke. And then the last deck is Hidden Strings. Against the Hidden Strings deck, we're bringing in Stonebrain. I'm actually a fan of Pick Your Poison, mostly because a lot of the versions are playing Strict Proctor now, but also are playing 9 lives, and 9 lives is very, very good against us, and making them sacrifice that enchantment is excellent. Otherwise, we just got to combo as fast as possible, which means we're going to be bringing out some level of Consistency. And so sideboard against Hidden Strings. But there you have had a sideboard against the top 10 most popular decks in Pioneer. And today we're going to look at the flex slots in mono green Nykthos, mono green Ramp, mono green Devotion, whatever you want to call it, because this deck is very, very good and is very, very fast. And even though it doesn't have Karn, it's still a combo deck. And so let's jump into it with the mono green list with 0 flex slots. So these are the cards you more or less have to play that are stock. So we have 58 cards in the main deck, which means there are only 2 flex slots, 1 land and 1 non-land. And there are 8 cards in the sideboard you pretty much have to play, which means there are 7 flex slots. So what can you choose from? These are the flex slots in the deck. I can make this a little bit bigger though. These are the flex slots in the deck. So for the last land slot, you could either play the 3rd Lair of the Hydra or the single Sunken Citadel. Lair of the Hydra just creates inevitability when you have a bunch of mana. Having man lands is just genuinely good against things like board wipes and whatever, to push through that last bit of damage. And so if you're worried about that, Lair of the Hydra is awesome. Sunken Citadel, the issue with Sunken Citadel is it enters tapped, and we don't love that. But what we can do with Sunken Citadel is we can add 2 mana to activate land abilities. So things like either Lair of the Hydras or Nykthos or Boseiju, we can use Sunken Citadel mana for, and be able to have less mana to do what we need to do, especially with Nykthos. I think that's very powerful. The kind of interesting part about Sunken Citadel is if we have a Leyline start, we don't actually need a mana dork to start going off on turn 2, because we can turn 1 Sunken Citadel, turn 2 Nykthos, use the 2 mana from Sunken Citadel to activate Nykthos, have 4 mana or 8 mana depending on how many Leylines we started with. So it adds a kind of an interesting nut hand, but the entering tapped is a bit of a deal breaker. Also, as sort of a side note, you'll notice that one of the flex slots in the sideboard is an off-color card, an Elish Norn. Sunken Citadel naming white is another way that we'll be able to cast that Elish Norn, but we'll talk about that a little bit more in the future. As far as the non-land slot, you can choose between an Oath of Nissa and a Polukranos. I think the decision is kind of obvious here, or I guess I don't know the correct decision, but the line of thinking is pretty obvious. The single Oath of Nissa adds consistency to the deck and, early devotion, and Polukranos adds more devotion later on in the game, but is just like another threat and mana dump and whatever. Having more powerful turn 2 plays after we play a turn 1 mana dork can make the deck overall more powerful. So you want to select between these guys for those main deck slots. As far as the 7 cards in the sideboard, there's a lot of cards you can choose from. You have 13 different cards to choose from to fill out those 7 slots. Number 1, Elishnorn, obviously very good against other decks that care about enter the battlefield things. So like, the mirror match, maybe Convoke, stuff like that. It's off color, which isn't a huge deal. So if you look at the no flex slots thing, one, Sunken Citadel can fix it if we want to. But also if we start with a Leyline, things tap for every color mana. Also, Outcaster Trailblazer can add white if we want it to. There's a lot of ways that we can have white in our deck. Again, also Sunken Citadel, if we decide to play Sunken Citadel. So the off color is a little annoying. Also, Storm the Festival can just hit it. But it can be very powerful in just game ending against certain decks. Sharpshooter is an interesting 2-in-1 card where it's a reasonable amount of pips, is a 4/4 with reach, which is really good against all of these Slickshot show-off decks. But also it destroys an artifact or enchantment, so we can bring it in for those Slickshot show-off decks as an early blocker. And it's an artifact and enchantment card we can bring in, so it's kind of interesting. Sidestian Petitioner, there's a lot of crazy aggro decks out now. The red-green aggro and red-black aggro specifically are nuts. Gaining life equal to devotion to green can gain an obscene amount of life, especially since itself is 2 devotion, which means it's also a reasonable amount of mana pips for Nykthos. Polukranos Reborn in the sideboard is interesting. It has a lot of the same things that we'd like for Polukranos in the main deck. It just adds another threat, it's a lot of pips, whatever. But also it having reach and also not dying to Reckless Rage makes it a little bit better than Scrap Shooter against the Slickshot decks, but it's just a body that can become a scarier body. So, meh. Obstinate Baloth is kind of interesting against discard decks, but also it's a guaranteed 4 life that you can play instead of Sidestian Petitioner. Nylea's Intervention is a new-ish innovation. You can choose one, search your library for up to X land cards, reveal them, put into your hand, then shuffle, which means you can grab your Nykthos, you can grab your Besejus, whatever, it isn't just forests. Or Nylea's Intervention deals twice X damage to each creature with flying. So this is like really good in like grabbing our like things that we might need in our deck, like the Nykthos, so we can actually combo, but also like really decent against decks that have a lot of flyers. So I'm thinking like Phoenix, the Slickshot show-off decks, stuff like that. I think it's kind of interesting. The third Stonebrain is an option. Stonebrain is very good against these combo decks, like the Mirror Match naming Nykthos or against Lotus. And then a Licensed Hearse is just additional graveyard hate. So mostly for Phoenix, but there are other decks that use the graveyard as well that, is pretty scary. So you're going to be selecting one of these lands, one of these non-lands for your main deck, and then 7 of any combination of these 13 cards for your sideboard as you continue to tune Mono Green Nykthos. And I wanted to go over some nuances with the Mono Green Nykthos, Mono Green Devotion deck in Pioneer. Because while I've talked about the deck as a whole, I've talked about sideboarding with it, I've talked about flex slots, it's important to understand a lot of the weird stuff involved with this deck. And I wanted to lead this off with how to combo with the deck, because the deck is decidedly still a combo deck, even though it doesn't have Karn. Yes, it has a big green guy beat down alternative plan, but primarily you're looking to combo. And the way that you combo is by getting a ton of devotion, drawing a ridiculous amount of cards with Kiora and Outcaster Trailblazer, getting many creatures on the battlefield, untapping Nykthos with Kioras or extra Kioras that you draw to add even more mana, hitting more Nykthoses with like Cavalier to add even more mana, etc., 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 until you have a bunch of creatures and a bunch of mana, and then you play an Ulvenwald Oddity, flip it, everything has haste and trample, and then you jam. That's the combo. And so all of your plays should be working towards that combo if you can. In addition, some other things that you might need to know about. Leyline of the Guild Pact, as you probably know, is in the deck just for its devotion to green. It's 4 green pips. But also remember, if you have a Leyline of the Guild Pack, your lands tap for any colored mana, including your Nykthos. So if you're worried about cards like Stonebrain or other extraction effects, you can play a Leyline of the Guild Pack during your pregame actions, and then your first land can just be Nykthos, and you can still play your Mana Dork while getting around those extraction effects, which is kind of cool. One of the weirdest things about this deck when you first pick it up is the Outcaster Trailblazer timings. And the biggest thing about Outcaster Trailblazer is, again, remember this is a combo deck. If you were just trying to beat down, of course you would never plot Outcaster Trailblazer, or very rarely plot Outcaster Trailblazer, but you want to create really big turns. And if giving up 4 damage and plotting Outcaster Trailblazer on turn 2 or turn 3 means that you can have it come off plot to create a mana, so you can play a Cavalier a turn earlier, or a Storm the Festival a turn earlier, or multi-spell is way better. Or even better, like plot the Outcast or Trailblazer when you have 3 mana. Next turn, play Kiora, and then cast Outcast or Trailblazer off of plot to be able to draw a card off of Kiora, because drawing extra cards is extremely important when you're trying to combo, is where you should probably be with this deck. However, it normally being right to plot Outcast or Trailblazer does not mean High Noon goes away. So remember, High Noon exists when you're playing this card, because having something come off plot it counts as a spell. Sometimes when you storm the festival, you're going to hit a Kiora and a creature when you already have a Kiora on the battlefield. Understand that everything enters and then the Planeswalker thing, like legendary rule, happens. So both Kioras are going to see that creature enter from Storm the Festival before the Planeswalker thing happens. So you'll be drawing 2 cards. Just important to remember. And this is true of the old Nykthos deck as well. But be sure to activate Nykthos, if you can, in most situations. Activate Nykthos in response to the Cavalier of Thorns trigger in case you hit another Nykthos, because you don't have a chance to activate Nykthos again before grabbing that extra Nykthos and putting it on the battlefield from Cavalier of Thorns and them legendarying each other out. So say you have access to 9 mana, one of them's a Nykthos, you storm the festival, 3 mana left over, including Nykthos, hit a Cavalier. Awesome. So you want that Cavalier to enter the battlefield. But before the Cavalier trigger actually resolves, you can activate Nykthos and get the devotion from Cavalier counting towards Nykthos. And then if you hit another Nykthos off of Cavalier, it's even better. I think everybody that has learned this deck has encountered a situation where you hit the second Nykthos off of Cavalier and you like roll your eyes because you could have had so much more mana. So just remember that. And in that same vein, navigate your turns in a sense that the Cavalier resolving is one of the last things going on, so that you can get maximum devotion off of Nykthos and you aren't like hemorrhaging devotion by doing that like in response to the Cavalier trigger trick. So this is your average blue-white control deck. I actually played blue-white control at the RC this past weekend. I was playing the Yorion version, so it wasn't exactly this 75. But this is what you'll see most of the time, people playing blue-white control. So let's start with the lands. We're playing a Castle Ardenvale because we're trying to hit as many land drops as possible. Notice we're running 27. That's a pretty land-heavy deck. And we always want something to do with our mana. And so creating a 1/1 white human, if we have an extra 5 mana or extra 4 mana plus Castle Ardenvale, is pretty strong. Deserted Beach is a Azorius land that comes in untapped if you control 2 or more other lands. So as long as you don't play it on the first or second turn, it is essentially a dual land. An Aganjo, mostly just because it's free. These spell lands are very powerful. Field of Ruin is excellent in this deck because, again, we always want ways to use our mana. And there's a lot of really powerful lands, both in the mirror matches and basically against every deck. And so being able to just stop that when we want to use our mana anyway is pretty strong. Floodfarm Verge is one of the new Azorius lands. It comes in untapped all the time and only taps for white. However, if you control plains or an island, it taps for a blue as well. And frankly, white is the most important color in this deck, at least in the first few turns, and it taps for blue most of the time in most games. Fountain Port is one of the most surprising, powerful cards to me, or in most recently printed cards. Again, you always want to be using all of your mana. And so you can pay 3 mana and 1 life to create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. And that's just like pretty awesome. You know, it applies a threat similar to Castle Ardenvale. However, you can pay 2 mana and sacrifice a token to draw a card. So that includes the human token you make with Castle Ardenvale. That includes the fish token you make with Fountain Port. The paying 4 mana, create a treasure token. That includes that token. It includes the map you make with Restless Anchorage. It includes the samurai you make with Wandering Emperor, etc., etc. Even fishes you make with Beza, whatever. And so this allows you to really outcard your opponent while using your mana in an efficient way. Call the Storm Giants as a one-of to just close out games against Control and Phoenix and things like that. It's a little bit worse against Control because of Fountain Port, but it's still very strong. Playing 4 Hallowed Fountain, just a Azorius Shockland, coming in untaps, all important. 2 Island and 2 Plains. Otawara as another one of our spell lands just because it's free, and then 2 Restless Anchorage just as more manned lands. We're only playing 2 because it's really important these things come in untapped in this like really aggressive aggro meta, and so we don't want to play too many Restless Anchorage in that capacity. I'm going to rearrange this deck just a little bit to make it a little bit easier to talk about. Okay, so I divided these up into 5 piles, denoting kind of the different roles that each one of these cards has. We're playing 2 Dovin's Veto with the other 2 in the sideboard because there's a bunch of powerful non-creature spells, whether it be the Mirror Match or the Enigmatic deck or whatever. Normalize is just a harder to cast mana leak, and it gets exiled instead of put into the graveyard, which is pretty relevant, like against things like Memory Deluge and whatever. 3 Steps Ahead is a really interesting card. You pay 1 mana for it and then pay additional costs depending on what you want for it. It's a pretty bad rate if you are always doing one of these things, but all of the things are actually very relevant. You can pay an additional blue and generic to counter a target spell, so it's can just be a cancel. You can pay an extra 3 mana to create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control, which is pretty cool alongside like Hullbreaker Horror, because notice it's not until end of turn. And you can pay an additional 2 generic to draw 2 cards and discard a card. And you can do as many of these as you want. So a very common play pattern is using the cancel and the draw 2 discard 2 for 5 mana. It's effectively like a kind of medium cryptic command, right? My opponent casts a spell, I pay 5 mana, counter that spell, draw 2, discard 1. This is a very powerful effect. Though again, if you're only using one of these effects, it's not a very good card. We're playing 2 High Noon. This is very good against the Phoenix deck and very good against the Slickshot Show-Off decks. Also pretty good against Mono Green with them plotting Outcast or Trailblazers and things like that. This is our removal suite. We're playing 2 Temporary Lockdown, which is very good against these aggressive decks and against the sack deck. We're playing 2 Get Loss, where we pay 2 mana to destroy target creature, enchantment, or planeswalkers. Controller creates 2 maps. Just having decent instant speed removal is awesome, and normally we don't care about the maps that we're giving our opponent. We're playing a Farewell. Just being able to reset the game with just a 1-of is pretty powerful, though 6 mana is quite a lot of mana. Playing 4 March of Otherworldly Light, where white and X, exile target artifact, creature, enchantment with mana value X or less. And we can exile any number of white cards from our hand to have it cost 2 less to cast for each exiled this way. This is just the best removal spell in the deck by a lot. It allows us to kill manlands for just 1 mana. It can kill tokens for just 1 mana. It answers enchantments as well. That's just so powerful. And 2 Supreme Verdict just as a can't be countered, destroy all creatures. As far as kill conditions, besides these manlands that we're playing 4 Wandering Emperor. Wandering Emperor has a -1 where we create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance, which is awesome. We can also put +1 to put a +1/+1 counter up to 1 target creature against first strike till end of turn, which is pretty cute. And a really common mode of this is it's -2 exile target tapped creature, you gain 2 life. So a really common way to play Wandering Emperor is they attack with a big creature. You play Wandering Emperor, exile that creature, untap, either kill the Wandering Emperor to create a 2/2 or plus to put a second loyalty counter on it, and then just start making samurais and protecting Wandering Emperor and killing your opponent. It's also really good to cast Wandering Emperor just into nothing, just to start putting on pressure and force your opponent to do stuff. And then this last category is card advantage. So we're playing 2 Teferi Hero Dominaria. The reason we're only playing 2 is 5 mana is a lot of mana to tap at sorcery speed. But once it's on the battlefield, we can plus it to draw a card, and at the end step, untap 2 lands. So we can like tap out for it on 5, draw a card, and then be able to leave up something like Get Lost or a counterspell or something like that. Its -3 is put target non-land permanent into its opponent's library 3rd from the top, so we just tuck it into the deck. And then if we're able to get to its ultimate, you get an emblem with whenever you draw a card, exile target permanent an opponent controls. And if you ever do that, you kind of just win the game. Playing a 1-of Narset, stopping our opponent from drawing more than 1 card each turn is super powerful, whether it be against Mono Green or against Phoenix. I'm sure there are other decks it's excellent against, good against like Lotus and whatever. But then we get to -2 loyalty, so we can activate it twice. If you look at the top 4 cards of your library, you may reveal a non-creature, non-land card from among them and put into your hand the rest of the body of your library in a random order. Very powerful. Playing 3 Memory Deluge, where we can look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast this spell. Put 2 of them into your hand, the rest of the body of your library in a random order. What's beautiful about this is this pairs so well with Wandering Emperor. You know, if they do something scary, we Wandering Emperor. If not, we Memory Deluge. It's just so good. So good. And then being able to flash it back for 7 mana, which means we look at the top 7 cards and grab 2. So it's a great card advantage engine and just pairs really nicely with the rest of our deck. And we're playing 2 Deduce, which is basically a better Think Twice. We can pay 2 mana, draw a card, and Investigate, which creates a clue where at some point in the future we can pay another 2 mana, sacrifice the clue, and draw a card. And so with all of these things, what we're trying to do is stop our opponent from doing the thing and then slowly kill our opponent once they burn out. It is your basic archetypal blue-white control deck. That being said, our sideboard, We already talked about High Noon, just very good against these decks that want to cast multiple spells a turn, whether it be Lotus, Phoenix, the Slickshot aggro decks, mono green, whatever. Knockout Blow is for these red aggressive decks. Beza is really good against everything except for anything you would consider a combo. So I think it's very good against the aggro decks because it gains life and creates blockers. It's essentially just like a timely reinforcement creature where you create a treasure token if opponent controls more lands than you. You gain 4 life if opponent has more life than you, and create 2 1/1 blue frick creature tokens if opponent has more creatures than you, and draw a card if your opponent has more cards in hand than you. So I think it's good against mid-range as well because it can happen to draw a card, and just like having creatures post-board against mid-range when they're forced to bring out removal, I think is very powerful. And then also for a similar reason, pretty good in the mirror match. Like if we can play this card and then draw a card from it, it's a threat and we draw a card. Every single card matters in these control mirrors. And so Beza is really strong. It's just not very good against the combo decks. Aether Gust, 2 mana instant, choose target spell a permanent that's red or green. Its owner puts it on top and bottom of their library. We play this card against like the mono green deck and against the red aggressive decks. Mystical Dispute for these other blue decks, whether it be the mirror match or spirits or Lotus combo or whatever. 3 mana counter target spell unless control pays 3, and it costs 2 less to cast if it targets a blue spell. Playing 1 Shark Typhoon, which adds a good mid-range killer and a decent card to help fix our land drops and apply pressure in the mirror match and stuff. Where it's an enchantment where whenever we cast a non-creature spell, put an XX blue shark creature token with flying where X that spell's mana value. So it's a great finisher. But we can cycle it for 1 blue, 1 generic, and 1 X. And when you cycle it, which you draw a card when you cycle, create an XX blue shark creature token with flying. Hullbreaker Horror is another just like awesome kill condition against these mid-range decks and these control decks. Is also decent against combo if you're able to get there. Against most combo decks, you can't really get there, though. It's really, really hard to. Dovin's Veto, again, for these non-creature decks. We already talked about it when we talked about the main deck, Dovin's Veto. And then Kahira, just because it's free, and just having another threat, just like on a stick, even if we side in the Beza, just excellent. The only thing it doesn't get along with is Hullbreaker Horror, but that is totally fine. I think if you really want access to Kahira, you could totally just play a second Shark Typhoon instead of Hullbreaker Horror. I just think Hullbreaker Horror is just so good in the mirror match that we want to keep it. But if you're playing this 75 and side in Hullbreaker Horror, be sure to not reveal Kahira. You will lose. So High Noon obviously stops the decks that want to do multiple things in the same turn. Think for like the Rakdos Prowess deck and the Phoenix deck. Knockout Blow is for the aggressive decks, mostly the red aggressive decks. Beza is really good against control, mid-range, and aggro, but is really bad against anything that could be considered combo in any capacity. Aether Gust for red and green decks that we want to tempo out. Mystical Dispute for blue decks. Shark Typhoon is great against mid-range and control decks. Hullbreaker Horror, similarly, very good against mid-range and control decks. Really, really good against control decks. And Dovin's Veto, very good against control decks and combo decks where it's very important we are able to counter things. Now, if you want a deeper analysis about the deck as a whole, I did a deck tech that was posted last week. You should totally check that out. That being said, the most popular deck in Pioneer is Rakdos Prowess. Against the Rakdos Prowess deck, we're bringing in High Noons, Knockout Blows, Bezas, because it allows us to gain life and do cool, awesome stuff. Aether Gust is also pretty decent against the deck, being able to return things. That being said, Farewell is just too slow. Teferi, similarly, is just too slow. It doesn't take over the game like it does against other decks. Narset also doesn't really do anything. 3 Steps Ahead is effectively cancel against this deck, and cancel turns out isn't very good against this deck. I'm also not a giant fan of Dovin's Veto because we need to be answering the creatures. So this is how I sideboard against Rakdos Prowess. The second most popular deck is the mirror match. In the mirror match, we're bringing in Beza. We're really trying to draw cards off of Beza. We're bringing in Mystical Dispute. There's a lot of blue spells that we would love to counter. Shark Typhoon to both hit our land drops and be able to just like cast and win the game off of. Hullbreaker Horror because it's kind of a just win button. And Dovin's Veto. We are going to be bringing out High Noon because it doesn't really do anything in this matchup. Temporary Lockdown for similar reasons. Farewell. I'm not really a fan of Supreme Verdict. And we're going to be shaving a few March of Otherworldly Light. I like keeping some amount in just as answers to like weird things my opponent might be bringing in. I think it might also be correct to do something like this, where we bring out we keep in 1 Supreme Verdict and 1 March. But in any case, this is how I sideboard in the mirror match. The third most popular deck is It Phoenix, where we're going to be bringing in High Noons. They aren't able to do their crazy combos. Mystical Dispute, because all the scary stuff is blue. And Dovin's Veto. Mostly we're trying to counter like Artist Talent and Treasure Cruise, which are like the big things we're really, really scared of. I'm going to be bringing out Temporary Lockdown, doesn't really do anything. Supreme Verdict, similarly, I don't think does much to speak of because a lot of them are getting off of Ledger Shredder even. And I actually think Farewell's too slow. Like, Exile in the Graveyard is cool, but I just don't think I can do it. If you want to keep Farewell in, I think taking out a Deduce is also fine, but that's how I sideboard against Phoenix. The fourth most popular deck is the Rakdos Midrange deck, featuring Unstoppable Slasher just as a good card. Against this deck, we're bringing in Beza, the Shark Typhoon, and I'm a fan of the Hullbreaker Horror. I'm going to be bringing out High Noon. This doesn't really do anything. Dovin's Veto similarly doesn't do anything. I would rather just answer the creatures. And we want to bring out Temporary Lockdown. Notice we have more cards we want to bring out than bring in. So I think keeping the Dovin's Veto in is totally fine. So this is how I sideboard against Rakdos Midrange. The fifth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. Against Jund Sac, I like Aether Gust to be able to deal with the relevant cards. And Dovin's Veto can be pretty decent, just being able to counter, like Fable and Scavenger's Talent and things like that. High Noon doesn't really do anything against this deck. We're going to get rid of Narset as well. And I think Shaven and Teferi is totally fine. They're a combo deck. I'm a little worried about like answering the board rather than actually pulling ahead like Teferi does once you're already ahead. That's how I sideboard against Jund Sacrifice. The sixth most popular deck is Rakdos Transmogrify. Against this deck, we're bringing in Aether Gust. We are bringing in Dovin's Veto, and I'm a fan of Hullbreaker Horror. We need to be able to end the game before they draw into more combo-y things. We're taking out High Noon. I like keeping Temporary Lockdown in because it can get rid of some of the creatures that they're trying to transmogrify and put some pressure on them having to like do it again. However, I like bringing out Farewell because I think the deck's a little too quick for that. I like bringing out Narset because they aren't really drawing cards to speak of. And then we're just going to shave a Deduce, and this is how we sideboard against Rakdos Transmog. The seventh most popular deck is the mono black Splitter Twin mid-rangey thing with Unstoppable Slasher and Bloodletter. Against this deck, we are bringing in Beza, Hullbreaker Horror, and I like Dovin's Veto against this deck because they have a lot of non-creature spells we are very afraid of. We're bringing out Temporary Lockdown. We are bringing out High Noon. And then we are shaving on Deduces because everything else is great. So this is how I sideboard against mono black demons and mid-range Splinter Twin, whatever you want to call it. The eighth most popular deck is Lotus Field Combo, also known as Hidden Strings. High Noon is great against this deck. I'm also a fan of Aether Gust. We're loving Mystical Dispute. And we love Dovin's Veto. Now we're going to be taking out Temporary Lockdown. Get Lost doesn't really do anything against the deck. There are some like corner case games where it can hit a Leer at a relevant time or something, but meh. And we're going to bring out Supreme Verdict and Farewell. And this is how we sideboard against Lotus Field. The ninth most popular deck is Abzan Greasefang. Against Greasefang, I like the Dovin's Vetoes, just additional counter magic. I think is pretty important. The issue is we really want to bring out the Temporary Lockdowns and the High Noons. These are important to bring out because they don't really do anything to speak of in the matchup. So we're also going to bring in the Hullbreaker and the Shark Typhoon just cuz. So I sideboard against Greasefang. And the 10th most popular deck is the Enigmatic deck, where we're going to bring in Aether Gust, bringing in Mystical Disputes. We are bringing in Dovin's Vetoes, and we're just going to be shaving on Deduce. And that's how I sideboard against Enigmatic. This is a list of the cards in Blue-White Control that are not flex slots, that you essentially have to play, give or take a land or two here or there. Now, there are 51 cards in the main deck and only 5 cards in the sideboard that are essential. And 51 cards in the main deck is kind of like a normal amount to be non-flex slots in a deck, but 5 cards in the sideboard as considered to be like needed is really, really, really small. However, this is the norm with control decks. With control decks, you really have to sculpt your deck, main deck, but mostly sideboard to be able to beat the decks you are going to play against. And thus, there's no really stock list of it. So let's look at the cards you can play in these 9 slots in the main deck and 10 slots in the sideboard. So in these slots, you can play any of these cards. Let's switch this to card view. There we go. So up to 4 portable hull to be able to deal with these aggressive decks and decks like a Sacrifice and things like that. 3 steps ahead, sort of as a mini cryptic command if you want more long game and more mid-range game in your deck. Get Lost as a reasonably unconditional removal spell. I guess it doesn't remove artifacts, but pseudo unconditional removal spell. High Noon, which is sort of a main deck sideboard card against the red-black aggro deck and Phoenix. Also really good against mono green. Change the Equation, similarly really good against mono green and is like corner case good against a lot of other decks, especially for being 2 mana is a really big deal. You can play the 3rd Dovin's Veto in the main deck if you think you're going to be playing against a lot of combo and control. Split Up is a really interesting card that is 1 mana cheaper than Supreme Verdict, either destroy all tap creatures or all untap creatures. This card's either insane or not very good at all. Temporary Lockdown, you kind of want to pick between the 2 Temporary Lockdown or the 3 to 4 Portable Hole because they fulfill a similar purpose and they are non-bows with each other because Temporary Lockdown takes away the Portable Holes that are on the battlefield on your side. But they fulfill similar roles just in slightly different ways. Narset Parter of Veils is just a really good against other control decks and good in the deep late game and mid-range. Settle the Wreckage as a 1-of in the main deck can be played, which gets even better in open decklist tournaments because then they have to fear it even if you don't have it in your hand. But Exiling is really good and it's just really good against decks that attack a lot. The 4th Wandering Emperor you could play, which is very strong against the mid-range and control decks and also even aggro decks. It's just pretty bad in multiples. 4th Memory Deluge if you're worried about card advantage. And 1 main deck Shark Typhoon can be played for the mid-range and control deck sort of as a main deck sideboard slot. But also you can just like cycle it. So it's kind of like one of those very little risk main deck sideboard slots. As far as the cards in the sideboard goes, pick 10 of these 18 cards. 2 High Noon we've already talked about when we talked about the main deck slot. 2 Rest in Peace for Graveyard Hate for decks like Phoenix, Greasefang, and like Lotus Control. Aether Gust for decks like Mono Green, also really good against the red-black aggro deck. And like Lotus Field and Corner Case good against a lot of other decks. Go up to the playset of Dovin's Veto in the sideboard. Again, we've already talked about Dovin's Veto when we talked about main deck slots. Knockout Blow for these aggro decks. Kutsil's Flanker is a really interesting card that's like fine against a lot of different things. It can just be a threat against control. It's Graveyard Hate on a stick. It can gain life and block. It's just one of those things that you want to put in your sideboard if you want a little bit of everything. Narset Parter of Veils as a 1-of in the sideboard. You can play, we've already talked about the main deck reason for it. You can play the Companion Kahira. Some decks are coming off of this because a lot of them sideboard into Hullbreaker Horror and you can't play Hullbreaker Horror and Kahira. And often you want your companion against the deck that you're bringing in Hullbreaker Horror against anyway, but Kahira is pretty free for a main deck slot, or if you decide you don't want to play Hullbreaker Horror. 3rd Beza in the sideboard for mid-range aggro and control, just really bad against combo. Farewell for just the reset button. This would be the 2nd Farewell. The 2nd Shark Typhoon in the sideboard is another option, again for mid-range and control. And the Hullbreaker Horror, that is a just win button against control for the most part, and also very, very good against mid-range. So again, you're going to select 9 cards from this main deck. Really the only stipulation is no Portable Hole and Temporary Lockdown. You kind of have to pick between the 2. And 10 cards from this sideboard. A lot of the weird things with the deck are revolving around Fountain Port. And when you're playing with Fountain Port, remember that you can sack any token to Fountain Port, not just the fish token or the treasure token that Fountain Port makes. This includes maps that are made with Restless Anchorage. This includes clue tokens that are made with Deduce. I'm not sure why you would sack the clue token with Fountain Port. This seems like just wasting extra mana, but you can. This includes Samurai tokens, which is really relevant if you're just like digging. As far as more Fountain Port stuff, remember that you can make treasure with it, which means you can get the red mana to sacrifice to High Noon. So High Noon doesn't always have to be the thing that just sits there. And remember that 5 damage can go face, which is pretty relevant, especially in matchups where High Noon doesn't do anything since you're playing it main deck. Sort of off of Fountain Port as well. Remember the Teferi Plus activation can, if you have enough mana, can create multiple activations of a land like Fountain Port in the same turn. So you can, let's say, make a fish with Fountain Port, activate Teferi, draw a card, untap Fountain Port in one other land, and then be able to still sacrifice that fish to be able to draw a card. And the last like small nuance that I think is important to understand that isn't like super obvious with the deck is if you are playing the Kahira version and are also playing Hullbreaker Horror in the sideboard, remember you can't reveal Kahira as your companion if you sideboard in Hullbreaker Horror. I know I shouldn't have to say that, but I know people are doing it just out of like muscle memory. Just remember that. That is a little awkward though, because a lot of the matchups where you will be casting Kahira, you're bringing in Hullbreaker Horror. So it's really tough. My camera died, but it's really tough. It's a pretty stock Jund sack deck. Now it's mostly red-black sack, splashing green for Yigra and sideboard Haywire Might. Sometimes the deck sideboards Abrupt Decay as well. But really Yigra is just so powerful, you know, with the deck that we're okay with it. The mana base is pretty straightforward. We're just trying to make sure we have our colors all the time. In combo decks, a lot of combo decks don't really focus on doing weird things with the mana like the mid-range versions of these red-black decks do. However, we are playing a Castle Lochwain and a Dead of the Bugbear. Some versions are playing the Channel Lands. I think they're a little too cute. I'd rather have my colors so that our deck can just always function, because the deck is weirdly color hungry. And so really what we're trying to do with this deck is get Mayhem Devil on the battlefield and sacrifice a bunch of things, either Cauldron Familiar and the food tokens with Witch's Oven, or the Scavenger's Talents, or Deadly Disputes, and deal a bunch of damage and nickel and dime our opponent, or Infinite Combo with Ygra. This deck also has a decent mid-range plan with Blood Tithe Harvester and Fable the Mirror Breaker, so we like that as well. So let's talk about the combos in the deck first, and then we'll talk about the cards that are like supporting those combos. So Cauldron Familiar and Witch's Oven, by and large, is a very well-known combo. Witch's Oven, sacrifice Cauldron Familiar, it makes a food, sacrifice the food, bring back Cauldron Familiar. That is already good by itself, but if we pair that with Mayhem Devil, you deal an extra damage every time something is sacked. So every time you loop that, it makes your opponent lose 3 life and you gain 1 life. It's even better with multiple Cauldron Familiars or multiple Witch's Ovens. And you can get food in a bunch of other ways, like having Ygra on the battlefield. All the creatures are foods. Scavenger's Talents, first level, is if a creature would die, create a food token. This creature only triggers once each turn, that we can use those foods to bring back Cauldron Familiar. And there's an infinite combo with Ygra and Cauldron Familiar. Now, if we have Ygra and any one other creature on the battlefield, it could be another Cauldron Familiar, and have at least 2 Cauldron Familiars, 1 in the graveyard, 1 in the battlefield, or 2 in the graveyard, what we can do is sacrifice the creature other than Ygra, whether it be Cauldron Familiar or something else, to bring Cauldron Familiar back, because all the creatures are foods according to Ygra. They lose a life, you gain a life because of Cauldron Familiar's Enter the Battlefield ability. Then you take the other Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard, they lose a life, you gain a life. Then you just keep doing that over and over, sacrificing the Cauldron Familiar on the battlefield for the one in the graveyard. Now, this is even cooler because you can kind of move into it like quite a bit. Because yes, whenever one of your creatures die, create a food token. Cool, that's already like pretty good. It's level 2 is when you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. Like, okay, so like we sacrifice Cauldron Familiar with the Witch's Oven, sacrifice the food, sacrifice the blood token off Blood Tithe Harvester or Deadly Dispute. We want to mill ourselves, because we want to get those 2 Cauldron Familiars in our graveyard. And even if we mill the Ygra, that's totally fine, because we can level it up to level 3, and at the beginning of our end step, sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents, bring back the Ygra, and then do that combo, because we'll have the Cauldron Familiars in our graveyard as well. So that's all the weird combo-y stuff. I think it's important to mention that, the Mayhem Devils and things like that trigger off of Deadly Dispute, which we have a lot of things in our deck and tokens that we make, whether it be food tokens or blood tokens or whatever, or Cauldron Familiars that we're totally okay with sacrificing with Deadly Dispute so we can churn through our deck and hit our combos. Bitter Triumph allows us to, remove things at a cost, but being a combo deck, we don't really care about costs like that. Claim the Firstborn is really cute. Gain control of target creature, mana value 3 or less till end of turn, tap that creature, gains haste, because it's a active treason where we get to jam, but it's 1 mana, and then we can sack that creature to Witch's Oven or Deadly Dispute, so we don't have to sack our own things. So that's a little bit of a combo there as well. And then our sort of mid-range plan, we're playing Fatal Push just for removal, really cheap. This card's great. Blood Tithe Harvester allows us to apply some pressure, allows us to be a removal spell on a stick, and also creates a blood token just as another thing to sacrifice to Mayhem Devil or to sacrifice to Deadly Dispute or things like that. Croxa is a little bit of a flex slot, but is very good, against these decks that go really, really long. And then Fable of Mirror Breaker is even better, with our mid-range plan. It digs us into our combo. We're playing a lot of cards that kind of don't do anything by themselves, so it allows us to discard those cards if we don't need them. It ramps us. Being able to flip into Reflection of Kiki Jiki and copy a Mayhem Devil and then sacrifice things is really disgusting. There's a lot of really cool things with this deck. As you can see, there's a lot of incredible interactions. This deck's very hard to play, so you're going to want to get some games in with it before you play any sort of relevant tournament. As far as the sideboard goes, Duress, for these combo decks and control decks. Similarly for Thoughtseizes, Path of Peril for the go wide, really small creature decks, Leyline of the Void for graveyard decks. Ob Nixilis is really good against the incredibly slower decks, just to diversify our threats, because it's a lot harder for us to get off our combos and to even have our mid-range plan, because we're kind of a bad mid-range deck because we're a mid-range deck leaning towards combos, or a combo deck leaning towards mid-range decks. Gigantha because it's free, but please make sure you are not revealing Gigantha if you bring in Path of Peril or Leyline of the Void, because that's how you lose games of Magic. And then Haywire Might, since we're playing green anyway, allows us to have these answers against things like Grafdigger's Cage or Leyline of the Void or whatever. So before we talk about how to sideboard against the top 10 most popular decks, what I want to do is look at the roles of the cards in the sideboard. So we're running 1 Duress and 4 Thoughtseize. These cards often come in together. They're very good against the control decks and very good against the combo decks, just as hand destruction. Path of Peril, very good against things that like it actually kills, so a lot when they have a lot of creatures with mana value 2 or less, so we're talking like Rakdos Prowess or humans or something like that. Leyline of the Void for graveyard decks. Ob Nixilis is our answer for control decks, mostly basically decks that don't really have creatures to attack it and are really difficult to be answered. And Haywire Might is artifact and enchantment hate. So let's jump right into it with Rakdos Prowess. Against the Rakdos Prowess deck, we're a little bit pre-boarded for it, but we do want Path of Peril. And some versions bring in Urbrass Forge against us, so we're going to side in Haywire Might. It's also just like a fine blocker, assuming they don't have Monstrous Rage or something horrifying like that. We're going to be siding out of Acroxa and 2 Fable the Mirror Breaker just because they are too slow. So sideboard against Rakdos Prowess. Against Is It Phoenix, obviously we're going to bring in the Leyline of the Voids because it stops Treasure Cruise and the Phoenix combo. We're also going to be bringing in the Duress and the Thoughtseize. Again, like if we don't hit our Leyline of the Voids, being able to hit the Treasure Cruises or the Artist Talents or whatever. And speaking of the Artist Talents, I'm also a fan of Haywire Might, so we can actually answer the Artist Talent. We're going to bring out Croxa because they're totally okay with like discarding when they get to choose what to discard. We're going to bring out Claim the Firstborn because it doesn't really answer anything. Similarly with Fatal Push. And we're going to side out a combination of Scavenger's Talent and Deadly Dispute. Now, the rest of these cards, notice we're just like going for more of a mid-range, hyper-aggressive strategy while attacking the hand and attacking the graveyard. So sideboard against Is It Phoenix. The third most popular deck is Blue-White Control. We're bringing in this hand destruction again. Not Path of Peril, hand destruction. Ugh. And we're going to be bringing in Ob Nixilis because it's very, very hard for them to answer. We're going to be bringing out the Fatal Pushes, obviously. The Claim the Firstborns, obviously. And we're just going to shave off 1 Deadly Dispute just because like the fact that it's an additional cost to sacrifice the creature. And so sacrificing something and then having it countered can kind of hurt a little bit, but it's still very good and instant speed and can bait counter magic and all that stuff. So this is how we sideboard against Azorius Control. The 4th most popular deck is Rakdos Midrange. Against Rakdos Midrange, I'm just running it back. I like it. There's an argument for Ob Nixilis, but I like pretty much everything in the deck and what we're doing. So no boarding. The 5th most popular deck is Mono Black Demons. We're going to be bringing in the Haywire Mites, mostly for the Unholy Hanex Ritual Chamber. Also decent against Reckoner Bankbuster, which some of them keep in against us. And we're going to be bringing out some Scavenger's Talents just because I want every individual card to actually do something. So this is how I sideboard against Mono Black Demons. The 6th most popular deck is Rakdos Transmogrify. Against Rakdos Transmog, we're bringing in the Duress and Thoughtseize combos. And we're bringing in Haywire Might because it actually answers a lot of things that our opponent's doing, like Fable and Case, and like some of them side in Urbrass Forge against us and all that stuff. That being said, we're taking out Claim the Firstborn. I like taking out the Fatal Pushes because I don't really want to, just try to answer the creature or whatever. Like I'm looking to combo and attack the hand, and I think Fatal Pushes kind of dumb down the deck a little bit. And then we're just going to shave 1 Scavenger's Talent, and this is how I sideboard against Transmogrify. In the mirror match, we are bringing in Leyline of the Void. Things Not Dying, next graveyard being exiled. Feels real good. And we're going to shave a combination of Fatal Pushes and Deadly Disputes. Just because Fatal Push is really only effective against Mayhem Devil and Blood Tithe Harvester. Mayhem Devil's the only one it's really good against, and we already have Claim the Firstborn and Bitter Triumph and our own triggers and whatnot. So this is how I sideboard against the mirror match. The 8th most popular deck is Lotus Field Combo, also known as Hidden Strings. Against this deck, we are bringing in the Hand Destruction because it is a combo deck. And we are also bringing in the Leyline of the Voids. We need to make sure our opponent doesn't combo. We're bringing out the Fatal Pushes, the Claim the Firstborns, the Bitter Triumph, and then I like shaving a Fable and a Deadly Dispute, just because they can end up being kind of slow, and we're trying to combo as fast as possible while stopping our opponent from comboing and not giving them time to combo. The 9th most popular deck is Selesnya Company. Against Selesnya Company, I like my deck. We're running it back. And the 10th most popular deck is Abzan Greasefang. Obviously, we're bringing in Leyline of the Voids because they are a vehicle reanimator deck. And we're bringing in the Thoughtseizes because being able to snipe that Greasefang from the hand is just so good. We're bringing out Croxa because we don't want to give them free discard. Bringing out Claim the Firstborn because this doesn't do anything in particular. And then we're going to shave on Scavenger's Talent, on Fable, and we're just going to shave one Cauldron Familiar. So sideboard against Greasefang. These are the list of cards in Jund Sacrifice that are not flex. These are essentially cards that nearly every single deck that is successful is playing. And you're kind of starting with these 57 cards in the main deck and these 8 cards in the sideboard. And then the way that you kind of mess with your deck is you choose what 3 cards you want to play in the main deck and what 7 cards you want to play in the sideboard. If you want to, you can pause the video and check out the cards that you essentially need to play. But we're going to be looking at the flex slots. That's the point of this video. So as you can see, the main deck is pretty figured out. Of the 3 slots in the main deck, you essentially pick from 4 flex slots. A Claim the Firstborn, a Bitter Triumph, a Heartless Act, and a Yigra. So let's talk about why you would play these cards. Claim the Firstborn is really good alongside decks that you can actually steal creatures from and then sacrifice that creature. So something that would be really valuable against. So essentially decks with a lot of or with relevant creatures that cost 3 or less. Bitter Triumph is a very good unconditional removal. Also having a 2-mana spell that can deal with Planeswalkers is very powerful. Heartless Act is kind of interesting. It's an unconditional removal except against certain decks with creatures that have counters on it. It's especially good in formats that you're playing against a lot of Archfiend of the Dross, because Archfiend of the Dross, you can just remove the counters from Archfiend, pass the turn, and then you win. So that's kind of interesting. I think Heartless Act is really good if you're playing against a lot of Archfiend. And the third, Yigra, if you want your deck to be slanted a little bit more towards combos. This was a little rare a few weeks ago when I was doing the deck techs and stuff, but the third Yigra is getting more and more popular, especially with the most recent like European RCs and stuff. And the deck's been slanted a little bit more towards making sure the combo actually happens. As far as the 7 slots in the sideboard, you're going to pick 7 of these 19 cards. So let's kind of go over why you would select these cards. So 2 Ghost Vacuum. Ghost Vacuum is Graveyard Hate. It's great because you can just invest 1 mana into it and then never have to invest mana in it again until you want to win the game with it by paying 6 and activating it. And all the exiled creatures with Ghost Vacuum return to the battlefield under your control with a flying counter on it. But each of them is a 1/1 spirit in addition to its other types. This is kind of interesting because that can just end the game in most scenarios because a lot of creatures in constructed formats have great enter the battlefield effects or static effects. So you like turn 1, play a Ghost Vacuum, exile creatures. You're going to be siding this in against decks that use the graveyard. But also what's interesting about Ghost Vacuum that makes it kind of harder to evaluate over other Graveyard Hate is it's actually decent against decks that use creatures that you expect the game to go long. Because you're going to be exiling your opponent's creatures, you know, doing that thing. And then if the game goes long, you just get to use Ghost Vacuum and maybe bring back some Overlords or something like that. So it's a really diverse card, but primarily Graveyard Hate. Haywire Might, 1 mana, 1/1. When it dies, you get 2 life, so it's decent against super aggressive decks. But also we can pay a green, sacrifice it to exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Really good artifact and enchantment hate, decent incremental life gain in a blocker or whatever against super aggressive decks, especially if those aggressive decks have non-creature enchantments or artifacts. Chandra's Defeat, really good against red decks or red's planeswalkers. Torch the Tower, mostly very good against Phoenix, being able to deal with a Phoenix indefinitely, but also decent against aggressive decks, dealing 2 damage or 3 damage if you try a little harder, and exiling the thing that it kills. Damping Sphere, very good against these like combo decks, like Lotus, also really good against things like Nykthos, decent against Phoenix, you know, it's pretty solid. Unlicensed Hearse is another card sort of like Ghost Vacuum. It costs 1 more mana, except you get to exile 2 cards when you activate it, which is kind of interesting. And its power and toughness is equal to the number of cards exiled with it. And you can crew it for 2 mana to turn the vehicle into a creature. Again, this is a very powerful choice and takes on a similar role to Ghost Vacuum. We're very good in the late game if you play it early, and it's Graveyard Hate. I've already talked about why you would play Bitter Triumph. Paw Patch Formation is a really interesting and very diverse card. It costs 2 mana. You can destroy a creature with flying, like Archfiend of the Dross, destroy an enchantment, like Artist Talent, or draw a card and create a food token. So at its worst, it replaces itself, create a food token, which is already really good in this deck, having food tokens. But also being an instant speed, destroy a creature with flying, destroy an enchantment. It's really diverse and very powerful in the decks that you sided in against. Obnixilis is a card we're already playing one of in our sideboard. If we want to play a second against decks that have difficulty dealing with planeswalkers, or maybe deal with our stuff through counterspells, because when you casualty, it puts 2 of the spell on the stack, so it's a little harder to deal with, and can just win the game on its own if you can protect it and it can resolve. And then Leyline of the Void is another option for Graveyard Hate, something you don't have to invest any mana in, you just put it on the battlefield and forget about. So again, you're going to select 3 of these 4 cards for the main deck, and you're going to select 7 of these 19 cards for the sideboard. As kind of a side note, if you're playing Leyline, you probably want to play all 4, but that's really the only note to this. And then those are going to join these 57 cards in the main deck and these 8 cards in the sideboard. And boom, you have your own Jund Sacrifice deck that is competitive. First off, let's talk about how the Yigra combo actually works. So what you're trying to do is make sure you have a Yigra on the battlefield in either a food or a Cauldron Familiar, and another Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard. And because Yigra makes other creatures food, what you can do is sacrifice that food or other Cauldron Familiar to the Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard, bring it back, you gain 1, your opponent loses 1. That new Cauldron Familiar on the battlefield is a food, so you can take the Cauldron Familiar that's in the graveyard now, sacrifice the Cauldron Familiar on the battlefield, you gain 1, your opponent loses 1. Now there's another Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard, and do that over and over and over until your opponent dies. That's the basics of the combo. There's a lot of ways to get there, mostly alongside Scavenger's Talent, because Scavenger Talent allows you to sacrifice things and then self-mill to be able to get those cats and eventually a Yigra in the graveyard. And it's okay if the Yigra hits the graveyard, because we can use Scavenger's Talent's 3rd ability to sack all the crazy artifacts and permanents that we have to just bring Yigra back, and then do the combo because we've milled ourselves a whole bunch. Scavenger's Talent also has a couple other really interesting nuances with it, where we can chump with cats effectively indefinitely, because we get a food whenever a creature dies. And so our opponent attacks with a big creature, we chump with our 1/1, it dies, we get a food because we trigger Scavenger's Talent, and then on our opponent's end step, we just bring back the cat by sacrificing the food that was created when the cat died. There's a couple other more obvious ones that aren't centered around these newish cards. Mayhem Devil, remember it triggers on your opponent's sacrificing things as well. So this is your opponent's treasures is probably the most common one, food, whatever. So make sure you remember that. It's really hard to remember those triggers in Paper. And the way you always want to play Claim the Firstborn is by stealing something your opponent has and then sacrificing it. You don't really want to be playing Claim the Firstborn unless your opponent's just dead. If you're just if it's just an act of treason. So you want to Claim the Firstborn, jam with the creature, and then sacrifice it to either a Witch's Oven or a Deadly Dispute. And then the last sort of play pattern nuance that I wanted to go over is stacking Kroxa triggers properly. So most of the time, stacking the triggers don't really matter. Remember that you can sacrifice the creature before it is sacrificed to its trigger, to Deadly Dispute or Witch's Oven before that trigger actually resolves. So you can get a little extra value out of it. But also, if you're afraid your opponent has instant speed Graveyard Hate, if you stack the Kroxa triggers so that the discard happens first and then the sacrifice happens, the way the game sort of works in the background is your opponent does a discard thing, cool, the sacrifice, the only thing on the stack, that resolves. But the thing is, when the stack is clear, the active player is the first one that gets priority. So when that resolves, Kroxa's in the graveyard because it was sacrificed. And then you as the active player have priority, so you can immediately escape it if you have the mana, and your opponent has no opportunity to exile Kroxa while it's in the graveyard. So that's a really, really important nuance that comes up more than you would think. So this is Gruul Aggro. It's actually really, really close to the standard version of the deck because there's so many good cards that were printed in standard. It's kind of like a mouse aggro deck, comboed with all these aggressive cards as well. So let's just go through the 1-drops. I'm just going to go in mana cost order. So we have Burst Lightning. Burst Lightning is a great shock, great removal. It also can be kicked later in the game for a little bit extra damage for that last push. Heartfire Hero is a 1-mana 1/1 mouse that is relevant. With Valiant, when it becomes the target of spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. When it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. So very good alongside pump spells or, things like that with the Valiant. Kimono Faces Kakazan is just an incredible aggressive card. It's a saga. On the front side, it says on the first chapter deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. Its chapter 2 is the next creature spell you cast this turn enters with additional +1/+1 counter. And its third chapter is it flips into a 2/2 haster, where if the creature dealt damage this turn by a source you control would die, exile it instead. It does everything our deck wants. We're playing 4 Monastery Swiftspear, which is very good alongside non-creature spells, which is also good alongside these pump spells, what we already talked about is good with Heartfire Hero. We're playing 3 Reckless Rage. One, because we can target our own creatures like Heartfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger to be able to get their triggers and kill something the opponent has. But also we can Reckless Rage alongside Swiftspear, and the prowess trigger will resolve before Reckless Rage resolves and it kills things. It's also really good alongside Screaming Nemesis to deal an additional 2 damage to the opponent and make sure they can't gain life. Reckless Rage just works in this deck really, really well. Playing a Thud as an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature. It deals damage equal to sacrifice creature power to any target. So this is a way to fling. Essentially very good alongside pump spells like Monstrous Rage, which for some reason we skipped. Pump spells, but also especially superty duperty good alongside Heartfire Hero, because it essentially deals double its power to the opponent, because you also get the Heartfire Hero trigger. Speaking of Monstrous Rage is our primary pump spell. As a 1 mana target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn, create a monster roll, a token attached to it, which gives +1/+1 and trample. Also, because it's a spell that targets things, it triggers Heartfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger, which we'll talk about in just a second. Gives trample, so you can trample over stuff. Kind of protects because it buffs up their butt and triggers prowess and triggers Valiant, all that stuff. Playing 2 Bushwhack, not to fix our mana, but just a 1 mana fight card because you target your own creature. So again, it triggers Heartfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger. And we're playing 2 Snakeskin Veil to fight against other removal. 1 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, gains hexproof till end of turn. We've mentioned Emberheart Challenger already a few times. It's a 2 mana 2/2 with haste and prowess. When it becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. So it allows us to dig through our deck. It also has prowess in and of itself. It combos with all these cards we're already playing because of Valiant, because of Heartfire Hero. It's just very, very good. We're playing 3 Manifold Mouse. Is a 2 mana 1/2 with Offspring, and at the beginning of combat in your turn, target mouse you control gains your choice of Double Strike and Trample until end turn. 99% of the time you're going to select Double Strike, but notice Heartfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger are both mice, and Valiant is not heroic. Valiant doesn't care that it's an ability. So when Manifold Mouse gives Heartfire Hero or Emberheart Challenger the Double Strike, then it either gets a +1/+1 counter for Heartfire Hero, or you get to exile a top card with Emberheart Challenger. Both extremely good, and you can do it every single turn. We're playing 2 Innkeeper's Talent because again it targets, so it triggers these things, pumps up our guys, makes them hard to answer, and puts even more +1/+1 counters, which is very, very good. Alongside Heartfire Hero, very, very good alongside Snakeskin Veil. We're playing 2 Questing Druid to be able to dig through our deck even more, but also it's just a really grindy card. And we're playing 3 Screaming Nemesis, which we've already talked about how it combos with some other cards in our deck, but also it's just so difficult to block and just needs a super clean answer. Being a 3/3 for 3 with haste, when is dealt damage, deals that much damage to any other target. If a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. So good. As far as our lands go, we have the basic red-green lands, some basic mountains, Soken's-On, things you should already know what they do. We're playing 2 Den of the Bugbear for our man lands. 4 mana, man's up to become a 3/2 red goblin creature. When it attacks, create a 1/1 red goblin that's attacked and attacking. And then we're playing a Ramanap Ruins. It's just another way to get the additional last few damage. We can pay 4 mana and sacrifice a desert and deals 2 damage to each opponent. This is the only desert, but so really it's pay 4 mana and we get to sacrifice itself to deal 2 damage to each opponent. So we are attacking, we are protecting our creatures, we're pumping up our creatures. That is essentially what's going on in the main deck, with a few cool combos with things like Reckless Rage and Manifold Mouse. As far as the sideboard goes, we're playing 2 Torch the Tower, partially as additional removal for the aggressive decks, but playing specifically Torch the Tower is important because it exiles, so other Heartfire Heroes aren't triggered, it gets rid of Phoenix forever, stuff like that. Playing Magebane Lizard for combo decks and like Phoenix, because it's a 1/4 for 2. When a player casts a non-creature spell, it deals damage equal to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they cast this turn, so it really punishes them for casting a lot of the same spell every turn. Playing 2 Pyroclasm for these aggressive decks because Pyroclasm, frankly, isn't that good against us. Most of our creatures survive it. 2 Urbrass Forge for the slower decks. It's a 3-mana artifact. At the beginning of your combat in your turn, put an oil counter on Urbrass Forge. Then create an X1 red Phyrexian horror creature token with trample and haste, where X is the number of oil counters on Urbrass Forge. Sacrifice that token in the beginning of the next end step. We're playing 2 Hazoret of the Fervent for decks that are really good at answering what we're doing, and we end up with no cards in hand and are just totally burnt out, which is a 5/4 for 4 indestructible haste, can't attack unless you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, and you can discard a card. So like, you know, once you get over 4 or 5 lands, you can discard the lands by paying 3 mana and dealing 2 damage to each opponent. We're playing 3 Pick Your Poison, decent 1 mana artifact and enchantment hate, really good against flyers, see like Archfiend of the Dross and stuff like that, or like Fable the Mirror Breaker, whatever. And then we're playing Grafdigger's Cage for our graveyard hate. So this is the Gruul aggro deck in Pioneer. As far as cards in the sideboard goes, Torch the Towers for things like Phoenix and aggressive decks. Magebane Lizard also for Phoenix, but also really good against like Hidden Strings and combo decks and control decks. Pyroclasm really good against other aggro decks. Urbrax Forge good against really anything that's going long and answering our primary game plan. Same thing with Hazoret the Fervent. Pick Your Poison is good artifact, enchantment hate, and also like demon hate. The Grafdigger's Cage really good against like Enigmatic Incarnation, Phoenix, graveyard hate, stuff like that. So the most popular deck in Pioneer is Rakdos Midrange. Against Rakdos Midrange, we're bringing in Urbrass Forge, Hazoret the Fervent. I'm also a fan of Pick Your Poison because a lot of them are playing Unholy Annex and Blade of the Oni and FOMO and things like that. They can just randomly hit a lot of cards. We're going to be taking out Bushwhack. Because of all the removal in our opponent's deck, we can't reliably use it. Also going to be taking out Thud for similar reasons. Same thing with Innkeeper's Talent. We just need to make sure their removal isn't insane. And then shave in on Reckless Rage because all this stuff is just better. Like, I'd rather have as many creatures as possible and be able to answer what they're doing as much as possible. So it's my sideboard against Rakdos Demons, Rakdos Midrange, whatever you want to call it. The second most popular deck is It Phoenix? We're going to bring in Torch the Tower because it answers the Phoenix forever. Bring in Magebane Lizard to punish them for casting multiple spells. And Grafdigger's Cage so they just can't Phoenix combo us. Going to be taking out a bunch of removal, especially removal that doesn't do well. They also have a ton of removal, so we're going to be sideboarding really similarly. Taking out Bushwhack, taking out Thud, and taking out all the Reckless Rage. The rest I'm pretty happy with, and that's how we sideboard against It Phoenix? The third most popular deck is Niv-to-Light. Against Niv-to-Light, we want to stick to our primary game plan, but removal is generally kind of bad, especially Bushwhack and Thud, which is awful to say. And there are some lines where they just like wipe the board a whole bunch. So bringing in Hazoret and Urbrass Forge is pretty solid. I'm not a fan of Pick Your Poison because it can be a little corner case. As we bring out a Reckless Rage. Reckless Rage can be okay because it hits Omnath and whatnot, but there's a lot of cards in the deck that Reckless Rage does not hit, like Alenda or really scary things like that. But that's how I'm going to sideboard against Niv-to-Light. The fourth most popular deck is the Hidden Strings deck. Against Hidden Strings, we're bringing in Magebane Lizard just to make it difficult for them to combo. We're going to be bringing in Grafdigger's Cage, so Leer does nothing. And then it's really important that we take out all of our removal, and Snakeskin Veil so they don't have a lot of removal. And I'm a fan of Pick Your Poison because it takes out 9 lives. And then because we're just going to be playing everything we possibly can, 1 Hazoret is totally fine. That's how I sideboard against Lotus Field combo. The fifth most popular deck is Selesnya Company. Against Selesnya Company, we're bringing in Torch the Tower because it cleanly deals with a lot of our opponent's deck. We're going to bring in Pyroclasm. It cleanly deals with about half of the cards, which is totally fine. Pick Your Poison is very good against the deck as well because a lot of the things are flyers, and Grafdigger's Cage stops Collecting Company. We're going to be bringing out Innkeeper's Talent. It's just a flex slot that is meh. We're going to be bringing out Questing Druid. We really don't care about the game going long. We just need to beat them as fast as hecking possible. Gonna be taking out a Burst Lightning because it doesn't super cleanly deal with a lot of the deck, and then 2 Manifold Mouse just because I need them to be threats on their own. So that's how I'm gonna sideboard against Selesnya Company. The sixth most popular deck is the Azorius Flash deck. It's mostly spirits, but we're calling it Azorius Flash. We're bringing in Torch the Tower, and we're bringing in Pick Your Poison, because most of the things are flying. They're not playing a ton of removal, so bringing out Snakeskin Veil is totally okay. And taking out Innkeeper's Talent is fine, along with a single Bushwhack. So that's how I'm going to sideboard against Azorius Flash. The seventh most popular deck is 5-color Enigmatic Incarnation. Against this deck, we are bringing in Grafdigger's Cage, so Enigmatic does nothing. We are bringing in Pick Your Poison because they are mostly enchantments. And then other than that, they're kind of a control deck, so I like bringing in Urbrass Forge and Hazoret. A lot of the removal is just bad, so we're bringing all of that out, along with the Innkeeper's Talent, because they have a bunch of removal, and so we need as many creatures as possible, and so this is how I'm sideboarding against 5-color Enigmatic. The 8th most popular deck is Azorius Humans. Against Azorius Humans, we're bringing in Torch the Tower, we are bringing in Pyroclasm, and because we want to be killing as fast as possible, we're bringing out Innkeeper's Talon and Questing Druid, and that's how I'm going to sideboard against Azorius Humans. The 8th most popular deck is Azorius Control. Against Azorius Control, we're bringing in Magebane Lizard, maybe? There we go, Magebane Lizard. We are bringing in Urbrass Forge and Hazoret the Fervent, and removal needs to hit the bench as much as possible. Innkeeper's Talent isn't doing anything either, but is better than removal, so we're going to split on that, and that's how I'm going to sideboard against Azorius Control. And the 10th most popular deck is the Mono Red deck. Against Mono Red, we're bringing in Torch the Tower, we are bringing in Pyroclasm for obvious reasons, and we're bringing out the slow cards. That's how I'm sideboarding against Mono Red. First off is remembering Valiant and Heartfire Hero and Emberheart Challenger. There's a ton of ways to trigger Valiant and making Heartfire Hero much bigger so that it can attack for much more, and then when it dies, deal that much more damage. And Emberheart Challenger allows you to kind of become a Howling Mine. There's a lot of ways to trigger Valiant. Some of the more obvious ways would be like Monstrous Rage, would be Reckless Rage, would be Bushwhack, would be Snakeskin Veil, just as spells to make Heartfire Hero bigger and to draw, or not draw cards, but exile cards so you can play them with Emberheart Challenger. But also Manifold Mouse allows you to target every single turn without spending a card or spending any mana, and same thing with Innkeeper's Talent. So remember those cards, and capitalizing on Heartfire Hero growing and getting more cards off of Emberheart Challenger every turn is a super important aspect of this deck. Next up is Screaming Nemesis. So Screaming Nemesis obviously makes it hard to block, being able to deal damage to the opponent, make sure they don't gain life, but also remember that you can Reckless Rage Screaming Nemesis to deal 2 damage to Screaming Nemesis, 4 damage to something else, which means that something else likely dies, and then that 2 damage that is dealt to Screaming Nemesis can also be dealt to a creature or to the opponent and make them not gain life. So Reckless Rage can end up being like a 2-for-1 / 3-for-1 when used in combination with Screaming Nemesis. And similar thing with Burst Lightning. If you're just going to Burst Lightning your opponent, you might as well Burst Lightning the Screaming Nemesis and make it so they can't gain life for the rest of the game. Speaking of Reckless Rage, it's important to remember that nearly every creature we have, Reckless Rage won't kill when we deal damage to it. Heartfire Hero, as long as it's already been triggered once in a previous turn, the Heartfire Hero trigger will resolve before Reckless Rage resolves, and so it won't die. Monastery Spear Prowess will trigger before Reckless Rage, so it won't die. Same thing with Emberheart Challenger. Questing Druid's in a similar vein as Heartfire Hero. As long as it's been triggered once, then it's totally okay. And we've already talked about Screaming Nemesis. And so Reckless Rage becomes a reasonably unconditional removal spell as long as you fulfill those very easy conditions. Also, most red-green decks are running some amount of Thud. This is mostly to capitalize on Monstrous Rage, off of making a creature very big, dealing a bunch of damage, and then thudding and destroying our opponent. But it's extra good with Heartfire Hero. If we have a big Heartfire Hero, maybe we pump it up with a Monstrous Rage and have a bunch of triggers over the course of the past few turns. We attack our opponent, maybe it's 7 power, we deal 7 damage, and then we can Thud to fling that Heartfire Hero at the opponent, deal another 7, trigger Heartfire Hero, deal an additional 7. It is just ridiculous, and it's important to remember that flinging Heartfire Hero, or really flinging any card in our deck that's been pumped up, is very powerful. So this is Lotus Field combo in Pioneer. Now what this deck is effectively trying to do is simple. Basically, they're attempting to capitalize on the mana that Lotus Field produces by untapping it and tapping it a whole bunch with things like Hidden Strings and Vizier of Tumbling Sands, and Pour Over Pages for that matter if you have multiple Lotus Fields, to draw a bunch of cards, get a bunch of mana, to eventually either Emergent Ultimatum for a bunch of cards that do really similar things in order to grab Approach the Second Sun, cast Approach the Second Sun, and then cast Dark Petition again, or draw Approach the Second Sun out of our deck and win the game. That's a long and short of what we're attempting to do. Now, the way to get there, it can be kind of hard. So we're going to go over all of these cards. A lot of the cards in our mana base are just mana producing lands. We have Boseiju and Otawara as spell lands, which are kind of cool because we can grab them with Archruist Charm. But the things I really wanted to focus on were Lotus Field and Thespian Stage. So Lotus Field, it is hexproof, which is nice. It can't be destroyed. It enters tapped, and when it enters, sacrifice 2 lands, and you can tap it to add 3 mana of any one color. So the default mode of this deck is turn 1, play a land, turn 2, play a land, maybe cast a spell, turn 3, Lotus Field, sack the 2 lands, and now I have this thing that I can untap and get a bunch of mana from. However, you can then play Thespian Stage, where you can pay 2 mana and have it become a copy of target land, and you can have it become a copy of Lotus Field without sacrificing lands, because when it becomes a copy, it doesn't necessarily enter. And there are other ways to kind of like cheat about Lotus Field. So we can search it up with Sylvan Scrying. If we already have a Lotus Field, we're probably searching up Thespian Stage because there's less cost into putting it on the battlefield. And we can search it up with Archdruid's Charm. And Archdruid's Charm is just like a decent utility card, and being able to exile artifacts and enchantments, especially since artifacts and enchantments are the cards that are good against our deck, to make sure that we, you know, always have these lands that are required for the beginning of our combo. In addition, we're playing Strict Proctor. That's a 2 mana 1/3 with flying. Whenever a permanent entering causes a triggered ability to trigger, counter that ability unless the controller plays 2. What's kind of interesting about Strict Proctor is this card neuters what the opponent is doing, in addition to making it so Lotus Field doesn't trigger. Even if you have the mana, you can just choose not to pay it. Oh no, it's countered, which means I don't sack any lands, which is very, very powerful, and people are really realizing that. We're also playing Soul Partition, mostly to be able to deal with permanents that neuter our deck, things like Damping Sphere and whatnot. Fae of Wishes, that we can grab with Emergent Ultimatum as just another way that we can grab Approach from the Second Sun from our graveyard, possibly multiple times if we have time to play it and return it to our hand and whatnot. Once we have that Lotus Field and maybe a Thespian Stage on the battlefield that has copied Lotus Field, we have Hidden Strings in order to tap and untap these lands. We have Vizier of Tumbling Sands in order to profit mana and also be able to churn through our deck. In addition, after we've used some of these cards, we can Ball Again Recovery them back to our hand, which is also very nice. We're playing a Leer, mostly to grab with Emergent Ultimatum, but it allows us to just do everything from our graveyard again, and also when we do that, it can't be countered. Pour Over Pages, I would argue, is the most important card of our deck. Draw 3 cards, untap 2 lands, and discard a card. If we have 2 Lotus Field effects, then we profit 1 mana to drawing 3 cards and discarding a single card, which is excellent, like, because especially since we need to be hitting certain cards like Emergent Ultimatum and Dark Petition, or maybe even Ball Again Recovery or whatever, in order to win the game. So Pour Over Pages is absolutely excellent. We just churn through our deck. Dark Petition I've already talked about. Emergent Ultimatum is another very, very good card. You search your library for up to 3 monocolored cards with different names and exile them. An opponent chooses one of those cards, shuffle that card into your library. You can cast the other cards without paying their mana cost and exile Emergent Ultimatum. So the cards you're normally going to be grabbing with Emergent Ultimatum is some combination of Omniscience, Dark Petition, Leer, and Fae of Wishes. Sometimes if some of them are in the graveyard already, we'll grab a Ball Again Recovery as well, or maybe even Pour Over Pages. But the goal of this Emergent Ultimatum is to create a ultimatum pile that your opponent is dead no matter what they choose to shuffle back in. So for example, if I have a ridiculous amount of mana and I go Emergent Ultimatum, let's go Omniscience, Dark Petition, Leer, right? They can shuffle Omniscience in, and Dark Petition and Leer get cast for free. With Dark Petition, I just grab Approach, Leer, put on the battlefield, cast these Hidden Strings from my graveyard or whatever, and be able to get that mana back and cast all these other spells from my graveyard. Dark Petition for that Approach, cast a bunch of spells, cast Dark Petition from my graveyard again, grab Approach from my library, cast it, we win, right? Or something to that effect. As you play more Lotus Field, the piles that you're going to make become more and more important, and I would argue are one of the harder parts about this deck. And then, like I already mentioned, Omniscience, it's mostly just to be able to grab with Emergent Ultimatum to make it miserable. These piles really, really difficult. Something to note about Omniscience, though, that I'll probably mention in my nuances video as well, is that only spells cast from your hand you can play without paying the mana cost, which means that the cards that you cast from your graveyard with Leer aren't free. As far as our sideboard goes, a lot of this is a wish board, meaning that sometimes, especially post board, you're going to run into hate cards that mean that you probably can't combo, but you can still grab cards with Fae of Wishes and Dark Petition that can win the game for you without casting Approach twice. So let's kind of go over these things. So Silence is really good to side in against counterspell decks. You can, before you attempt a combo, you can just like cast Silence. And then if your opponent doesn't counter that Silence, then you can just combo off, or it just eats a counterspell. 9 lives is really good against aggressive decks and decks that you just need way more time against. Temporary Lockdown, again, but mostly aggressive decks that have a lot of permanents that are cost 2 or less. Depopulate is just a solid board wipe that you can grab. We already talked about Approach. Sphinx of the Final Word is very good against counterspell decks. It can't be countered itself and means that other things can't be countered, and also you can't really answer it. And the mana doesn't really matter because we have the Lotus Fields. And so either grabbing or siding in Sphinx of the Final Word is very powerful. Glistening Deluge is a board wipe. Path of Peril is a board wipe. Voyaging Satyr is really fun because it sort of acts like a 2-mana Vizier that we can't cycle, where we can just untap the land. Very good against decks that we kind of need to be sort of turbo against. Dragonlord Jamoka, spell can't be countered, opponent can't cast spells during your turn. Just a really, really good lifelink finisher, and is very good against counterspells. Zakama, another very good finisher, especially since when you cast it, you untap all the lands you control, which means the Lotus Fields. So really good against like creature-based decks, you know, lets you gain a bunch of life pretty much immediately and just win the game. And then we're playing another Emergent Ultimatum if we're in a situation where we need to like Dark Petition for another Emergent Ultimatum. We can grab it from our sideboard. So this is the Lotus Field combo deck in Pioneer. And before we jump into how to sideboard against the top 10 most popular decks, I want to talk about each card in the sideboard and the roles of each card in the sideboard. Silence is for decks that can interact with your combo after you've started going off. So I'm talking things like counterspell decks and stuff like that. 9 lives is really good against aggressive decks, especially decks that can kill you faster than you can combo on average. Temporary Lockdown, really good against aggressive decks as well. Again, you might notice aggressive decks are a rough matchup for us. Same thing with Depopulate, you know, allows us to wipe the board unconditionally, especially if there's things that Temporary Lockdown can't get. Approach to the Second Sun is mostly a wishboard target. It's how it eventually kills, by grabbing the Dark Petition. Sphinx of the Final Word, very good against counterspell decks. Sort of allows us to go off without having to worry about counter magic. Glistening Deluge, really good against these aggressive decks as well. Same thing with Path of Peril, needing to really stop our opponent from doing things. Voyaging Satyr is very strong against decks that are fast as well. You know, if we need to turbo out our combo. Dragonlord Jamoka, also very good at stopping our opponents from stopping our combo, especially, you know, during our turn. Also having lifelink is very powerful and can just be like a game ender against the fast decks. Zakama, you can Zakama and essentially win the game, especially if your opponent is playing creature decks. And then we have an extra Emergent Ultimatum as a wish target or a Dark Petition target if we need to grab it from our sideboard because we're unable to draw it from the main deck. As another side note, if you want to learn about this deck as a whole, I did a deck tech on it that was posted last week. You should totally check that out. But without further ado, the most popular deck in Pioneer is Rakdos Midrange. Against Rakdos Midrange, we're bringing in Temporary Lockdown because a lot of their hate cards, Temporary Lockdown can actually hit. We're bringing in Depopulate to slow down the aggression. And then we're just going to be shaving on Strict Proctor since it's really easy for them to answer. And there's really no need in us like trying to rush out the mana from Lotus Field. So this I sideboard against Rakdos Midrange. I would also like to say that as a whole, you aren't going to be sideboarding too much because remember, you're a combo deck. We have alternate plans, but those alternate plans are often going to be just grabbed with as like wish targets. Anyway, the second most popular deck is It Phoenix. Against Is It Phoenix, we are bringing in Silence and we are bringing in Voyaging Satyr just so we can kind of turbo it out because Is It Phoenix can be pretty fast in a lot of different ways. And then similar to Rakdos, we are going to be shaving on Strict Proctor just because it doesn't like stop anything what your opponent's doing because Strict Proctor is one of those cards that helps us but is also mostly being played as main deck hate. And so we're going to be taking that out in this how I sideboard against Is It Phoenix. The third most popular deck is Rakdos Aggro. Against Rakdos Aggro, we're going to be bringing in 9 lives. We're going to be bringing in Temporary Lockdown, Depopulate, Path of Peril, the Voyaging Satyr just to go even faster. And again, because Strict Proctor doesn't actually neuter anything in our opponent's deck, we're going to be cutting the Strict Proctor. I'm also a big fan in bringing in Zakama just so we can cast Zakama. We're going to be shaving on Emergent Ultimatum because I'd rather just like try to interact with our opponent. Shaving on Pour Over the Pages. And because we're shaving on Emergent Ultimatum, I like cutting on Essence as well. This is how I sideboard against Rakdos Aggro. The fourth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. Against Jund Sac, we're bringing in Temporary Lockdown. It's just genuinely very, very good against the deck. And we're going to be shaving on an Emergent Ultimatum and a Bala Ged Recovery. Giving up on a little bit of a consistency with our combo for interaction, I think, is totally fine because we need to keep everything else. Especially keeping in Strict Proctor because it stops the cat combo, which is very scary. The 5th most popular deck is Selesnya Company. Against Selesnya Company, we are bringing in Depopulate and Glistening Deluge and Path of Peril. And I'm a fan of Zakama again against these creature decks like we talked about. And we're going to be shaving on a lot of the consistency in our combo like we've done before against these creature decks. We're going to be shaving an Emergent Ultimatum, 2 Pour Over the Pages, 1 Omniscience, and that's how we sideboard against Selesnya Company. The 6th most popular deck is Nivtolite. Against Nivtolite, I like bringing in Silence, both because sometimes they bring in cards to interact with us during our turn, but also if we do this in response to a Bring to Light, they can't cast the card they grab, which is awesome. Then we're going to be bringing in both Dragonlord Jamoka and Zakama, and similar to how we've done before, we're just going to shave on the combo, consistency, and that's how we sideboard against Bring to Light. The 7th most popular deck is the Mirror Match. In the Mirror Match, before we even talk about bringing something, we have to bring out Strict Proctor because it helps our opponent as well. So we can't have that card in our deck. We're bringing in Silence because it can kind of interrupt and act as sort of counter magic in our opponent's turn. And we're bringing in Voyaging Satyr just to sort of turbo out and to stop the Strict Proctor stuff. And there's nothing else in our sideboard that we like really want. And so I'm just bringing in a Zakama as a finisher. So it's how I sideboard in the mirror. The 8th most popular deck is Azorius Control. Against Azorius Control, obviously we're bringing in Silence, so they have a harder time interacting with us. Dragonlord Jamoka in the main deck is important just so we can cast it and it just sort of do its thing. And then we're bringing in the Voyaging Satyr just to go a little bit quicker because we're going to be cutting the Strict Proctor because it doesn't do anything to our opponent's deck. And so this is how I sideboard against Azorius Control. The 9th most popular deck is Gruul Aggro. Against the Gruul Aggro deck, we're bringing in Temporary Lockdown, Depopulate, and Path of Peril. I'm also a fan of Voyaging Satyr just to turbo things out a little bit more. Again, also a big fan of Zakama just as like an awesome finisher in the main deck. And they're going to be shaving on consistency in our combo like we've done before because we really need to interact or we just die. Out of Bala Ged Recovery, and we'll shave on a Strict Proctor. So that's how I sideboard against Gruul Aggro. And the 10th most popular deck is 5-color Idiomatic Incarnation. Against 5-color Idiomatic, I'm just shipping it back. I think this matchup is insane, and Strict Proctor like neuters what our opponent's doing, and it's just so good. So we're just shipping it back. I love it. These are the cards in the Lotus combo deck that are stock, that are you essentially like kind of have to play if you're playing this version of Lotus combo. So notice the main deck is figured out up to 57 cards, and the sideboard has 9 stock cards. So really we're looking for cards to fill the 3 slots in the main deck that are missing and the 6 slots in the sideboard that are missing. So what cards could fill those slots? Well, these cards could fill those slots. So in the 3 slots in the main deck, you have 6 cards to choose from. And in the 6 slots in the sideboard, you have 12 cards to choose from. So let's talk about why you would select any of these cards. Now in the main deck, you could play another Soul Partition to join the 2 Soul Partition that are currently stock, just for additional answer to not only aggro, but hate. It's very good against, any permanent that can stop our combo. So things like Damping Sphere, maybe Rest in Peace, what have you. Magebane Lizard, maybe. Temporary Lockdown, very good against these aggressive things. Also answers a lot of those permanents that we're afraid of, like I mentioned. Path of Peril mostly is for the aggressive decks, just a different, more permanent way to answer it. There are 2 Bala Ged recoveries that are not stock. There's currently only 1 being played in the totally stock list, but you could play number 2 and number 3 to not only have more lands, but focus more on the combo, and another Dark Petition can help out with that combo. And so you're going to select 3 of these 6 cards, and then of these 12 cards, you're going to select 6 in the sideboard. So you can pick 9 lives. 9 lives is a really good way to give yourself a little bit more time, especially against the aggressive decks. We've already talked about Temporary Lockdown. Day of Judgment is, again, a permanent, more widespread way to wipe away creatures. Decent against mid-range decks that play cards that Temporary Lockdown can't necessarily hit. Leyline of Sanctity is solid, especially against like Thoughtseize effects or Thought Distortion or whatever. Mystical Dispute for being able to fight on the stack against the blue decks. Glistening Deluge, specifically really good against Selesnya Company, which have a lot of hate cards for us. I've already talked about Path of Peril. Niv Mizzet Perrin, I think that's how you say that word, is a 6-mana 5/5. The spell can't be countered. When you draw a card, it deals 1 damage to any target. When a player casts an instant sorcery spell, you draw a card. So obviously very good against decks that play a lot of instant sorceries. So like Control or Phoenix or whatever. You know, by doing their thing, we get to fill our hand and eventually combo, and it's a finisher in and of itself. And then Dragon Lord Jamoka. The spell can't be countered, has flying lifelink, and opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Very good against decks that want to play at instant speed or fight what you're doing on the stack. So again, you're going to select 6 of these 12 cards to play in the sideboard, and you're going to select 3 of these 6 cards to play in the main deck to join these 57 cards in the main deck. Let me fix this. And these 9 cards in the sideboard, and then you have your very own modified stock version of Lotus Combo. And I'm going to start off with more obvious ones and then move on to less obvious ones. First off is make sure you're tapping the right colors on your Lotus field so you can eventually cast the cards that you plan on casting. You kind of have to plan out your turn very often. More than once have I been playing against a Lotus field combo player and they can't cast the Emergent Ultimatum in their hand because they just tapped for wrong colors. That being said, if you aren't really sure about your line and you don't know what colors to tap, blue is always a pretty safe choice, but really you should be thinking about it. Remember, Archdruid's Charm can be a part of lines that go multiple phases. So if you want access to your graveyard, you can grab Archdruid's Charm. You can play Archdruid's Charm to grab Leer to then be able to cast these cards in your graveyard, or maybe a more common line is Archdruid's Charm to grab Fae of Wishes to eventually be able to grab the Approach to the Second Sun out of the sideboard. Just Archdruid's Charm is almost always a multiple step process, especially when you're grabbing creatures out of your deck. There's a lot of ways to combo kill with the deck. The most common one is making a bunch of mana through untapping the Lotus fields. In some fashion, Emergent Ultimatum into even more mana and grabbing Approach to the Second Sun from the sideboard and then just like casting it twice. But if you play Chandra Hope's Beacon, there's some other ways to combo. Specifically, if you have like Omniscience, Chandra Hope's Beacon, and 3 Balaged Recovery is a loop and infinite mana, which is awesome. It's remember post sideboard, it's totally okay to cast Vizier of Tumbling Sands to be able to untap your Lotus field like on a whim, because your opponents are going to sideboard out some number or sometimes all of their removal, and having it on the battlefield is kind of just better. That being said, it's almost always incorrect to do that in game 1 because they have the removal in the deck and you should probably just cycle it. If you happen to have sideboarded out one of the Balaged Recoveries or have it exiled and are playing the Chandra version, there's actually a way to combo with Chandra as well with 2 Balaged Recoveries and Ottawa Sorin City to like bounce the Chandra and be able to replay it. This one is not infinite mana, but it can get you to 20 damage. Remember, you can cipher Hidden Strings onto Strict Proctor or Vizier, especially onto the Strict Proctor. It happens a lot. And speaking of Hidden Strings, remember it can tap down your opponent's lands too, especially if you're afraid of counter magic or something like that. Tap down your opponent's lands, go to second main phase, and then kill them while your opponent can't interact with you. When you cast Emergent Ultimatum, normally your pile is going to be Omniscience, Dark Petition, and Pour Over the Pages. However, sometimes if you're afraid of not being able to fully combo and your opponent has a really good board presence, it is correct to go Pour Over the Pages, Dark Petition, Sunfall, or a board wipe or something to interact. And then lastly, to go back to Strict Proctor, generally you don't want to run out Strict Proctor on turn 2. You really want to be able to combo it with Lotus Field. So try to play Strict Proctor the same turn you're going to play Lotus Field normally on turn 3. So Martyr Greasefang is fully based around putting a vehicle, preferably Parhelion, but Sky Sovereign is fine as well, into the graveyard, and then casting Greasefang and going to combat. Now Greasefang is a 4/3 for 3 that says at the beginning of combat in your turn, return target vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield, it gains haste. Return to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. Now when you do this with Parhelion, which again is the dream, you go to combat, Parhelion returns to the battlefield. Parhelion is flying first strike vigilance. Whenever Parhelion 2 attacks, create 2 4/4 white angel creature tokens with flying and vigilance that are attacking, and conveniently it has crew 4. So in beginning of combat, Parhelion returns to the battlefield. You use Greasefang or something else if you want to man it up, and then attack with Parhelion. It is 13 damage and the 2 4/4 angels remain on the battlefield, and you get to keep your Greasefang. Parhelion returns to your hand, but that's like totally fine. That's the combo. That's what we're trying to do. You can do the same thing with Sky Sovereign, except it just deals effectively 6 damage to opponent's creatures. It gives one for entering, one for the attack, and then it returns to your hand. And then you can replay Sky Sovereign, which is kind of cool. It's more realistic to replay Sky Sovereign than replay Parhelion, but that's what we're trying to do here. So how do we do that? Well, we have a Mardu mid-range shell that just happens to discard a lot of cards to be able to put these Parhelion and Sky Sovereigns into our graveyard. Specifically, we're playing Fear of Missing Out. Fear of Missing Out is a 2-mana 2/3. When it enters, discard a card, then draw a card, so preferably discarding one of these vehicles. And when it attacks for the first time each turn, if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, which is pretty easy to do because we have artifacts and enchantments and creatures and instants and sorceries, untap target creature. After this phase, it's an additional combat phase. That is disgusting with Parhelion and Greasefang. So like the nutty nut hand is like turn 1 Thoughtseize or Fatal Push your opponent's creature. Fear of Missing Out, discard Parhelion, mill a bunch of cards with like Overlord or something like that, get Delirium, Greasefang, man up Parhelion, and then take 2 combat phases with Fear of Missing Out. So good. Bloodtithe Harvester is another just really good mid-range card, but also a discard outlet. It is a 2-mana 3/2 and enters, create a blood token where we can pay 1, discard a card, and draw a card, which again, that's what we're attempting to do. And we can sacrifice Bloodtithe Harvester to have a creature get -X until end of turn, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control, and we can activate only as a sorcery. Just very good by itself, but also it kind of goes along with our plan. Fable of Mirrorbreaker is another discard outlet. I'm going to go through Fable of Mirrorbreaker, but if you play Pioneer, you know what this does. It's a 3-mana saga. First chapter is create a 2/2 red goblin shaman creature token. Whenever this creature attacks, create a treasure token. Its second chapter is discard up to 2 cards. You draw that many cards. So again, we're discarding. And third chapter is it turns into Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, which is a 2/2, where we can pay 1 and tap it to create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary creature you control, except it gains haste, sacrifice it, they get into the next end step. And that can combo with, Greasefang, with Bloodtithe Harvester, with Fear of Missing Out. We can even copy an Overlord. It's just very, 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 very good. But the big thing here is that this card is good by itself, and it discards cards so that we can get these vehicles into the graveyard, just like all of these cards. Now, the last card that we use to get vehicles into the graveyard is Overlord of the Baelmerk. It is a 5-mana 5/5. When Overlord of the Baelmerk enters or attacks, mill 4 cards. Then you may return a non-avatar creature card or planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand, which means every creature but itself it can return. So it's a great way to get a Greasefang that had been killed before combat or something like that back to your hand. You can also mill a Greasefang and get it in your hand so that you can cast it. It also puts those great vehicles in the graveyard. It also has Impending for 2 mana, so you can cast it on turn 2, mill 4 cards, return a creature card, right? Any of these to your hand, and it's just excellent. So these are the combos, but again, notice besides this category, all of these cards are just like very good mid-range cards by themselves. So we're in a mid-range shell while we're threatening this really nasty combo. Now to support that mid-range strategy, we're playing Akroxa. Crox is 2-mana 6/6. When it enters, sacrifice it unless it escaped. And when it enters or attacks, each opponent discards a card. Then each opponent who didn't discard a non-land card this way loses 3 life. And we can escape it for 4 mana and exiling 5 other cards from your graveyard. Just a very good mid-range card if the game goes really long. We're playing 2 Vanishing Verse in the main deck. Exile target monocolored permanent. Vanishing Verse has gained a lot of stock recently. There's a lot of very scary monocolored permanents. Playing 1 Bitter Triumph, just being able to deal with the planeswalker or creature for effectively no cost is awesome. Torch the Tower is just a decent removal spell. Being able to deal with small creatures or phoenixes like forever. We're playing 3 Fatal Push in the main deck, just as a 1 mana destroy creature with mana value 2 or less, or mana value 4 or less if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, which is reasonably easy between the treasures and the blood tokens and whatnot. And then 4 Thoughtseize. Obviously, if you're playing a mid-range deck that's playing black, you just have to play these Thoughtseize. 1 mana, target player reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it, that player discards that card, and you lose 2 life. As far as the mana base goes, there's not a lot of interesting stuff going on. Playing an Elegant Parlor, and Elegant Parlor is kind of cute because we can, like, if we hit a vehicle off the Surveil, we can put it in the graveyard really easily. Also, Takenuma is actually, like, generally good in the deck. It effectively does a similar thing as Overlord of the Baelmerk. We can discard it from our hand, pay 4 mana, and mill 3 cards, and return a creature or planeswalker card from a graveyard to our hand. So just another way to get Greasefang back. But it's just Mardu lands. Not a lot of interesting stuff. We want things to enter untapped. As far as our sideboard goes, we're playing 2 Portable Holes for permanents we care about with mana value 2 or less. An Elish Norn to neuter those decks that have a lot of enter the battlefield abilities. So like what immediately pops in my head is like Leyline Binding decks. 3 duress. I don't know why they're different arts. I apologize for that. For combo decks, control decks, anything that is a lot of the decks duressable. We're playing a single Fatal Push just to round out our playset against these decks that we can kill things with Fatal Push. A Braid is, a decent creature kill for 2 mana. Also, destroying artifacts is very powerful. We're finishing out a playset of Vanishing Verse for decks that's good against. Reckoner Bankbuster is against these decks that the game is going to go long, and we need to make sure that our mid-range plan is even better and we can drive in more cards. And we're playing 2 Unlicensed Hearse as our Graveyard Hate. So this is the Mardu Greasefang deck, by the way. If you want to have a better look at Mardu Greasefang, I posted a deck tech of this not that long ago. So I'm not going to talk about the deck as a whole. Instead, let's look exclusively at the sideboard. Portable Hull is for these decks that have a lot of non-land permanents, mana value 2 or less, so like aggro decks. It's good for like Rest in Peace, stuff like that. Elesh Norn is great for decks that have a lot of enter the battlefield effects, so think like Enigmatic and whatnot. Duress, I'm sorry, they're different arts for some reason. Duress for these like control decks, or combo decks that we need to deal with. The 4th Fatal Push, mostly for aggressive decks. A Braid is really diverse and pretty cool card where, you can use it as removal or decent artifact hate. Vanishing Verse, again, against decks that have a lot of monocolored permanents. Vanishing Verse 3 and 4. Reckoner Bankbuster for decks that are going to go and like a really long time. And Unlicensed Hearse is our Graveyard Hate. So, the most popular deck in Pioneer is Rakdos Midrange. Against Rakdos Midrange, we're bringing in Vanishing Verse to deal with Shieldred and Archfiend and Fable and Unholy Hanex, and it deals with just so much stuff. We are bringing in Fatal Push just to be able to cleanly deal with the creatures. I'm a fan of Reckoner Bankbuster just in case the games go a little long. And we're going to be bringing out Thought Seizes because we kind of have to play the mid-range game against this deck. And we just want a lot of high value cards if possible, and to be able to answer them 1 for 1 and all that stuff. And I'm going to shave a single Fear of Missing Out. It loots, which is nice, but we're likely not going to have a lot of creatures when we play against this deck because they're full of removal spells. So this is our sideboard against Rakdos. The second most popular deck is Izzet Phoenix. Against Izzet Phoenix, we're bringing in the 3 Duress, bringing in the Vanishing Verse because it deals with all of the creatures and deals with artist talent. Obviously, Unlicensed Hearse is great, being able to deal with the graveyard so they can't cast their Treasure Cruise and can't bring back art like Phoenix. We're going to be bringing out Fatal Push because it doesn't really cleanly deal with anything. A lot of the decks are getting off of Ledger Shredder, and even against the Ledger Shredder decks, it's pretty medium. We're going to take out Kroxa because often it can help their game plan. I'm not a fan of Sky Sovereign because it doesn't really do anything against this deck. And we're going to shave on Overlord because it can just end up being a little slow. So sideboard against Phoenix. The third most popular deck is Rakdos Prowess, Rakdos Aggro, whatever you want to call it. We're bringing in Portable Hulls, obviously. We're bringing in Fatal Push. We're bringing in a Braid. We're bringing in Vanishing Verse, just all the removal you can possibly imagine. And we're going to be taking out cards that are slower or don't do anything right when they enter. So we're going to take out Kroxa. We're going to take out Overlord. And then we're going to shave on Thought Seizes. So this is how we sideboard against Rakdos Aggro. The fourth most popular deck is Selesnya Company. Against Selesnya Company, I'm a fan of Elesh Norn because it can turn off Enduring Innocence and a couple of the removal spells and like Aven Interrupter and whatnot. We're going to bring in Fatal Push and a Braid and Vanishing Verse to be able to deal with their creatures. We're not bringing in Portable Hull because most of their creatures are 3 mana and you just can't reliably have it do anything. We're taking out Kroxa because the games often don't go super duper long. Taking out Overlord for similar reasons. We need everything to do something when it's happening. And we're shaving on Fear of Missing Out. Whoops, took one too many. Sorry, sideboard against Selesnya Company. The fifth most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. Portable Hull is pretty decent against Jund Sacrifice, so we're bringing that in. Elesh Norn is kind of cool. I've been liking it a lot in the matchup because it totally turns off the combo, and that's the big draw to Jund Sac at the moment. We're bringing in a Braid because it deals with Mayhem Devil and deals with the Witch's Oven, and Unlicensed Hearse to kind of stop the craziness with Scavenger's Talent and the cat and whatnot. Going to be bringing out Vanishing Verse. It doesn't really answer that many important things against the deck. We're going to be bringing out a lot of our removal because very often they can get value off of their removal. I'm going to keep Torch the Tower in because like hitting a Cauldron Familiar with a Torch is actually pretty powerful. And we're just going to shave on Fear of Missing Out. And there is your sideboard against Jund Sac. The sixth most popular deck in Pioneer, that's been coming up the ranks recently, actually quite a bit, is Niv to Light. Against Niv to Light, we're bringing in Elesh Norn because most things have entered the battlefield abilities. We're bringing in Duresses, very good against that deck. I'm a fan of Reckoner Bankbuster because the games can end up going pretty long. We're going to be bringing out Vanishing Verse, not a lot of monocolored permanents. Bringing out Torch the Tower and Fatal Push because it can't really hit much at all. And that's how I sideboard against Niv to Light. The seventh most popular deck is Blue-White Control. Against Blue-White Control, we're bringing in the Duresses, obviously. You always bring Duress against Blue-White Control. Bringing in the Reckoner Bankbusters. And we're going to be bringing out a bunch of removal. Shape on a Vanishing Verse. Bitter Triumph's a little bit better against Vanishing Verse because it can hit Teferi, but they're both like fine. So sideboard against Blue-White. The eighth most popular deck is Hidden Strings. Against the Hidden Strings deck, obviously we're bringing in the Duresses. I'm a fan of Unlicensed Hearse because it can turn off Leer, especially if you turn to it. And we're bringing out a bunch of removal. A lot of the removal straight up doesn't do anything like at all. Keeping some amount in is decent for like the Leer being able to hold it up, but that's how I sideboard against Lotus Field. The Mirror Match is the ninth most popular deck of the format. In the Mirror Match, we are bringing in Fatal Push, Abrade. Also a fan of Vanishing Verse. It can hit a Parhelion, fun fact. And obviously Unlicensed Hearse as additional graveyard hate. Bringing out Croxa because often it can help the opponent in the Mirror Match. And really, I'm just looking to set up like a really good mid-range plan and be reactive. So I'm not a big fan of Thoughtseizes. And we're just going to shave on Fear of Missing Out. Like we do a lot of the time. So that's how I sideboard in the mirror. The fifth most, or excuse me, not the fifth, the 10th most popular deck is the Enigmatic deck. Mostly the Zur version. Elesh Norn is excellent against this deck. Duress is excellent against this deck. Vanishing Verse, also excellent against this deck. We're going to be shaving on Torch we're going to be cutting Torch the Tower. We're going to be cutting Fatal Push because they just don't hit basically anything. Sky's Sovereign also kind of doesn't do anything in the matchup, so that's how I sideboard against Enigmatic. So these are the cards you pretty much have to play if you're playing Mardu Greasefang. These 55 cards in the main deck and these 3 cards in the sideboard. So just on first glance, it's pretty obvious that the main deck has been pretty much figured out, but the sideboard has decidedly been not figured out at all. So what do you play in these 5 slots in the main deck and 3 cards in the sideboard? Well, any of these. So there are 10 options to play in those 5 slots in the main deck and 25 options to play in those 12 slots in the sideboard. And then you have your customized and personalized Mardu Greasefang deck while still being reasonably stock. So let's talk about why you would play each of these cards. Torch the Tower is very, very good against Phoenix, also good against these aggressive decks. Reckoner Bankbuster is sort of the exact opposite, is very good against the slower decks or decks that are very good at answering your combo so that you can lean more into the Mardu mid-range plan. Bitter Triumph is an excellent way to answer creatures and planeswalkers, and again leads a little bit further into the Mardu mid-range plan, just having more removal. Same thing with Vanishing Verse, though Vanishing Verse is extremely versatile, very good against the Zur deck, and can just snipe a lot of cards like Rest in Peace and whatnot that end up being extremely good against us. And Overlord of the Baelmerk leans a little bit more into our Parhelion Greasefang plan, allowing us to mill more, get Greasefangs out of our graveyard, and being a threat in and of itself. So you're going to be selecting 5 of these 10 cards to be played in the main deck. Now, as far as the sideboard goes, we have quite a few more decisions to make. So again, you're looking for 12 of these cards to join the 3 Duress that are totally stock. 4 Portable Hole is excellent against these aggressive decks. Is also very good against cards that are good against us. So like Unlicensed Hearse and Rest in Peace and whatnot. Kutziel's Flanker is just an all-around decent card. Great graveyard hate, decent against aggro because it can gain life and then block, and just generally good against board wipes as well, though that's a little bit corner case. Lorna the Third Path is an excellent way to answer artifact and enchantment hate, especially something that can be grabbed with Overlord. Elesh Norn, very good against the Zur decks, and also surprisingly good in our own deck, being able to trigger our stuff twice. Cut Down just as an additional thing to join something like Torch the Tower or Portable Hole for the aggressive decks. Leyline of the Void is a really good way to answer other graveyard decks. I've already talked about Torch the Tower. Abrade is a little bit less narrow creature removal because it can also hit artifacts. I've already talked about Vanishing Verse and Reckoner Bankbuster, and Unlicensed Hearse is Graveyard Hate. Basically, if you want a late game threat and maybe want to devote less slots than playing Leyline of the Void for playing the Graveyard Hate. So in order to build your version of Mardu Greasefang, you're going to select 5 of these 10 cards to join your main deck and 12 of these 25 cards to join your sideboard. To join all of these cards, which are the stock version of the deck. So let's jump into it with Overlord being able to bring back Greasefang. One of the major reasons you play Overlord of the Balemark not only is to fill your graveyard with vehicles, but remember, it can grab, not FOMO, sure, but also Greasefang. So it's a way to get Greasefang out of the graveyard and a way to like search for and draw for Greasefang, so it makes your combo way more consistent. Speaking of FOMO, fear of missing out can get multiple attacks when you have Parhelion on the battlefield to effectively just win. If you have Delirium and you do the Parhelion combo, you can untap Parhelion and just win in the air that turn. You can also do a similar thing with Overlord of the Balemark to get multiple triggers off of Overlord and be able to attack with Overlord multiple times with FOMO. It turns out something that gives you multiple combat phases and untaps a creature is really good alongside things that have like attack triggers. And then the last thing that isn't super duper obvious that you can do is, remember, you can Thoughtseize yourself to get a vehicle in the graveyard to play a Greasefang in combo. Now remember, this kind of hemorrhages value because it means you're not Thoughtseizing your opponent, especially if Thoughtseize is in your deck, and it opens you up to being million for one by them being able to interact with the combo. So you got to make sure you do it when the coast is clear or you're desperate, but Thoughtseizing yourself is always an option. So remember that. So this is mono black mid-range. Now the overall strategy of this deck is that it's attacking on 2 different axes. Number 1 is that it's a pretty solid mid-range deck. It's running Hand Destruction and Duress and Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Shieldred's Edict, Go for the Throat, and so it's looking to do the same thing as Mono Black in that it's 1 for 1 in the opponent out of the hand and on the board. Just instead of Fable the Mirror Breaker, we have Unholy Annex, where you draw a card at the end step of your turn, and you lose 2 life unless you control a demon, and you can pay 5 mana for Ritual Chamber to unlock that room to get a 6/6 black demon, so it kind of combos with itself, and we're running another demon as well. And so it has that really sweet mid-range plan, but it also has sort of a Splinter Twin thing going on in that it can just win. Between Unstoppable Slasher and Bloodletter of Aklazotz is probably how you pronounce it. Unstoppable Slasher is a 3-mana 2/3 death touch. And when it deals damage to a player, they lose half their life rounded up. So if my opponent's at 20, I jam, deal 2 damage to them, they go to 18, trigger Unstoppable Slasher, they go to 9. When Unstoppable Slasher dies, if it had no counters on it, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with 2 stun counters on it. So it's really hard to answer as well without exile removal. Now, this combos with Bloodletter of Akalotz, which say 2/4 flying for 4 mana. If an opponent would lose life during their turn, they lose twice as much life instead. Twice of half is whole, so if you have a Bloodletter and you connect with Unstoppable Slasher, you just win. And you can do this reasonably easily because you can get things out of the way with the removal spells and make sure they don't have removal spells with their Hand Destruction or have blockers with the Hand Destruction, just win. So you can play this mid-range game with the rest of your deck while making them fear this just win combo that the mid-range game is actually really good at doing. As far as other cards in the deck, Castle Lothwain lets us continue drawing cards. Field of Ruin deals with problematic man lands and stuff that would block Unstoppable Slasher. Hive of the Eye Tyrant is great graveyard hate and, again, alternate win condition since we're kind of a control deck as well. Same thing with Mutavault. A whole bunch of swamps. A Takamuma just because it's free, we can get things back from the graveyard. And an Urborg to kind of make up for these colorless lands. Now we're running a playset of both Hand Destructions. The main deck for Duress is, again, mostly to get rid of removal spells out of our opponent's hand and just try to make it so we can combo much easier. And for Thoughtseize, and also Duress is just very good right now as well. For Fatal Push, obviously, it's just the best removal spell in the format, along with Go for the Throat and Shieldred's Edict. Shieldred's Edict noticeably being able to answer Planeswalkers really cleanly. 2 Reckoner Bankbuster just to draw us more cards in addition to the Unholy Annex that we already talked about. Graveyard Trespasser as a great mid-range card and additional graveyard hate. and Invoke Despair, which is very, very good against the enchantment decks, but also just insane against control and mid-range, and just gets us really, really far ahead and advances the mid-range plan really dramatically. I can speak. It's fine. So the main deck is really straightforward as long as you understand that combo. As far as the sideboard goes, we have 2 cut down for these aggressive decks, just as mostly as Fatal Push 5 and 6. Caustic Bronco is, again, it's kind of a Dark Confidant equivalent. We're siding this in against control and mid-range decks and really any deck that we can't rely on the combo against, especially decks that we don't really care about our life total. Go Blank, very good against Phoenix and control and whatnot. Shieldred is just very, very good against aggro, decent against control, and is just like an additional threat. Additional Evoke Despair, which we've already talked about. March of Wretched Sorrow is a really good additional removal. It noticeably gains life, and we can exile a bunch of black cards from our hand in order to cast it. So gaining a ton of life against like the aggressive red-black deck or whatever is very good. Miko Massacre is a great board wipe. Also just happens to, the trigger on the enchantment also just happens to be very good against Sack. And Unlicensed Hearse is our dedicated Graveyard Hate. By the way, if you'd like to learn more about this deck as a whole, I did a deck tech on it that was posted last week. You should definitely check that out. Today, we're just focusing on the sideboard. So let's talk about like the roles of the cards in the sideboard first, and then we'll talk about how to sideboard against the top 10 decks. So cut down, we're bringing in against mostly aggressive decks, just things that against decks that like you can target a bunch of creatures with. Unlicensed Hearse is our Graveyard Hate. Caustic Bronco is really good against decks that are going to go very long, and it's really important that we draw more cards then, so think like Blue-Eye Control and stuff like that. Go Blank is very good as like sort of like a mass Graveyard Hate against things like is it Phoenix, but also just genuinely good against cards that like, or decks that like Mind Draw would be good against. Children's decent against decks that draw a bunch of cards, just as like an additional threat. Invoke Despair, very good against these enchantment decks, but also similar to Caustic Bronco, really good against decks that are going to go long, and it's important that we have like big swingy cards that do a lot of things for us all at once. March of Wretched Sorrow, very good against these aggressive creature decks, or really creature decks as a whole. Also being able to deal with Planeswalkers in black is pretty powerful, but outside of like Children's Edict. And then Meathut Massacre is our board wipe of choice, but also that enchantment is very good against decks that like Jund Sacrifice and things like that. So let's start with Is It Phoenix? Against Is It Phoenix, we're bringing in Unlicensed Hearse, obviously, just as the Graveyard Hate. We're bringing in Go Blank, just as the mass Graveyard Hate, and also Mind Rot just is good against the deck. And we're bringing in Shieldred. Now, against the new versions of Is It Phoenix that are playing Artist Talent, Fatal Push gets just very bad, in my humble opinion. And we're going to shave one Invoke Despair. We just need we just need to be able to double spell to be able to provide as many threats as possible. And that's how I sideboard against Is It Phoenix. The second most popular deck is Rakdos Midrange. Against Rakdos Midrange, we're going to be providing as many threats as possible and as many cards that do more than one thing as possible. Invoke Despair is one of the best cards we can be playing against Rakdos Midrange. And we're going to be doing our best to cut as many hand disruption spells as possible, because very often we're just going to end up in a top deck war in this matchup. So we're bringing in Caustic Bronco. I know they have a lot of removal, but we just need as many threats and to outcard our opponent as much as possible. And actually, I'm a fan of Shieldred as well. And we're just going to cut as much of our hand destruction as possible and provide as many threats as possible just to be able to outcard our opponent. We do not want to draw one of these cards when we're top decking in the late game. That is the scariest thing on the planet. So that's how I sideboard against Rakdos. And also, actually, how I sideboard against Mono Black as well. Which is the 5th most popular deck. So this is the 2nd and 5th most popular deck. That's how I sideboard against Rakdos, and the mirror match against Mono Black. The 3rd most popular deck is Rakdos Prowess. We're going to be bringing in our cut downs, obviously. Bringing in our Shieldred, just nice to draw cards, a decent blocker, etc., etc. March of Wretched Sorrow is also excellent, and then Meathut Massacre. And we're going to be taking out cards that kind of take a while to get going and might deal damage to ourselves. I'm not a fan of Reckoner Bankbuster. And then I like shaving a combination of Unholy Annex and Thoughtseize. Just because Unholy Annex kind of takes a while to get rolling. However, if you do have a demon, it's so good. And the Thought Seals deals damage to us, but also we can kind of stop them from comboing us. So it's a give and take. This is how I sideboard against Rakdos Prowess. Against Selesnya Company, we're bringing in our cut downs because it deals with pretty much every creature in the deck. Bringing in March for similar reasons. Meat Massacre is a great board wipe, but because of things like Aven Interrupter, I'm really worried of like spending too much mana on a spell. So we're going to get rid of Invoke Despair, and then we're going to get rid of Reckoner Bankbuster. It's because I want to have all of these threats and removal spells as much as possible and just attack it that way. So this is how I sideboard against Selesnya Company. We've already talked about Mono Black midrange when we talked about Rakdos midrange. We're sideboarding the same. So the 6th most popular deck, because Mono Black midrange is 5th, is Mardu Greasefang. Against Mardu Greasefang, we are bringing in Unlicensed Hearse, obviously. We're bringing in Go Blank as that mass graveyard hate that we were talking about. March of Wretched Sorrow is decent as instant speed removal for Greasefang if we really need it. And the Mardu version is kind of interesting because it's sort of a mid-range deck as well. So I actually like bringing in Invoke Despair, just to be able to like win on the mid-range side, you know, as easy as possible. That being said, because it's a mid-range deck that can kind of deal with our stuff reasonably well, and also we have to be wary of the combo, I like siding out of our combo and sort of just playing against them at face value, drawing a bunch of cards and whatnot. So I just side out of a bunch of our combo cards. I think that's totally fine. We have plenty of threats, you know, in the less Unstoppable Slasher, in Graveyard Trespasser, in Reckoner Bankbuster, in and of itself, in Mutavault, Hive of the Eye Tyrant, the other side of Unholy Annex. I think it's totally fine. So I side against Mardu Greasefang. Blue-White Control is the 7th most popular deck against Blue-White Control. We are bringing in Caustic Bronco just to draw a whole mess of cards. We are bringing in Go Blank because Mind Rot is good against Control. We're bringing in Shieldred because Shieldred is just additional threats are decent against Control, and Invoke Despair. We're going to be bringing out a whole ton of our removal. We're bringing out the Fatal Pushes. We're going to be bringing out the Go for the Throats. It's really hard to get the combo going in general, so I like cutting 2 Bloodletters, and then I'm also going to cut a single Graveyard Trespasser. They don't do a ton of targeted removal. Being able to exile a Memory Deluge is kind of nice. But anyway, this is how I sideboard against Blue Control. The 8th most popular deck is Jund Sacrifice. We need that Graveyard Hate and Unlicensed Hearse. And Go Blank. I like March to be able to deal with the relevant creatures like Ygra and Mayhem Devil and stuff like that. And then Meat Massacre, decent against the deck as a whole, but also very good as like just on the enchantment side. Going to be bringing out Invoke Despair because they just have so many permanents. Very rarely do we actually get to hit the thing that we want. Going to be bringing out Fatal Push just because it doesn't really do anything. I mean, it can deal with a Goblin and deal with a Blood Tithe Harvester, but in most situations, like, that's it. And this is how I sideboard against Jund Sac. Against Lotus Field, against Hidden Strings, you know, whatever you want to call it. We're bringing in our Go Blank, because Mind Rot is good against these combo decks. Shieldred, because it's very good against Pour Over Pages. And that's all we really want, but there's a lot of cards we need to take out. Like the Fatal Pushes need to come out. We really don't want the removal as well. It's good against like Lear or whatever, or if they're playing the strict Proctor version, it's decent against that. I'm not super interested in that though. Like I'd rather attack the hand. So we're going to try to bring in cards that are decent, or at least better than those cards in the main deck. So we bring in the Caustic Broncos, and I actually like the Unlicensed Hearse. So we're going to shave and Invoke Despair so we can bring in the second Unlicensed Hearse. So that's how I sideboard against Hidden Strings, Lotus Field, whatever you want to call it. The 10th most popular deck is Rakdos Transmogrify. So this is another great example of a deck that has a decent mid-range plan, but a scary combo. Thing is, if they're playing Valgavoth or whatever, however you say the name, Invoke Despair is excellent against it because it doesn't have to target it. But we essentially have to sideboard against it like it's a like a mid-range deck. That being said, not a big fan of Fatal Push. I would very much rather just attack the hand. I like the rest of this all very good against these, you know, these mid-range decks. So I like bringing a Shieldred just as additional things. Very good against things like Unholy Annex. And we'll just bring in a Go Blank for funsies. So sideboard against Rakdos Transmog. These are the non-flex slots in mono black mid-range. You talk about all of these cards in the deck tech that I posted a few weeks ago, so I'm not going to do that again. But these are the cards you need to play. So notice there are only 51 cards in the main deck and 5 cards in the sideboard that you really need to play, which means there are 9 flex slots in the main deck and 10 flex slots in the sideboard. Let's talk about what you can play in those flex slots. So these are the cards that you can play in those flex slots. So let's talk about that. So again, out of these 20 cards, you're going to be selecting 9 cards to put in the main deck. And out of these 19 cards, you're going to be selecting 10 cards to put in your sideboard and then you have built your customized mono black mid-range deck. So main deck duress, up to 2 main deck duress is decent in these flex slots, where you have an opponent reveal their hand, choose a non-creature non-land card from it, player discards that card. It's really good, just additional enchantment hate, really good against removal since we don't play a lot of creatures, very good against like combo and control and all of that stuff. Reckoner Bankbuster is a 2-mana vehicle. It turns into a 4/4 with crew 3 and enters with 3 charge counters on it. We can pay 2 mana and tap it to remove a charge counter from Reckoner Bankbuster and draw a card. And then when there's no charge counters on it, you get a 1/1 pilot that can crew vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. We're mostly playing this for the card draw and the threat in the later game. We'd be playing Reckoner Bankbuster if we think we're going to be playing against a lot more mid-range and control and kind of slower games. Blade of Naoni has been a recent innovation. It's a 2-mana 3/1 with Menace. And we can reconfigure and just equip it to something or have it become a creature by paying 4 mana. And the equipped creature has base power and toughness 5/5, has Menace, and is Black Demon in addition to its other colors and types. The reason this is good in this deck, let me go back to the no flex slots, is if we attach it to an unstoppable slasher, it becomes a 5/5 with Menace, so it's even harder to deal with, which means we can get through more often and be able to trigger unstoppable slasher. Also, it's a demon, which means that it turns on Unholy Annex, which is just very powerful and is like decently sized, kind of annoying to deal with, applies a decent amount of pressure, is hard to block by itself as well. A Go for the Throat just as reasonably unconditional removal. Shieldred's Edict allows us to more easily deal with planeswalkers in mono black, but also removal for other stuff. It's pretty diverse. Graveyard Trespasser is graveyard hate we could play in the main deck. Archfiend of the Dross, some people are playing just to lean more into the demon package with Unholy Annex. Shieldred is slowly falling out of favor. It doesn't fit in with the demon package, but its triggers are still really powerful against our decks and decks that draw a lot of cards. The issue is the reason this is falling slowly out of favor is that a lot of the decks that draw a lot of cards, like Treasure Cruise decks, are also playing Lightning Axe, which deals with Shieldred and doesn't deal with other stuff cleanly. But you could play 2 Invoke Despair in the main deck. Again, that's very good against these slower decks. It allows us to deal with some things that might be hard for black to deal with while also drawing a bunch of cards. And March of Wretched Sorrow, very good against aggressive decks, is black and X. And exile black cards that make it cost 2 less for each card exiled, and it deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, you gain X life. So really good removal for these aggressive decks if we want to pad our life total. So you want to be selecting 9 of these cards to be playing in your deck. As far as the sideboard goes, remember there are 10 flex slots in the sideboard. Cut Down is good against these aggressive creature decks. We've already talked about why you'd play Duress. Anoint with Affliction, very good against other unstoppable slasher decks. Also a decent removal against these creature decks that can't be ruined with a pump spell like Cut Down can. Go Blank is really good alongside its Mind Rot effect, but it's excellent when the graveyard matters as well. So like against Phoenix, being able to exile the graveyard is powerful. Really good against Lotus, etc., etc. Withering Torment is black's targeted enchantment hate. Also decent against creatures, but we have better creature removal. We'd want to play it for enchantment hate. Cry of the Carnarium, 3 mana. All creatures get -2/-2. Just decent board wipe in black for it's really cheap. Liliana the Veil, you'd be playing against mid-range or control decks, both for the discard and being able to answer like one powerful card that their opponent is playing. Path of Peril, another cheap board wipe, destroying all creatures with mana value 2 or less. The reason you might play Cry of the Carnarium over Path of Peril is the Selesnya Company deck. Most of their creatures cost 3 but have 2 or less power, so Cry can answer more of the creatures, but Path of Peril is much cleaner against the black-red decks. We've already talked about Shieldred. The End is kind of a cute card. Unconditionally exiling target creature or planeswalker, and then you get to extract that creature or planeswalker. I think it's just powerful if there's a creature or planeswalker that the deck is like really heavily leaning on, like a Wandering Emperor deck or the Mirror Match or something. I've already talked about Invoke Despair. Mayhem Massacre is a very good board wipe against these aggressive decks, but also the enchantment itself is very good against cards like, or decks like Jund Sack. And we can play additional graveyard hate, even though Unlicensed Source is already in our needed cards, if we think we're going to be playing against more graveyard decks. So again, you are going to be selecting 9 of these 20 cards to be adding to your deck, and 10 of these 19 cards, as far as flex slots go, to add to your sideboard to join these cards in your mono black mid-range deck. First off, and I've mentioned this a million times, the Slasher Bloodletter combo. If you have Bloodletter on the battlefield and you connect with Unstoppable Slasher, you just win the game, because Bloodletter doubles the amount Unstoppable Slasher makes their opponent lose off of the trigger. Unstoppable Slasher says the opponent loses half life, and double half is in fact whole. It is a Splinter Twin combo. You just win. Speaking of Unstoppable Slasher, it can be kind of difficult to do the Unstoppable Slasher math. At least it like racks my brain a little bit. So the way Unstoppable Slasher is worded is they lose half their life rounded up. For some reason, my brain decides like, okay, it's 13, right? Half of 13 is 6.5. So they should end up with 7 life because it's rounded up. That's not actually how it works. They lose the amount of life rounded up. So half of 13 is 6.5 rounded up to 7. That's how much they lose from 13. So they end up at 6. For some reason, it's really hard to wrap my brain around. And I just felt like it was important to mention because there have to be other people out there like me that for some reason have a hard time with Unstoppable Slasher math. Some versions of Mono Black Midrange are playing Heartless Act. It's important to remember with Heartless Act that if your opponent plays Archfiend of the Dross, you can remove counters of it with Heartless Act and kind of just win the game, because when they untap, the upkeep trigger makes them lose. Unholy Annex cares about demons and allows you to drain 2 life rather than lose 2 life when Unholy Annex triggers on your end step. Remember that Mutavault is a demon. You don't necessarily have to have any of your normal demons on the battlefield. You can activate Mutavault, maybe even with itself, to make sure that you drain off Unholy Annex if you don't need the mana, obviously. Also, Heartless Act doesn't care what kind of counters they are. So Heartless Act, while is a very good removal spell, you can also target your own Unstoppable Slasher with it to remove the stun counters so that you can untap with Unstoppable Slasher even at the end of your opponent's turn, and they might not expect an attack from Unstoppable Slasher if you like remove the counters and are able to untap with it, and you can catch a lot of opponents by surprise. Heartless Act is very good in this deck. If you like this video, please be sure to like and subscribe. Check me out on social medias. Links are above me and in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.